You know, Quinn said in the interview, he was asked like, did it turn around during the pause? What happened during the pause? And he was like, no, like we kind of knew that we had it. Oh, in the tier threes, like when the Luna was hitting at your tier fours, were you worried? He's like, no, like we knew that was like a bad timing for them. We had a later timing, and it sounds like something that a Dota player would say, just like they're excited they won, and you're just confident in yourself. You want to exude confidence for your team or whatever. He's serious. He's dead serious. Because during the NADPC, he was playing against Eternal Envy, and there were mega creeps against him for about 20 minutes. 20 minutes. It was like a 70-minute long game.
I remember.
With like crazy ballista throne plays. Like
was that with the Winter Wyvern and the
yes,
Giant
yeah, it was
String?
the most absurd, ridiculous game ever. And then we interviewed Quinn afterwards, and we were like, dude, like, were you worried? Was that a crazy, exciting game for you? And he's like, no, like, we had great 70-minute timing. He wasn't kidding. He's dead serious. Dead serious. He thought that even though they had lost in mega creeps were against them, that they had the late game timing. And Nature's Prophet was their carry. It's not even a kid. Like, it's not even a carry hero. But he's like, yeah, people don't realize Nature's has a good late game timing. So I feel like this team is just, they're objective. They're really objective. And so I think going against, they don't care who they're up against. I really don't. I think they're resilient.
Is it true that Quinn is like ranked the best player in the NA Dota? Or?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's ranked 1. He's like ranked 3 in Europe right now, which is where all the good.
And he was ranked 1 for a bit too, right? It's been switching with him, nothing to say in GPK.
GPK, yeah, exactly. So Quinn's really solid.
But one man cannot carry a team alone. Who do you think is his greatest ally in that team, Tsunami?
It's the South American import that we're speaking of. It's been Leslau. I think all the other players have glimpses of greatness, but I think the anchor, and I mean that in a positive context of someone who's always solid, not someone who's bringing the team down, has been Leslau historically, not even just as a recent development. I think Season 1, Season 2, and even their Animator performance, even though it was not quite what they were hoping for. What does that mean, Frankie?
That means we are ready to start with the first match of day 2. Don't worry, because we are going to be having Quincy Crew playing at the end of the day against Team OG. It was mentioned earlier by Sir Action Slacks and Suns fan that it's Hassan Bowl. Basically, this is an absolute treat. Sometimes we see these two 1v1, sometimes, rarely, we get to see the actual teams go up against each other. But you know what? I'm going to get an expert to explain exactly what Hassan Bowl means as we wait to invite our teams onto the stage.
Well, I mean, I think more than Hassan Bowl, OG knocked down the Jack Chen team, like, with MSS and the last 2 TIs in the upper bracket.
Were they newbie NA?
Yeah, it was Neobi and it was VGJ Storm. Both times they played versus OG in the upper bracket first round. They looked really good in groups, and OG just crushed their dreams. And this time, it's a little bit of a revenge story because it's a change of scenery. You know, OG, they've never been to the lower bracket.
It's true.
They don't know what it's like down there.
Thompson's 100% TI main event win rate has been shattered at this point.
And we're used to the trenches.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
we were born there. We're molded in the trenches.
You know, I think Quincy Crew showed during the group stage, they said it, that they had some lows and it can't get worse. And so I want to believe that Quinn is resilient. I want to believe that Quincy Crew is resilient. But like, this is OG we're talking about. I mean, do we really think that they care about lower bracket? They won 2 TIs. Every single year, people are against them, including this year. And now it's just mounting even more. I kind of feel like, again, this is just gonna fuel them. This is the pressure that they are not getting from the crowd, because no crowd. But now they're lower bracket. They're like, okay, now we're good. Now we're in our prime zone.
I feel like OG felt like they didn't have enough haters.
Yes.
Because this year people are like, they've won twice, so they had to drop down to a lower bracket. That's what you're saying.
That's exactly.
To encourage the haters to feel them.
Right.
I can see that actually.
It's about
that
fuel.
makes sense.
Yeah.
I've got a desk of NA panelists, and I forgot, if you give them an inch and you ask them a simple question, the answer to which is, it's called Hassan Bowl because Yawa, position 1 of Quincy Crew, and Sameo, position 1 of OG, are actually brothers.
That's
and
what you were asking.
they're going to be going up against each other later today, and therefore it's going to be really exciting. If you asked for that answer, you're going to get a load of people fanboying about Quincy Crew and talking about USA. There's the chart.
I was fanboying OG, okay.
You know what? We are so close to starting off with this upper bracket matchup. It is a true David and Goliath story. PSG LGD versus T1. Let's kick it off.
RTX 2060 6GB DDR6. Oh, BNOB pantes mahal kambing. 9.900.000. T1 brother, let's go.
Here they are from SEA. It's T1! They are one of the teams at the International who prefer to take it slow, favouring late game hard carries. They are extremely patient and they will wait until the chance to make a comeback as needed with a reactionary playstyle. This is a team that very much fights together. And you know what? If one of their rivals gets a bit of a nice advantage out there, they're never necessarily going to feel secure because T1 are never going to be far away from catching up. How do you think T1 are looking particularly dangerous?
Yeah, I think they're looking good. I think they had a little bit of a rough part after Animator, but they've really caught up now.
All right, well, let's meet their rivals. It's PSG LGD.
Gila sih. Untuk upper bracket, Pak. Ini mereka chance kalahnya lebih gede, tapi bisa juga menang. Kerat banget nih PSG LGD. Gila, 15 menang, 1 kalah di grup stage. Gila gitu. Persentase menangnya itu 90% loh di grup stage.
PSG LGD, a team with a true international legacy.
15 win, 1 lose. Bayangin naik kambing. 15 win. Gila gak? Insane cuy.
Quincy Crew and Team Spirit. One of their games lasted more than 30 minutes, but the rest
santai kali ngomongnya. Ini santai nih, santai.
Barnstormers, and this Chinese squad has never once looked in jeopardy since arriving
Ijulnya kayak tukang parkir, Bang.
Romania. So as they walk
Tiba-tiba nongol.
up the steps to their player booth, they're going to be getting very comfortable indeed.
Halo Nabil, nonton ini TI apa Dota
over the next few days. But let's find out just why these guys are so scary.
eyoooo Blast is actually coming inside a pit. If that hits on multiple heroes, they should go in.
Gue kan Won lu Glenn, kangen lu Glenn, dah lama gak ngobrol sama kamu. Oh gitu. Ini di meja 1, masuk aja Jul. Oh Dota, iya Dota. Event 1 tahun sekali. Jadi apa? Nonton lah. Event paling meriah di e-sport game.
Arena drop controlling Liquid, they lose them all. Buybacks forced out here, the Atos is there, Puck down and done with Shin Q, triple kill. An incredible fight there from the Earth Spirit. They want more blood as well, a massive fight for the Roche Pit. But Liquid, these are a lot of diebacks coming out, they're just feeding their life one after the other. But it's back into the fight as they got themselves the buybacks coming in from BG. They've got the Aegis on Amit, so killing off this Void twice is going to be a problem. With BKBB, Popeye, Ori, they'll go after this Void. They've got the Hex, they've got the Finger. Can they get the first life out of his hands? LSA, Infest, that's going to keep Ori alive for a moment, but the time over on a Yo-Yo, it's still not enough. BG in trouble. JQ with a 4-man stun. That was beautiful coming in with the Scatter Blast. Auto and JQ's head. Ame trying to rip him up as they get the kill on the DY. That's 2 years still without a buyback. They've got the Red Goods on a Yo-Yo. Peeping out around him. The kill out of the life stealer. They should be able to take this game and eat the series at 1. What a play by that Snapfire. Put everything on the line with that shard, just stuns them all.
Yeah, a quad stun from a quad scatter blast. I've not seen that before.
That's amazing.
And then a sick cookie full out as well.
No, masuk Ijul.
I kind of assume that he needs an early blink with the block, but no, he's actually going to sustain items with the back. They're going to try and catch a very smart CP by him. actually, he winters curse a creep, which was barely in range of the Magnus. Jin Q, you goddamn genius.
Hilang nggak
That
tuh?
was amazing. That was
Di
such a good play from
telepon.
Shin Q.
Iya
I
nih.
was just about to say, this Magnus just made the play of the game. He got his team back into it because
Kenapa,
they
Jul?
wasted Exo, they wasted DK for him. But Shin Q, he just completely changes the state of the game.
Hilang gimana ya coba?
Four-man smoke up,
Situ nelpon tuh gimana tuh?
trying to find that initiation. The tier 4s. Evil geniuses, you're gonna have to find a way into this one. They immediately jump. Oh, in response, Fate Beyond with the two-man looks to be able to get.
Woi, kangen woi, ngobrol apa?
Ngobrol, ngobrol.
And they've called it evil geniuses. They tap out. BSGLGD, a clean S3.
Emang nggak ada kelas kah?
Without a doubt.
Nggak ada. Baru mau nanya, Ijul gak ada kelas.
Ih, buset, enak amat hidupmu tidak ada kelas.
Yoi.
Tsunami. Is the
Yes.
man right? Are they the best team in the world right now?
Itu lagi live bukan Bang? Apa bukan live? Iya, ini live turnamennya.
A solid argument against them. They take elements from every single region. It's not just they're the best in China. It's not just like they're the best at one aspect of
Ya Gusti,
drafting or
masuk
team fighting or something.
pipi.
From top to bottom,
Masuk
they
TV.
have
Masuk
all the
pipi,
boxes
ya
checked.
ampun.
And the only shortcoming I would have
Alah,
thought is that maybe,
santai lah.
you know, when it comes to TI pressure, Ame is the most
Ya
familiar.
ampun.
Xiaowei, Xiaoba behind him, obviously, but the rest of it, I think, as storied of an
Tumben
organization as
nggak
LGD is, some
main
of the players
Apex
may be a
atau
little bit
Dota
more
sama
unfamiliar, but after
si
seeing
Ruru?
them at the Animature, plowing through
nggak
all the
diajak.
way, beating evil
Kalau diajak
geniuses,
lagi males sih,
I
mending
think
nonton.
they're the best team in the world, but they'll still lose to Secret because that's what
Kasian
their predictions say.
amat,
Well,
ya
I'm gonna
ampun.
quote Owie
Itu
right to
Ruru
his
juga
face.
apa
You
belum
once
belum
said,
bangun
Owie,
itu?
that they're the least stereotypical
Masih
Chinese
pada
Iya,
molor.
saya.
otherwise since Wings Gaming. So I want you to explain to me what you mean and if you still stand by that.
Yeah, I do still stand by that. I think when you think of Chinese teams, you think of a slow, methodical style, maybe waiting for your own timing. You know, you think of the turtle from Burning. He would just farm until he has all his items to be ready to fight. LGD are not like that. They have the most innovative drafts of the tournament, and also their playstyle is like some sweeping four-man with Ame waiting to his timing. They have like the legacy of Wings in them. You can see how they play. They play off two lanes extremely well, play between those two lanes so they get 5 people to fights. They set up for towers extremely well to the point where, I mean, they've also just been winning. So
Sumpah,
it's a bit of
Glenn.
a skilled statistic.
Lu
But I think they have the
gabut
slowest
parah,
towers
ya
being
ampun.
taken. Like no one kills their towers early.
Hampir tiap
And-
hari stream,
Yeah,
Iya,
no,
emang
they're just-
gini.
apa namanya,
It's as Tsunami said.
Streaming nggak ngapa-ngapain nih.
I think
random
it makes
banget.
sense
Iya,
too
emang
that
random.
they have a little bit of every region because they're literally
Stream
famous
aja
in China
random,
for
apalagi
their
hidup, ya
insane
ampun.
work ethic, and we saw it as an animator as well.
Ah,
where,
canda, canda,
like,
canda.
you know, camera
Emang
guys
bener
were,
kan?
walking behind us
Santai,
to have,
santai,
like,
chill.
cool camera shots of the teams,
Ya
and
ampun.
like these guys are winning. Just in
Kenyataannya
the
tuh.
replay, like huddled around together, talking about like what they did wrong while winning decisively. I mean,
Sekarang
that is
ngapain?
insane.
Yeah, I remember
Lagi
I was at
nonton.
a summit where Wings won.
Ya,
And
juga
they would
sih
have-
lagi
they
nonton
just won the
stream
tournament.
kamu.
And
Ini kan lagi
Wai
nonton,
and
iya.
Fake Beyond were watching the replay.
Sama
And
ini lagi
immediately
nonton
after
juga.
they won the entire tournament. It's the same at the Animator. Like, I feel like they would win a match, and Xiaomi would actually yell at them. Like, Fiction was like, why? You're too far up. You guys only won 40 kills
Tuh
to 2.
katanya
Let's
like
stop in
Yeah.
60 minutes. It
gabut
should have
kata
been
si
50.
Nabil
It's like
tuh.
it feels stereotypical to
Ya
say
gimana
just
lagi
because,
ya?
like,
Gabut.
you know,
Gak ada
Yoi.
kelas, gak ada tugas. Ya
the
ampun.
best teams just get better, and it makes sense. It's like
Yoi.
every single year it's more competitive. We got DPC this year, but like this team seems like they could be the greatest team of all
Kemarin
time.
mana aja, Jul?
Just looking to prove it at TI, basically.
Ada.
Can we talk about
Ngapa
Ashley
kangen
as well? 'Cause
kah?
he's had such an
Nanya
interesting
dah.
story. He originally
Tanya
was
doang
a
loh.
substitute for Faith Beyond.
Dewa
And
semua.
then he
Ya
moved to position
ampun.
4 from 3 when Mr. FB
Ada
came
kok
back.
ada.
And
Ya
we can
cuman
actually kind of see
jarang
the legacy of that in
join.
game because
Jarang
sometimes
nimbrung, ya.
we see
Iya,
Farm
gitu.
swap
I see.
between the off lane
Lagian
roles
banyak
between
tugas
position 3
gitu
and
loh.
4. And sometimes
Kamu
we see
mah
them
enak,
playing core
dosennya
heroes
jarang
instead
ada
of
ya?
Jenkins.
Atau
Kan
emang
jarang ada emang
Liquid's another team
gimana
that
ya?
does
Ada
a lot
tugas
of
tapi biasa langsung ngerjain, langsung kelar jadinya.
Could speak to
Kalau
that,
enggak
but
ini
Buset.
ngerjainnya tengah malam.
and maybe he wouldn't. 'Cause it's,
Buset.
you know. But anyway,
Anak
some of the best
rajin.
teams do that.
Cie,
I
Bang
think
Glenn
over
kangen.
the years,
Shut the
as
fuck up, nggak
apaan
ada
sih
Nabil.
malam ngerjain kamu?
role system that existed
Perasaan
in Dota,
Ijo
which was
lihat
very, like,
tiap hari
rigid
kamu
and
main
structured
Dota
before, has
juga.
kind of
Enggak
broken
main
down.
Dota kok,
Atau-
enggak
You've seen
main lagi.
even, you know,
Enggak ada main Dota
OpenAI,
lagi.
like, the literal like robots that are like optimizing the game 100% in terms of like farming efficiency and stuff. They had the gyrocopter carry going and wording and stuff like that, because when a computer looks at it, it's like, well, this is the best thing to be happening at this point in time. And so the best teams are realizing that, like, okay, maybe the 4 position should be warding here. Maybe the 4 position is actually better with farm because it sets up for 3 position to get a farm later, and it's a lot more complicated to figure that out. But
biar nambah ilmu gitu kan, biar nggak terlalu goblok juga.
These replays that we can look at. We've got DPC. We can see every region. There's Dota being played at all points.
Gitu
so I think
juga
it's just a natural thing as time progresses, and it doesn't surprise me that the team that we're arguing is like the best in the world does this a lot, where they're swapping roles constantly.
And
Jadi nyamuk aku nggak ada Kims, tidak ada. Cuma ngobrol doang. Nggak ada apa-apa nih Kims. Jangan salah ini ya, jangan salah kaprah nih. Kemarin Kak Juleka gede Discord Aziz minta saran dari Kak. Minta saran dari Kak Juleka.
For LGD, is that their potential only Achilles heel, or actually is it one of their strengths?
It would be, if you haven't been paying attention to Dota and you saw the average match lengths for both these teams, T1 is on the highest end right now, along with Fnatic, which are both Southeast Asian teams, and the Chinese teams are among the fastest. And for the longest time, there has been this paradigm where Chinese are very farm heavy. They just sit back and get last hits, get Medusa really farmed. That's not the case anymore. And it's also part of the reason why I think it is still just the
ini di di servernya si Jumi kok nggak ada ya?
But it's not necessarily fast.
Tiba-tiba hilang.
Good at the game, and they're getting everything that they need. That they're like, okay,
iya kan kata tadi di meja 1 kan. Terus nggak ada.
Wrap this thing up. Whereas T1 historically throughout their DPC,
gimana yang ngejelasinnya?
solid roster.
Apa sih
Sudahlah, nggak mau.
Nggak ada. Apa nggak ada?
Where they're like, okay.
Lupakan.
It's so funny too, because it's totally the opposite of like the crazy, SEA pubs, like stereotype running around killing people. They're very patient, and I do think that they like fighting, and I do think that they fight a lot.
Viewers kamu itu tuh kenapa he?
I remember during ESL,
iya itu viewers kamu
two teams were absolutely incredible at team fighting. We were sitting there watching and being like, man, this is like a dance that's happening, because they'd be in and out, they'd be moving together. There'd be some smoke wrap around. A Doom would press Doom on like the 2 targets.
Turnamen lo sekali, let's go. Yoi, Nadira.
Hypothetically, these are the best 2 targets to go on. T1 would hit those 2 targets perfectly. It's like, how do they make this happen in every single game? And this to me is why
Ruru udah bangun tuh. Ruru moncrot.
They're so on the same page when it comes to team fighting.
But you were asking if it was an Achilles heel for LGD. Not against T1, because every single time these two teams have faced off, it has gone LGD's way. It went LGD's way in the group stage of Singapore. It went LGD's way in the winners bracket final of the Ana Major. It went LGD's way in Dota Pit, and that was with a stand-in, and it went LGD's way in ESL Fall. So every single time these teams have faced off against each other, LGD has T1's number.
Well,
Unit hijau merah.
About T1. Hopefully the draft is going to be ready soon. Don't worry, T1 fans. We will be talking about them later on as well, because of course this is their best of 3 series. But Aoi, you've described T1's playstyle as long-range poke plus saves.
Mainnya belum nih, ini belum drafting nih lagi. Tahu dah. Prepare gini. Biasanya kalau rada lama ini ada tactical issue gitu biasanya.
Katanya suruh main game loh.
Oh si Jul, Kim Syu. Kabar Nabil.
Main game cepat.
Ada tactical issue nih harusnya. Belum, nggak on time. Biasa on time
mending
jam 2
rebahan
time
si tagline kata Ijo mah.
Rebahan. Orang baru bangun. Astaga. Baru bangun jam 12 tadi. Baru melek.
And I feel like they're back to their old form because they looked
jam 12
after those shows got
siang baru bangun.
Results, but not the same T1 we saw at Ana Major and that one ESL summer.
Not like third
Soalnya
place,
tidur kemarin jam berapa?
I think they're back this tournament. Like I think they've won their last 8 matches, maybe 10
Oh,
matches.
lupa dah,
I don't
kemarin
even
tidur
know. They had like a
jam
rough start. They lost to some very good teams, and then they just steamrolled the
Jangan
rest
nanya
of the group
ke
and
Ijo.
made it into upper bracket.
So let's talk a bit also about the setup of T1 as well, because it's slightly different to LGD. I hope you'll agree with me, Tsunami, so I get to feel clever about myself for once.
I absolutely 100%.
Thank you. Well, I'll try and explain what I mean. Cuckoo, their captain, he's a position 3. That's quite rare. Normally it's the support who will be playing in that captain role and kind of calling the shots. I know people get to make their own decisions in this particular game. But he also is kind of selfish in terms of his farm priority.
Yeah, and I think inherently that comes from being a captain, that you have to... well, I guess there are two different approaches, because sometimes some captains are very selfless, the classic position 6 style of Western supports who are like, hey, it's okay, you know, I'm just watching the mini-map 90% of the time, I'm not going to worry about last hits. Cuckoo is like, I am the master, as he has so often said. In his interview, he's the master and the commander. And so once he knows what he needs to do, he can tell everyone else. Everyone falls in line.
Gak ada loh.
To LGD being more fluid with their roles, I do think that T1 are a little bit more rigid, where Whitemon and Zephyr do take more of a passenger seat while Cuckoo's driving.
Ini kan di meja 1 kan ya. Gak ada kamu sama hijaunya kan suka biasanya ada katanya. Ini gak ada. Suara kamu kecil sama hijau mau ditambahin ke 200 gitu loh.
Ente nelpon masalah Ijul, bukan ini bukan meja 1, kambing. Pindah meja 1. Ente tuh nelpon. Lu nelpon. Astaga.
Sumpah demi Alex tadi meja 1.
Iya tadi meja 1 tapi ditelepon kan nih. Oke, gue bingung ditelepon, ya udahlah join aja kambing dah.
Lu kenapa dari tadi nggak ngomong?
Nggak tahu kan? Ya kan? Kirain sengaja emang, rupanya nggak sengaja. Ya Allah.
Nggak sengaja. Pindah.
Pindah. Daruru juga tuh. Benar. Tuh. Ini baru benar meja 1.
We know that LGD, you know, they work incredibly hard. They've obviously got a taskmaster, a kind taskmaster of the coach. I'm not saying that as a bad thing.
Kok aneh sih, sumpah demi Alex. Nggak nge-call hijau, ya ampun, gak ngerasa.
Lu yang aneh.
Yeah, and I think it's something they specifically cultivated. I think they played a match at ESL where they had some crazy comeback. And in the interview, they had just like gotten out of quarantine and gone to the same room. They said there's no way we would have won that match if we were not in the same room, because they feed off each other's energy. They also have March, who's a very lovable teddy bear type guy, you know, very comforting. He is a massage type of guy, by the way.
And you know from personal experience?
Yes, he's very nice.
Okay,
I like
I'm gonna look him up.
Sorry. And I think that contributes to their playstyle. I like what Tsunami said a lot, actually, about how Cuckoo will take a bit of farm priority because he's a captain. I think if you're playing captain from a core role, you're making calls based on your own strength. And I think they've identified that about their team, and they always give the right person the setup in the game in order to make the right calls. I think this match in particular, it will be all about Cuckoo's lane. Like, if Y and Ame can shut Cuckoo down, I think T1's potential is a lot lower.
Also because I think 23 Savage and Carl have been quite autopilot, and I mean that in a good way.
Yang nontonin lu kayaknya orang gabut dah.
Taken the crown, and not just because of his team's position as the best Southeast Asian mid. And for me, it was always a close contention between Abed, obviously, Armel, and then Yopaj recently emerged to me as a strong contender after Neon's run in Singapore. But Carl just like, you have to put so much ban priority on him to make sure that he doesn't get comfort. And then even if you're putting him not on his Doom, for example, which no one's really playing anymore, he's still very, very consistent. So Cuckoo doesn't need to worry about Carl at all. And then even for 23 Savage, I think he trusts his support duo enough. He's like, that lane is fine. I just need to worry about him.
The Doom is interesting.
Kata Nabil, astaga Kak Ijul.
It's not something that other teams have really been able to replicate to the same degree of success. I remember, like, after Animator, there was a lot of teams trying to pick it, and it was horrible, just feeding the lanes and never really
kenyataannya gitu kan.
You know, like Carl would. And
kalian tuh orang-orang gabut gitu kan. Masuk hijau juga sih.
I remember at the Animator distinctly, like these two players were the ones that at least popularized the Dragonlance, Daedalus, Satanic,
Lagi di jalan, Jul.
ranged hero
Ada klakson apa?
Lina, Shadow Fiend, for example. And And now that's the meta. So I kind of feel like, you're saying like,
Hilang nggak
Carl's
Ijuli klakson?
like the best mid in SEA.
Bukan di lakson itu apa sih? Ngegeser meja.
Kirain klakson ini.
Remember, Void Spirit was a big thing going into Animajor.
Rumah jauh dari jalan raya gimana ada yang mengelakson apa?
Well, Nothing to Say also has a Southeast Asia background as well. So it's probably that pub culture that kind of was instrumental.
It's the way to do it now. It's the way to do it.
Going into this, though, I remember I was looking up about T1's story, and Kips, who's someone I'm from the community, I'm very fortunate to have played some Dota with. Thank you, Kips. But she was saying that basically Carl had quite a limited hero pool going into this.
Hello, Jordan.
But
Hello.
actually, looking at the stats from the group stage, maybe Carl was just hiding something, because it actually seems like there's a lot more variety coming out that mid lane draft than perhaps we were expecting.
Yeah, and I think that's something we're seeing with Abed as well, another Southeast Asian technically mid, where each is just kind of like keeping things under wraps for right now. I think that of the depth to see, I think Cuckoo's probably going to dip into his own pool first before he starts having to whip out Carl surprises. Because even though Carl probably does have more depth, I do think that of his team, he probably has the least versatility. And that's not a bad thing, because if he's really good on what he's good at, then just keep giving it to him. But maybe LGD might push him to the limits.
I feel like that's fine for mid these days, though.
Ini
Like,
aja main sambil nonton.
in T1's favor, in Carl's favor, like, think about, like, you're never going to not want Alina on your team. Like, she wins every lane, she can rotate, she uses runes, she can farm stacks, like...
Well, if you were LGD, who do you want to target in bans? Are you just targeting meta heroes right now, or just the usual Elder Titan, Tidehunter, Tiny? Or are you going to try to target a player?
I think you target supports.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure T1 is very reliant on their supports plus Cuckoo. As far as Carl goes mid, he might have had like a smaller hero pool before, but I think it's more about the heroes that they want for their style to work.
Pokemon
being
gitu.
unable to play the,
Glenn jangan biar gak terlalu gabut.
He's very greedy.
Gak, mendingan main ini.
But he always looks to scale. Like, I don't know, he scales without taking the map.
Mendingan main game ini apa
I'll play pubs, when I play pubs with him, he'll be like first item Midas quad mid. I'm like, why does my mid have a Midas? And then he would just literally 1v5 the game. I'm like, okay, that's why he has a Midas.
Apa? Atau enggak mainin perasaan cewek gitu kan ya.
Win the game, or identifying that win condition for himself.
He fights with Midas.
He does fight with a Midas.
Gak tobat-tobat loh, dia gak hilaf loh. Astaga. Pasti ya.
Ya ampun. Mana ada tobat.
And my thought process was like, okay, maybe what they're doing is they're just getting 3 minuses so they know that they're going to outscale you.
Ya kali gitu kan mainin perasaan cewek.
Or they fight in a way where it's like, okay, let's say you're fighting, you're like standing on a high ground, or you're defending your tower. Obviously, that's an easier fight to take than you going to the enemy.
Haram, bukan suram.
The tower hitting you and so forth.
Ya suram dulu baru haram, Bang.
That are good for them while playing really greedy and then eventually outscale.
Kalau kamu mau coba ya silahkan.
Enggak lah.
Style where they're playing this long range poke. If you have Midases and you're just poking your enemies, they're feeling even more pressure to defend you.
Ya nggak apa-apa gitu kan, Glenn. Yuk bisa ya.
Enggak.
Gaining you gold and EXP while you're both just looking at each other. You just gain that mastery.
Contoh yang buruk nih, suram.
You know what? There are people who are watching their first TI.
Waduh, main di kasur, Jul.
Gimana ya?
Lagi ngapain coba? Oh iya, T1 yang goblok lu. T1 cuk masih belum mulai sih, ada tactical issue. Jadi headsetnya ada yang aneh gitu.
Numbers are changing all the time, but basically it literally turns a creep into gold. That's the idea.
More gold than it usually is.
Yes, but ironically people build it
Itu si Rutu bangun.
usually.
Ini baru bangun ya.
Also gives you a lot more experience.
Perfect. Love it. Okay, I want to
Dasar
talk
kalian
about
semua
23 Savage. This is a player who, you know, you hear the stories and you just go, yeah, I love this guy. Or you listen to the interviews and you go, yeah, I'm rooting for you so hard. And 23 Savage, he's been really impacted by COVID.
Gue lupa nonton. Gue lagi QRank ke Dota. Cancel goblok dulu.
He was meant to be playing with Vici as well, but never really got to play with them because of
Nonton
COVID.
dong.
And now we've used the word family
Indo
earlier, I'm
Pride.
going to use it again. He's found his family in T1, and people are talking about him as a superstar carry of the future, Ari. Ooh, and you know what? We're going to talk about him being a superstar after this first game, because right now we're ready to get into this match and the draft.
T1
versus PSG LGD. Game 1.
Welcome to the first draft of the first series of the day. An exciting one at that, T1 versus LGD. To analyze this draft, we have a draft panel. My name is Ava Plus, joining me is Fogged and Lacoste. And I'd like to ask you, Lacoste, first, because you were the SEA expert. Most people are not really believing in T1 beating LGD. Maybe taking a game, but not the series. What can they do to change their minds?
What can they do? That's a good question, because T1 has shown stability. They also shown during the first and second DPC season that they can play from behind. Expert showed that PSG LGD, they are the team that they don't lose the laning stage, so that means most of the time they will stay ahead, and T1 is really familiar to know how to come back into the game. Their support duo, Zephyr and Whitemon, throughout the season 1 and 2, mostly on the backs of Snapfire and Lion, were the ones, bringing them back into the game when it was necessary, using smokes multiple times. I remember one particular game when they used 3 smokes in a row just to, come back into the game.
I've had games even during group stages where they were doing that. They quickly became my 2 favorite support duo of this tournament, and that's even saying that compared to LGD. They actually have my 2 favorite 4 positions are playing in this series right here. I've got Shinkyu and I've got Zephyr. So both of them are super fun to watch, and let's go. We got the draft going already.
All right, so we start out with the Magnus Snapfire for LGD. And what do you think of this opening, Fogged?
Comfortable, strong, scaling, hits every timing, gives you Roche, gives you every possible potential you need, right? High magical damage in team fight, BKB piercing disable, an amp up, or 2 kind of amp ups for your carry, because these Snapfires are all going Solar Crest. You have Empower as well. Kind of gives you almost everything you want in a draft, just up these 2.
Yeah, it doesn't have too many weaknesses, because you have a strong laning stage, you have a BKB piercing ability that's necessary, and also a lot of damage just for the Roche taking or for the tower taking potential. Weaver picked up by T1. They exclusively played as a position 4, so I assume they're going to do the same thing, especially because the lockdown is a bit limited from PSG LGD. There's so far no silences, no instant stuns, unless Magnus, of course, gets a blink dagger, but that's going to take a while, and they open up with Lina as their second pick. Lina, one of the heroes from the mid lane that is not a magic damage-dealing hero anymore. She puts out a serious amount of physical damage because her talents really work well with that, and we see this new hybrid build, Boots of Travel, straight into BKB for sustain, keep using your mana to have 3 fiery soul stacks, and then go for a damage item, either like a Shadow Blade or a Crystallis, and she's also one of the better Silver Edge carriers.
Do you think that'll be enough to deter the Magnus away from mid? Because I know PSG LGD, they run it in both, right? Like Nothing to Say and Faith Beyond will play it. So maybe not right away that they'll just switch it, but maybe that Lina's one. Like, we're just going to put it out there so you have to move the Magnus away, kind of switch your hand a bit. And hey, ET makes it unpicked, unbanned for one of the first series I feel like I'm seeing so far, at least in the first 5-6 picks.
Could we still see it here?
Yeah.
We always want to see it.
No, I mean, we absolutely can see it too, because it fits PSG LGD perfectly. Like, they've got Snapfire for Q, they can run it as a 5 position. T1 can still pick it up as a 5 position. I think Lina is, we always talk about mixed damage.
Main soliter tuh gimana sih bang? Ngengi gitu tadi, nyusun kartu. Ada kelas dosen geblek, astaga pantas ngilang. Oke.
Doom has been amazing throughout both seasons, throughout the majors, because this guy just knows how to hit the timings perfectly. Sometimes, if he feels like it, Hand of Midas is necessary. If it's needed to get the straight hood into a BKB. I saw that a couple of times from him, so no surprise that PSG LGD decided to ban it out.
I feel like they also always set themselves up to have the best possible late game as well. They'll have this super dominant early game that they can win, but then you look at the draft, and as it scales and it goes on and on and on, you're like, LGD will eventually win this game. So I feel like when you ban these type of heroes, you're setting yourself up that we will have the stronger draft in the late game. And I see Spectre banned too, and that's even more so that they're going to have this crazy type of scaling. But I like the Treant ban, not just because of comfort, but also versus like Empower and versus like Little Strider that we've seen used so much. The armor is very useful. So that's really cool pickup. Really cool ban at least.
Dragonite will give them that tower damage, give them that Empower target, and also like instant initiation that I talked about. That they didn't have any against Weaver.
Oh my god.
Just feels like very limited damage output so far from T1 against the Dragonite. All these are strength heroes. They become super tanky early on. And one of the Cuckoo's Classic. Legion Commander picked up, so that means the spell mechanic, you're trying to find a way to amplify your carry, and it's exactly what Legion Commander does.
Yeah, it's a good way to save always versus the Magnus if you're in position. The CM, they go for it again. I saw them pick it a couple times. You know, they really liked it with the tree, but most of the time I picked the CM, it's because they were lacking some type of like a brute, you know, some type of like hard disable versus an Ember Spirit or somebody that just this elusive carry. This one's a little different, but they really like the hero.
Is there any use for the Arcane Aura here that you see?
Fantastic. Yeah,
Right.
Absolutely. All three are great. I mean,
I don't
CM
think I
Aura is
ever
always.
heard
I don't think
anyone
anybody's
say,
been like, man,
oh,
what a
no,
bad CM Aura.
Sure, but you pick it up with like a
you dare
bristleback and you go, oh wow, this is a combo, right? You usually lack mana. Is there anything here you're like, I can abuse this Arcane Aura?
Yeah, for Lina especially. In this game, she consumes so much mana. Lina is one of the heroes that I don't think she moves from a lane to lane unless she's full mana. She just prefers to stay, farm the small camp, push out the wave so that you can't gank her, and she's always sitting at like 10-15% of mana. So this time around, we might see Lina do a bit more. You know, she relies heavily on picking up the runes, so we're gonna see some movements. Weaver, one of the better heroes to control the runes for, because Weaver can get easily from the lane to the top rune possibly, and Bane, this hero has been amazing. Fogged. I mean, you and me talk a lot about the Bane, but yeah, go ahead.
We were just waiting, like group stages, I think me and you were like, where the hell is Bane? Like, what's going on? Why is no one picking it? Now we get to the main event, we get to, like, everybody's picking it. It's amazing. I think this hero was extremely undervalued in the group stages. I think even in Feeble, every single thing about this hero is insane now. BKB piercing disable, you could list off a million things. Nobody can fight toe-to-toe with you, and versus Legion Commander duel, wabam! You get that Nightmare off, you can completely counteract it unless you press the attack first and whatnot. Sure, there's some other things that can go on, but always a great save mechanic. I'm worried about team fight on T1, I gotta be honest a little bit in comparison.
So what could they do to mitigate it? Is there any carry that you think that would bring enough team fight here to cover this weakness, or should they just concentrate on their strengths and try to push hard that way?
I think they should concentrate on fast-paced kind of draft, just not really looking to play around these cooldowns, but I'm not sure what the 23 hero is at the moment yet for that.
They ban out Medusa, makes a lot of sense. His comfort hero, and also relatively strong laner. A couple of ways to buff him up, and it's not a good illusion type of a game, I would say. PL is out of this game. You're playing into Magnus, into Dragonite, too much splash, too much AoE damage, but I'm also worried. You said there is no team fight. There's a lot of single target abilities on T1, and they don't have that much burst damage. Lina provides you with some. She can play with the Legion Commander, but I'm a bit afraid this double, I'll call it a budget save with Cookie and the Nightmare could cause a lot of issues for T1.
I'm always worried when they don't have great reach to get into the back as well. When I see like a Bane and I don't see you having the greatest ways to actually stop the Fiend's grip, I'm always concerned. Like right now, who's gonna have to commit into the back line to stop that? Legion Commander has to either be in position to press the attack, save the person, or Lina has to commit herself to get that stun. Or like, it's just really difficult for them to actually get to this Bane that's gonna have position to get Fiend's grip in a lot of fights.
T1 is in a tough position where you are picking your carry without knowing the matchup, and also you're playing into two piercing and magic immune abilities. You have RP and Bane, so you're never gonna feel super safe playing into a fight.
Oh, banning out the Bloodseeker too. So what, is Weaver gonna be carry then?
Would that give them the fast pace that you were talking about, and you can pick up some team fight as well here, maybe with the 4th position?
I guess it could. I'm a little worried because they do have that DK hard stun. Bane's animations are so fast now versus a hero like Weaver. It can be really difficult to play around. But like if he gets an early Linken's, that could be something that can protect him. That's something I've seen a couple players do now. Sure, there's a lot of different instances that Bane can cancel it, but
they're not worried though. They saw that and they still ban out another carry. It's just Flark.
Yeah, that makes sense too. When the Bloodseeker's banned out, that's the other one that doesn't want to play versus Bloodseeker at all.
Is there anything that you can, like, can you pretend, because you don't have last pick, right? You can't really flex anything that could go for and carry much like the Weaver, right? So you kind of have to show your hand here. And it's going to be a Morphling, the 23 Savage Special. Some diverse damage here as well, right? That we've been talking about. Something to deal with the DK. A lot of single target now, but still lacking that team fight.
It's a good PL game now for PSG LGD. Any kind of mana burn, they really lack.
Jurumnya sulit susah banget karena RNG card draw-nya buruk banget, jadi bingung gimana atasnya. Ya begitu sih.
damage that what I assume is going to be, could potentially be either offlaner. It's going to be either DK or Magnus plus Snapfire. I've seen these Snapfires when you're laning versus Morphling. You go Scatter Blast 2 points early so you can try to get those like quick kills on him in the laning phase. Also, Morphling versus Breathe Fire. That's percent damage reduction versus high agi, and there's Enfeeble in the game. Enfeeble, I think something is also an ability that's extremely undervalued. I think versus a hero like Morphling, it could be pretty brutal.
Because of the cast point reduction, right?
Yes, cast point reduction and also attack damage reduction, health regen reduction too when you're trying to strength morph. You can't do it as good versus Bane too, and they're gonna get Ameon kind of.
So, closing thoughts here about the drafts. Fogged first. Strengths and weaknesses you can see about, let's say, PSG LGD.
I think
T1 for PSG LGD, they have a super well-rounded draft, scales into the late game absurdly hard. Also works really strong early game because they have various different types of push and ways to take objectives. I think they've hit everything on the head for the side of PSG LGD.
Give me some strengths for T1.
T1, they have Crystal Maiden Aura, so these support and Legion Commander, of course, Lina, will benefit quite a lot from that, so that will allow them to cast a bit more spells in the laning stage, play a bit more aggressively, but I gotta say I'm leaning towards PSG LGD. Whenever I see their lineup, I'm like, this lineup does not have any weaknesses. Yeah.
Well, we know where the draft panel is leaning towards, but we need to know what to look out for. And that is why on the sidelines we have BSJ waiting for us with his last word.
Thank you, Avo. As when I watch LGD draft, I see a team that treats the enemy draft as a disease. And they see the symptoms, and they have to address them at every stage. So when we see this draft, I like to explain why LGD picks the heroes they pick. Weaver is a hero that wraps around on the backline supports and murders them with his bugs. In the Snapfire support, one of the few supports with Little Shredder that can remove that bug instantly. Then you have these backline squishy ranged damage dealers with the DK Blink Stun in order to address them, and the high armor to deal with the minus armor. Then you pick the Bane with the Nightmare Save, which removes or bounces back and forth between the two heroes in the duel, effectively negating the initiation that T1 is representing. Now you have the Morphling, a durable core with the saves from the Legion as well as the Weaver, making it difficult to win short fights. So they go for a carry with long, sustained damage output throughout the course of an entire team fight. And will they be able to cure the disease, or will T1 finally plague them? Let's find out with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Thank you, Dr. BSJ. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. We have quite the matchup here, my good friend. Great to be with you as always. LGD versus T1. You're supposed to...
Oh, I'm finishing your sentences.
Sentences, that's right.
Yes.
T1, this is going to be quite the showdown. T1, of course, got off to a bit of a rough start in the group stage, but have bounced back looking a lot like they did back in the Animajor. And, of course, LGD virtually untouchable.
Yeah.
Do you think that this is going to be what everybody hopes it to be, which is a 3-game series?
I'll be honest with you, I think LGD are just such a strong favorite coming in. Like when you have a group stage we go 15-1.
Kok ada voice line itu, Rupa?
Ada itu punya Agi. Itu voice line Agi.
Tarikin Kevin dong dari atas.
Let's do some math.
Biar gak sepi banget. Lagi stream Glenn.
Iya.
Ngapain?
Gak
ngapain, biar ada teman ngobrol.
Oh. With a clear are the clear favorites here.
Efek min 1.
A team like T1
nonton Dota.
this ability, especially later on in tournaments. We talked about this during the group stage when we were casting them. They're a little bit slow starters sometimes.
Udah gua
And
ngerusuh
they
aja
ramp
di
up a
sini.
lot to get that momentum, and we've seen them get some really good placements at major international tournaments this year. I could definitely see them take a game or even the series, but you need to play at 100% today to beat this team. LGD just have been looking incredible. The one game they dropped was against Team Secret. Look how they played yesterday against OG. That was no joke. Absolutely rolled them, especially in game number 2. So it's very, very telling. As far as the strategies go, can't say too much here. It's way too surprising. I think the teams are largely sticking to their identities, especially LGD. Getting solid team fight, a clear late game position, and the ability to fight and sustain their lanes. It's kind of if you want to break down Dota in a simple way, there's like 3 things you want your compositions to have right. It's laning prowess, it's some sort of catch and way to start fights, and some sort of way of ending the game, and then okay, maybe let's say 4. You also want to be able to take Roche, right?
Apa itu Gibi ya, Gibi yang baru, Gibi Pathfinder sama
the ability to take Roche, but you still have at least
berdua
this
dong.
little shredder plus Terrorblade with Empower, so you can get it done.
Yep, that's very true. Keep in mind, if you are watching on Twitch, I was told by my good friend Buka that cheering is now enabled. So
No
you just
weapon.
hover your mouse and you hold the button for as long as you want, and a
Crack attack,
cheer
Gibi.
explodes afterwards, Cinderin. Very good stuff. Expecting
Astaga,
that
belakang lu,
top
Nar.
area to be lit up the entire game as a result.
Keluar.
There's one thing I know about Twitch chat, it is that if there's anything you can
Keluar.
click, they will click, and
That's
again,
true.
and then again, and then again.
The analytics don't lie. A lot of people are clicking. We had to like triple the servers to be able to withstand the clicking. But nothing to say. We'll be mid on the
datang-datang
Davian,
pakai
aka
Arena.
Dragon Knight, versus Carl's Lina. This is kind of a, I'm gonna say, a bit of an old school match. We don't see Dragon Knight as often mid anymore.
Panas.
What are your thoughts on this going forward for the laning stage?
It seemed like a specific response pick, right? I would think this is a lane that Lina does well in, especially after the nerfs to Dragon Blood. I think Dragon Knight fared better if you go back. What's that now? That nerf is like 2 months ago or whatever. But specifically because LGD picked it into the Lina like this, I would imagine they do feel like this is one of the better matchups. Obviously, Lina kind of doesn't lose to anyone mid.
Yeah.
So it's about, okay, what hero can we get that fits our game plan that also doesn't suffer too hard? And I think Dragon Knight is one of the heroes that does better, but would still expect just theoretically Carl to come out on top in this lane. But, we'll see
definitely has a better ability to flash farm and whatnot, but the issue with that is if you go to the jungle, then Dragon Knight could do a considerable amount of
Pressure
damage
tower,
to the
yeah.
tower. But we've been seeing a lot of that into the off lane or the safe lane, like basically not mid. The DK will just transition to another lane as well. So we'll see what they choose to do this time for PSG LGD. Gotten to cast a few games of T1, but mostly our cast of T1.
Satu squad dia.
Bottom, Zephyr could actually be in trouble
Langsung
here.
gua tabrakin ke balon biar
Right
cepet.
clicks with that Metamorphosis, he gets off his swarm,
Penny, oh.
press the attack, does give him a little bit extra HP, and will live as a result. But
Nggak ada
T1, good to
senjata,
see
guys.
them kind of bouncing back after that first day of group stage, because a lot of high hopes for them, especially in the SCA region. They played out of their minds at the
Nggak ada
end,
mereka.
but it felt like after that, they were kind
Ada
of
harusnya.
hit or a miss. They
Sini
weren't
kali.
as consistent as we were hoping. Of course, part of that could be the fact that they qualified for
Iya,
the
iya.
and whatnot, but good to see that they
Yang
bounced back.
dua
But
itu.
again, they are against the juggernaut of this, and not just their group,
Depan gua.
but the entire TI right now in PSG LGD.
Yeah. I'm trying to think back the last couple of years of TI where it has felt like there's
Ya,
been
dia
that
facing.
clear of a
Dia
favorite
loh itu
after
Nar
the
berarti.
groups. I'm not sure if that was the
Well,
case.
LGD was 1 year, but they didn't win.
Yeah.
Got third place, I believe.
Nasak momen.
Lah, bamboozle.
Whitemon in quite a bit of trouble. I think he's resigned to his own death here, but Jin Q might get right clicked down by 337.
Aja dulu oke ini.
Oh,
lagi kan.
nice.
Mun pakai CM.
Iya.
So 1 for 1, but first blood is the way of T1.
Medan ya, oke dude.
He's gonna grab the boots and maybe a little bit
si
extra
ini dong.
region.
Crack,
going back
10,
into lane
low.
to help out 23 Savage. So yeah, a nice little head start for them up in the top lane. I think overall, still though, Magnus is thriving. This is a very good lane
Crack.
matchup for Magnus. At least in the beginning, Magnus just has overwhelming damage. Even when Morph is pretty far into the agility, he just hits so hard. with the
TP
Blade plus
lagi.
a power bonus. Oh, they might kill Savage here almost. GQ.
Quite
Now
low,
he's
but
gonna
they're
get
gonna turn this
punished
around
though.
into Jin Q. Waveform, couple more right clicks, down he goes
Oh
again.
my god.
Uncharacteristic. I could see what he was going for there. Thought he had the burst, but then the punish is just so easy for T1 there.
Astaga
That's very, very
TP-nya.
good news for them in that top lane. The kill going to 23 Savage as well will almost equalize him with the Magnus now.
And nothing to say in the mid lane is 20-7 in terms of CS, and the other side
You can rest me.
17-2 for Carl. So
Yeah.
nothing to say, doing really well.
I mean, I
Di
could be
Falknya.
wrong about the matchup. I don't
Well,
know if
nothing
this
to
is
say
the...
is
Habis
a
peluru.
god as well, right?
I think Carl's laning on Lina in general has been really good though, so...
Tinggal satu harusnya.
I haven't watched
Bloodhound.
Lina super closely this game, but just in general across the games he has played Lina, he generally does what he's
nggak
supposed
kena.
to do.
Nice.
So perhaps LGD have found a hero here in this patch that can win
Ya,
against
dia
Lina.
bom-bom.
Yeah, there's going to be a considerable amount of damage from nothing to say. There's no real rotations coming in, so I don't think a kill is able to happen as Carl.
Oh, missing that LSA could have almost killed him. He needed one more hit and then Soul Ring into Breathe Fire. There is a Fairy Fire on Carl. but yeah, nothing to say is honestly kind of bullying the Lina. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Not something you see every day.
Maybe my read on the matchup is just wrong.
Jin Q trying to backstab here, but Carl on his way to the triangle here to pick up that bound. Okay, yeah, Y makes a nice transition.
He's gonna kill him here.
Got the Nightmare with the right clicks. It looks like Zephyr. Oh, he does have one more Shikuchi.
Y misclicked
Gonna find
there.
his way close to Jin Q. Just does not see him thanks to the fog, so he gets off the health salve, but
I think Y did attack ground and hit the Weaver bug once instead of the Weaver there.
Yeah.
Needed that one extra attack, so that failed. That failed attack will send Weaver back to base instead of the Grave. It's still good, obviously, and this mid pressure is mounting very quickly.
Yeah, just the forced out just allows the Dragon Form to apply all that pressure that we kind of talked about to that tower. So already at half HP, and Carl, I mean, he's losing mid, but not by an astronomical amount by any means. But the fact that it's even that point is crazy, considering it's a DK versus.
Here, 10 CS behind.
He's gonna connect. Cuckoo, he's done. So PSG LGD evens it up in terms of the kills, but you can see there's still a 1K net worth lead for them.
I mean, you say you're not losing by an astronomical amount, but you're a lane dominator and you're 500 gold behind minute 6. This feels like a big loss to me.
Is that astronomical though?
I don't know. The universe is very big.
Yes.
So
you're
probably right. It's just a.
I just want to mention that Twitch chat is starting to fail a bit. The top is not glowing as much as I would like. Could you please correct that? Thank you. Really appreciate that. We can see the top net worth right now is Ame on this terribly. How is this game looking for him in terms of like a theory crafting, just as a TB game overall?
I would say it's pretty damn good. The one hero you picked into that. Oh, hang on.
Lompat.
Mid lane.
Dragon Form. Y in the vicinity. Swarm comes out as well, but a nice LSA. Carl has his ult and nothing to say. The drop as a result. And Y taking some right clicks as well.
Nice.
So double kill for Carl. Nice rotations from team.
Mau diambil triple kill-nya.
Jin Q gonna get
What the
dapat dong triple kill.
Iya.
Oh my god.
Talk about a bounce back
Dalam.
T1.
Really good rotation, bringing in both supports from two separate sides and just connecting all of the spells there, getting the vision down as well.
Boiling dulu.
Masih kalah nih.
Call back into the game in a big way. He's actually
Another squad dari kiri.
Can you believe it took a triple kill to get 50 net worth ahead, but
not bad.
At least you got there. As far as the Terrible goes, I think it's a very good game for TB. The primary concern you have here is probably the Morphling E-Blade, which has been traditionally a counter pick actually to Terrorblade.
Yeah.
But they do choose to pick it inside because of what I think, largely I think because of what PSG
Low.
is a very good initiation.
Low mati tuh putih.
Nothing to say is in his Dragon Form as well.
Oh, nice speed. Udah mati dong.
There's the duel. Carl doesn't have that much mana to expend, but the LSA should be enough. Is nothing to say. Takes another death in this game. Again,
Another squad lagi.
T1, despite them being the ones getting initiated on.
I thought they had the Dragon Tail ready on Dragon. That's why I called the CM dead on the spot there, but it was still on cooldown from a little bit of harassment he had done earlier. Obviously, level 1 Dragon Tail, 16 seconds cooldown. And T1, they get another good move, really putting a lot of emphasis on this mid lane, and it's paying off. They're still not ahead on gold.
Di sini nih, Pin.
They're
Di itu tuh rampart.
They're like stopping the bleeding in the lane that was suffering the most, and I think if you want to win this game, you need Lina to be strong. Because I don't think Morphling is going to cut it alone against Terrorblade when you're playing against 2 BKB piercing disables.
Yeah.
That has got to be a concern for 23 Savage. You need to play around Fiend Script as well as RP. You could take off one of them, press the attack theoretically. Alright, don't get ahead of yourselves, cheers. It was just a little bit of harass on the mid. It's fine. I was like, oh, what's happening top? Oh, it's Little Shredder.
Good effort. That was a good effort.
Saga.
We have plenty of room for those for sure. So, as you can see, Ame's still at top of the net worths right now. Carl working on the Boots of Travel.
Itu Valkyrie-nya yang tadi yang di depan pintu kena Sirgu, kena cancel hidungnya.
Oh my god.
Sama-sama loncat dia tuh.
Ini faknya controller, lu cuma diem gitu.
Di RP. RP? Oh enggak di RP dong.
Oh, Laguna gak tuh nggak mati.
Very big one there on
Dari atas ya?
Not sure how many charges he had, but
karena stun duluan si ini lagi
we
si
need a replay in SFM of that double cookie exchange.
How one of them gets stunned but not the other?
I don't know why. He's going to be spotted here, but we'll get the Nightmare off with a couple more right clicks. He doesn't really have anybody that near him, but it is just a support Weaver, of course.
Avoids the swarm. He has Dust. And if Zephyr is feeling cute here and trying to take the bounty run, he could find himself dead, but... Oh, Zinkyu.
Zephyr just being a very annoying presence, is nothing to say. Almost has his tower dead to rights.
Ready nggak?
Will they get the deny? Likely yes. And that's going to go to
deny.
Yeah, if I were a betting man, I would have lost a lot of money on that.
Non 1.
Yeah, I don't think Crystal Maiden.
Non 2. Mati semua.
Mampus.
So Faith Beyond is going to be playing, as you can see, the Magnus here. Magnus TB combo. What are your thoughts on that going forward?
Terrorblade has pretty high base damage in Metamorphosis,
Cuma
so
berdua.
he makes for a pretty good empower target. You might not think about it conceptually as a melee hero, which, you know, a lot of the time Terrorblade is in melee form farming.
Itu ada suara ini.
Doesn't really need empower as much as other carries do, since he has illusion farm. He just blood pushes waves while farming jungle with his main, for example, but it still adds up. It gives you that little extra efficiency, and especially in Metamorphosis, the damage increase can make a very big difference.
You know, I was theory crafting that plus the shard for Terrorblade would be really good, but we haven't seen that yet, sadly. That's
some Terrorblades have got
ini depan gua kiri.
I think I've seen it a couple of games in the tournament, but I don't think they've bought it.
Basically,
Lu lurus
you
aja di
stay in
situ.
your melee form for a lot longer and not really lose out on much. There's nothing to say in the triangle now. He is going for the blink dagger first. So
Crack atas kiri lu, atas kiri.
him as like these mobility type heroes, burst damage.
Low
DK
banget itu.
is obviously not quite that, but he's more the initiator.
Yang dalam crack.
And building destroyer, as it were. So yeah, that fares to them here. So, I mean, so far, obviously,
Satu lagi itu low tadi,
very good
Bang
start
Alornya.
to this 2K net worth lead.
Mati.
Super efficient. You're 3 kills behind, you got the triple kill mid for Lina, but fact of the matter is they still end up losing their mid tower around minute 10.
Yeah.
And both Terrorblade and Magnus are having more or less a free game, especially Ame is completely untouched with all of the emphasis they had to put on nothing to say in mid. Ame has 10 CS per minute right now.
Well, I think one of the reasons LGD is so good is because of their general flexibility.
Crack.
Like, nothing to say. I just talked about how different of a role that
Crack
is,
itu, minus
technically
50
speaking.
HP.
Down.
And, oh, we're going to see the stop it.
Duh.
Beams grip, Cuckoo, very unlucky. And that's going to be a kill going the way of Ame again.
3v1.
Yeah. That Centaur has some other agendas on the mind, no doubt.
Yep.
But we might see some action in this top lane. Nothing to say. I mean, Dragon Knight's not really one of those heroes that's going to take up that much space farming, so that leaves Faith Beyond to get really big. There's the stun into the RP. Do they have damage? They got the Morphling. Yes.
Transfer di mana ya?
Main ceret buat Mon. Dimuntahin.
Iyalah anjir. Diludahin dia maju. Gimana nggak main ceret?
Do they have the vision? Yep. The time lapse in place just for the HP, but double kill goes the way of Jin Q. And a tier 1 tower to fall as well. But
Talk about getting value out of a rune. He got 3 kills set up with that.
Paling di ini, Garden.
Dua dagger langsung jadi barengan.
Big Morphling on the enemy side. So huge here from PSG LGD.
What?
And T1
Ini apa
do
nih?
get the tier 1 mid, so they get
Faster.
some sort of a trade at least.
Oh, Carl?
Faster.
Buddy.
Yang kuning.
Is it
Kuncinya di
on the
Lina
way,
sih
I think,
anjir.
for Dragon Knight, but will be a little bit too late. So Carl gets out of there. Very dangerous
Mana
position to
nih?
find himself in. Going for the standard
Kalau
Lina build
Linanya
here.
ngaco,
Nah, itu.
Morphling-nya nggak akan jadi anjir.
Like I talked about before, the concerns from Morph, they're kind of shared here with Lina, right?
Udah mau BKB.
Rank 1.
Against some of this control of the Radiant side.
Si lama anjir masih 1000
Merah
lah.
1.
1000 itu cuman 3-4 camp bro kayaknya bro. Iya sih.
Kanan lupin hampir.
Crack itu.
Enggak.
Sini gua majen.
Maju
Kan
aja.
3 menit 5 menit palingan. Jadi itu.
Satu camp tuh 150-an tuh.
Iya.
Ntar gue healing dulu.
Awas crack Nor.
Kalau dapat 2 wave, 3 wave lumayan tuh. Satu wave kan iya. Satu wave kan bisa 200-an.
Low banget ini lifeline-nya.
Ini harusnya
Well, that you could look at it as a positive.
di sini.
gila. Nekat banget anjir.
Di atas. Ntar gua save first.
Technically true.
Udah dagger nih CLC-nya.
LGD-nya udah jalan ini, mesti Tiwana mesti jalan juga pokoknya mau apa?
Ame working on.
Jadi
Looks like
dagger
the Falcon Blade
harusnya muter.
Yasha, so Scotty looks to be next.
Masih di atas ini.
Is there any
Lu denger
reason
napas
to-
ya deh.
Is he skipping the Manta for now and just get it later? Actually, he probably has. Maybe he is finishing Manta now.
Udah mulai jalan.
I think he's just gonna skip it. I think he gets Yashash
Racket
value as the value item here for farming speed.
Siapa yang di bawah?
You can
Mati Weaver ini.
I don't think Manta
Enggak dong, dilepas.
Yeah, exactly. So
Apaan?
there's frostbite, but
Oh, mereka.
Oh, dia nyari yang
Ketahuan,
lebih,
Cuk.
yang lebih ini anjir.
Bigger bounty. Yang
Kecil damage.
So at the very least for T1, that's a
Anjing sama
silver lining.
dapat support 5 juga ujung-ujungnya.
baru sadar thumbnailnya bambu.
Iya, hampir.
Kan nggak tahu orang mantap.
Hampir 20 bom. Damage-nya beda berapa tuh?
Tunggu diguli.
Beda 42.
Orang nggak tahu itu, nggak semuanya tahu itu. Tunggu apa tuh? Kecuali tunggu katulistiwa ya.
Something that's been in the game since this entire change with getting gold for dewarding, it is the player placing the sentry that gets the gold here. And
that's true.
That obviously means if you're in a commanding position and you make a team move, you can funnel extra gold into your cores by letting them deward instead of having supports do it. So, depending on the circumstance, I think having sentries on, in theory, every hero in the backpack could actually kind of cool, right? Because then whoever needs the gold.
Apa ini LGD lawan T1
Oh,
bro?
T1. Makanya gue nonton.
Apa Indo Pride?
Aduh.
Saya anjir bukan Indo. Indo cuma 2 orang doang.
Indo 2 orang doang.
Sisanya Pinoy sama
apa Malay ya atau Philip?
Iya, Filipina kan Singapura.
Pinoy ya. Iya. Thailand kali ya. Kamu tap anakon.
Sepek tuh orang mana sih anjir? Lupa.
Tahu Filipina kali ya, bukan Pinoy.
Tak lengkap.
It's a very detailed play, so to say, but when you're on LGD's level and you min-max basically everything, you could see why they would do something like that. I do think it was his own sentry, right? It does display that nothing's taken the gold at least, so I think he bought it.
Iya, Pinoy.
4K network lead now for LGD, and you had to think that's just going to increase thanks to this Empower being placed constantly on Ame with that TB, allowing him to just take Ancients without having a meta. Carl, at the very least, we'll get this tier 2 bot. So it does have
Udah gitu tuh gue bambu runcing, lightingnya bagus. Aslinya nggak bagus. Aslinya nggak serang itu sih, itu kayak dia edit dikit gitu.
second tier 1 tower center. Let's get a cheer for Cinderin for correct.
Sepek tuh Thailand anjir.
Thailand ya.
Let's get cheers in the chat. Appreciate
Kuku
that.
sama Kal tuh Pinoy. Sisanya Indo.
Sorry, Cup.
Yep, Ricky is very proud of you. All right, Scotty online. Is this the go time? Because ever since they picked up these blink there, they haven't really done that much. They had that one
Skadi kata anjir.
that just resulted in one.
15 menit Skadi.
Udah jadi.
Bangsat, cepet banget.
Man, that's actually a lot of fun. Not gonna lie. Now we have okay, but just like I said, so Scotty.
Semoga ketahuan dong di warp ini. Pada mundur semua anjir.
Probably would prefer to get a pick off beforehand.
Yeah, and they might just find Zed.
Aduh, Saper. Untuk kabur kambing.
Why?
Why not?
Wardnya rapi anjir wardnya.
At least not yet. Kuko, in the meantime, has his armlet. We've been seeing that pretty much every game on Legion Commanders.
Udah ini juga
So they
si
have
ini
some
siapa?
counter initiation possibilities.
Udah Iblet.
But with the looming RP potential, that is the scariest thing for T1.
2000 ya darah. Habis ya.
For sure. I do think that was a really nice play there from Zephyr, though. He was hiding behind the tree line and had the ward in front. So as soon as that smoke breaks, he can immediately just Shikuchi away, and they have a very hard time finding the opening on him.
Pukul bayangan aja main ceret si Saper.
Iya anjir bayangan udah Skadi tuh.
Thinking about this, they will.
Aduh. Ya. La ilah.
Oh
my
god.
Overwhelming odds comes out, Carl. Continuing to chase. Don't think they want to go high ground. A little bit too sketchy. Only a 25-second death timer. So not enough time to really go for
Oh, counter smoke. Let's go. Gaskeun. Dapat duel di mic.
Banyak itu tadi dari sih.
Oh lah, oke, berarti editingnya yang bagus ya. Editingnya yang bagus.
Kukunya lompat duluan anjir, dia lompat kuku lompat. Udah barengan gitu anjir.
Very quick reaction from both players really. He blinked up and
RP masih di RP juga enggak dapat apa-apa tadi.
blinked out. Like, this is some really fast reaction. So you see the courier here finding that observable. So you know that's the case.
Di cancel ya RV-nya ya, Ru?
Iya tuh.
Masih ada nih sini
Kuku
di
juga
kanan.
lompat kan. Dia nggak dapat apa-apa kalau itu. Barengan anjir. Responnya kenceng banget.
Alright, only 1k lead now for PSG LGD. That was the biggest gold swing that
Gua
T1
jumpin.
have had go their way.
Internetnya bagus tuh Kuku anjir.
Goblok samanya, Cuk. Satu ini tolol. Ya kali satu bisnis, satu My Republic.
Visinya bagus nih.
Visinya sama dong.
Anjing. Aduh. Masih dual damage atau anjir.
Tebel banget yang di duelnya, Cuk. Deka tuh, Bang.
Dia pengen itu apa Ethereal terus di Laguna anjir biar tambah sakit. Cuman kelamaan.
Nggak siap.
Cepetan pokoknya.
Cuman
dari akan
Puppy's record of time spent dead at TI here, Whitemon.
Wow. Well, his is more out of quantity than anything, though, right?
That's true. He's got a lot of
Di
ways
ini
to
nih.
go.
I mean, I'm sure you can compete with that despite only playing in a couple TIs,
That's a good joke, Sunsfan
Thank
TV.
you. Right, appreciate that, Caesar. Let's get a cheer for that
Tapi
joke.
kalau
It's really
apa ini jadi server X
nih
background
baterai.
mencret sih udah fix mencret.
TP's back to base. Not sure why I mentioned that, but he has the Shadow Blade. Arcane Rune is bottled, so that's
Itu Bruno-nya ASEAN
But
kan
like you said,
dipinjam.
despite that fight, still only a 1K network lead for LGD right now.
I just realized, who was it that had the most time dead? Puppy was third on that thingy. On the the words fail me today.
Eloquent as always.
Yeah.
65%. Is
Who
this
was first?
Is this surprising you?
Shannon, tell me. Who has the most time spent dead? It was not Puppy.
I don't know.
Was it
Craig.
I don't even know what you're talking
Putih doang
about.
itu yang paling belakang ini.
This is the TI main stage, Cinderin.
Oh,
it
iya,
was a
udah
nice
stop gue.
graphic.
God's sake.
Minta gue.
Graphic was the word. It came to me in a dire moment of need here. What I think about the win expectancy being
Beuh.
oh,
You're gonna have to hold that thought. We got a duel
Mati.
coming in.
all right.
And Cuckoo gets some more damage. Oh. Okay, that's a random centaur from the Helm of the Dominator from Mr.
All right,
Magnus.
they're gonna go for this. They know there's no RP.
Yeah, it's
And-
another 10 seconds though, so it's cutting it a bit close.
Oh,
we
no.
got
Ya,
Lord Toss,
mati.
Whitemon dead again.
Diculik nih.
Just
Beuh.
racking up these deaths, but Cuckoo and company
Udah mau
is
mati
not gonna
dong.
be enough
Dia
to
perang
take out
loh tadi.
Fabian. He's
Laguna
gonna
ready kan?
Mana yang dia
Oh
perang?
dia nggak ini kok, nggak follow up.
Oh, dia mau perang.
Iya, nggak follow up ya.
Saya
dibentahin nggak? Mati sih LC-nya kayaknya. Enggak dong.
Oh itu Bloodhound.
Will be able to walk away safely though.
Nungguin
Looking
KM
like a
dulu. Lama dia
potential
perang
PSG
4
LGD
5.
Roche. 5 seconds on
And they're
Metamorphosis.
smoking.
They have RP. And they do have a really good ward here.
Depan lurit langsung.
Yep.
Beuh.
It's Dragon Tail, but there's the rest of the attack save.
Mati lagi si bandnya dua.
Does have buyback though. There's the skewer back into the Laguna.
Ah mati itunya. Dual damage.
Either way,
Oh my god.
able to get off his
Warnya mencar-mencar cu.
Nggak ada RP.
Gue nembak
Ah mati LC-nya. Linanya.
Gue nembak
Oh iya dong.
Lul.
of no Lina.
1 detik
That
tadi itu.
shard snap
nggak
is
kena damage ya
so
Marvin
good. We already had a
Free
highlight
Roshan sini
earlier
harusnya.
today, pre-match when you saw Jinkyu, I believe
Dapat
it was
sini.
qualifier.
Sini buyback tapi.
I'm not one of
Iya
those.
LC-nya buyback sih.
Another
Ini nggak ada Lina,
high
Bang.
play,
Ada
stun
Morphling
into
tapi.
stun,
Ada
into
Morphling.
stun, into death.
Yeah.
Mau.
Ih mati cu. Ini ya Weaver-nya.
Mati lagi Forgrid.
Not this time around. Just too
Mobil,
much damage to work with.
Parah
on
sakit
LGD
banget
side.
sumpah si ini anjir.
Beuh, dikasih bayangannya mencret loh mereka.
Oh gue nyari baterai.
Free ini, free aja.
Dan yang di free anjir sudah guys.
Working his way now toward a
Ayo, apa
BKB.
itu, Luteng?
Just wants that safety against primarily the E-Blade, you would imagine, but also against the Lina Light
Temen
Striker
kita
Raid
jadi
is
tinggal
a
ASEAN.
real feels good item. Also helps a little bit against Crystal Maiden, who, you know, CM has this
Nah,
reputation
udah jelek ya. Udah nggak seru
just
lagi.
falling off, right?
Mm-mm.
I thought you were gonna say dying a lot.
Yeah,
Aduh.
She has a lot of
Udah
Itu satu
lebih
lagi.
realistik.
The thing is,
Tapi
over,
nggak ada
over the
abus,
last
gini dong.
many years, like if you haven't watched
Iya.
too much,
Iya.
Selena has reached a point where she can actually
Udah
scale
nggak
pretty well
realistik.
and have really high
Apa udah
impacts in
realistik?
the later, mid to later portions of the game, primarily because there's just more
Di mana
gold
tuh
in the
finisher?
game. And Crystal
Hah?
Maiden benefits so
Di mana
much
itu yang perang?
from getting
Ada
items
finisher?
like Dagger and BKB. It sounds like a lot, but it happens more frequently than you'd think. In
Yeah.
this game, though, Whitemon is at the bottom of the food chain.
Yes. This is looking like a patch from like 2 years ago. Maybe.
Yeah, he is very, very poor, and it just means you're food. Like, he dies to literally 3 attacks from Terrorblade. If he gets caught by anything, he's just gone. So Whitemon, there's a lot of pressure on him to stay very, very far back, get in a good position, and more than likely just accepting that Freezing Field is going to be exceptionally difficult to use here.
Yeah. Well, you do have press the attack shard, Cinderin.
That's true.
To give you a brief moment of magic immunity.
1.75 seconds of ulti there.
Very good.
He could actually still
like you said,
to Terrorblade.
Either way, they have 2 BKB piercing stuns.
If you get one of those on the Maiden, you're probably happy though.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, we have initiation from nothing to
Kaget pasti.
Mati sini cu.
Kaget lah. Siapa lagi tembakin Sheila.
LGD again.
Sheila serem.
Holding that Aegis for another 3 minutes. We'll see what they can do with this dragon form.
Yang bikin serem itu kurangnya cepat fire rate-nya kan.
Mereka lompat 2 orang gila.
Queuing up his
Aduh pencet. What the fuck?
double BKB on Terrorblade.
Kalau kelihatan jelas si Magnusnya lompat, kalau nggak jelas LC-nya yang lompat anjir bisa di backup.
Itu.
Ada yang terbang ditembakin dari step. 2 squad berarti itu. Tahu statnya yang mana.
There's none of that like strong right click, just like a butterfly or a Daedalus. Nothing of that kind. LGD just gonna go for it. Go high ground. 25 minutes, you have Aegis, you have all your cooldowns.
Yeah, why not? Online. There's the metamorphosis. The tower is going to fall very, very quickly.
Your base is burning. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
No fortification available either.
They're actually just giving this lane up because Cuckoo's dead. They can't defend.
Yeah. Can't blame them. Still 2 minutes on that Aegis. So like you said, it will be a completely free set of racks for LGD, who now sport an 8K network.
It's so clean, right? They see that
Oh,
they
ini
have enough
TTS
time for this. They grab exactly what they can, get out, and lose nothing.
Yeah.
That was even with Dragon Form expiring about 2 seconds into the push, but they're just so
Lah,
he gets the nightmare off. That's the Aether Lens.
Mati itu harusnya.
Look at that ridiculous range. Of course, has Fiend's Grip if they really need it, but it doesn't look like it'll come to be. Oh, press the attack.
Ya,
Expend RP. This is a really
di RP gak tuh?
Squad.
Finally taken out. Does take quite a bit, but nice catch there by Y.
Yeah, that was a little bit of miscommunication on LGD's part. They end up using both RP as well as grip through that skewer. But I don't know if T1 realized, so perhaps they're still going to be scared of the grip. I think Y canceled it very, very quickly. Yeah, that's a big pick on Carl and LGD, just straight down mid.
Yeah, still a minute to burn.
They want to force the buyback, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, can't blame them.
All right, they get it.
Yeah, DK looks fine for now, but there's the duel.
Ah, di duel.
Carl pops the BKB.
BKB tapi dia.
Laguna Blade blows up the Bane in the meantime. Eventually, Cuckoo does fall. It's a 2 for 2 with a buyback now onto Carl. And with that PSG LGD.
Buset, Zephyr jauh banget.
They find the horn toss onto Zephyr and gets the time off the full HP again.
Nggak ada ulti ke Zephyr?
Ada.
Which is another turning point potential for T1.
Nggak apa-apa sih, bagus ya permainan anjir, oh my god.
Oh, udah ganti store-nya.
Yep, they do.
Hah?
It's
Store apaan?
expensive to buy back your Lina though. And just
Store.
as you saw in that exact situation, if
Main
Bane
support
won
itu
the
bagus
game,
aja.
I think they win the game.
Caustic sama
Just
ini.
grip the Lina.
Apa sih Sentinel?
But Carl could go
Caustic
there
yang
straight in,
sense.
kill off Y, and at least build up a little bit of momentum in the fight for them.
Lupa dah.
Kasian gue sama Kuku anjir, dia yang masih badan terus.
2 minggu lagi, berarti tinggal flash point sama Bloodhound putih.
Like you said, the Weaver Axe is a big item this game against both RP as well as the Fiend Script.
Aegis expired.
Heroes alive. I believe the Fiend Script should still be channeling. If you do get time lapse, it sticks on you basically, but the repositioning can be easily enough to save you, especially against Terrorblade.
Agak
Oh, Zephyr, hello.
Showing here.
Ya mati tapi.
Into the cookie. Goodbye. You talked about the power of Jin-Q Shard, and when you combine that with a Blink Dagger, it is very hard to avoid, even as a Weaver.
He was not expecting to find enemies there, but
Jadi kalau jadi Aghanim nggak akan maju ke depan kayak tadi tuh.
They were ready.
Bener-bener jauh di belakang dia, cuman nge-ulti temennya doang.
Between 23 Savage and Ame.
Yep.
That is pretty gigantic. And it's just growing from here. So
Yang tadi bukan.
Bukan.
Now obviously finished the mantle into the BKB and has a sight set towards
Dua squad deh.
Chrysalis. And then for 23 Savage on the other side. You talked about the Lincolns. I mean, would you change this build in any way?
Di atas
Siapa ini di atas?
Atas almost necessary, but at the same time, I mean,
Asaga nge-freeze dong.
nature to it, but
yeah, it's
you're still
rough,
lacking
right?
some damage, right?
Yeah, you are. Maybe he wants to bypass BKB entirely in his build and just trust Cuckoo to press the attack the biggest.
Iya, balik lagi.
But he still needs the Lincolns against the Bane.
Ada orang sana.
I think his item build is fine. It's just you, like you said, you need more, and the problem is LGD have been ahead the whole game, just pushing in your waves better.
Yeah.
So Terrorblade will be that one major item ahead. And as far as Ame goes, he doesn't have a defensive item similar to Lincoln's. He has the BKB, which is super high impact for the type of team fights that LGD's lineup plays. It's very high burst. You get an RP, you get a grip, you get a Dragon Tail, and you just commit and go. The only thing you've had to worry about the whole game until now was that press the attack. But now there's a second quote unquote press the attack from Zephyr. And this is a smoke timing for T1. They're gonna go for it.
Yeah, and this is gonna be the
Oh,
action,
astaga.
so we'll see if PSG LGD play around.
Tak kenapa jadi banyak banget yang main Caustic
Huge
kan?
impact. As apparently only one buyback in the game right now, for nothing to say.
Mati Lupin.
Anjing lu.
Very strong high ground position. Jinkyu.
Oh, yeah, he spotted
tapi Caustic.
What? Okay.
All right. Yeah, they thought that somebody was high ground, but they didn't know he was invisible as well. As Ame is going to show bot lane. And it looks like this tier 2 will fall as a result.
Just masterfully done from LGD, right? They avoid the smoke play,
No,
they get the
that's
stronger
No.
position, and they get a tower. So effectively, T1 smoke to lose there. Usually, the worst case scenario when you smoke, if you don't find a fight, is that the enemy team
buat turun
hides, but you
dipukulin
gain
lagi.
some ground. You didn't even gain ground, you actually lost it.
Gila, core-nya udah tebel-tebel tuh, Pak.
Gitu-gitunya keras semua.
Iya, keras, cu.
LGD goes.
Yang bisa bunuh DK-nya cuma
It's
Lina.
not an insurmountable lead
Dipukulin Lina pakai di
for
break
T1 to try to come back
sama
from.
di skill.
Ai, dikit
Like
lagi.
a longer TP
Tipis.
where he ended up, but
Tar lagi nar.
maybe not.
Apa yang bentar lagi?
Cutting it close. They're still working.
Oh,
on
tar lagi.
BKB
Oke.
as second Roche is available.
Oke.
And we have the
Bye-bye.
shards.
Oke, bye-bye.
I mean, Faith Beyond already has his, right? So.
You do a really good Suns fan impersonation, did you know that?
Oh boy, that's an insult.
Harus dikontes ya anjir.
It is.
Maybe you get the
Mana
Demon
pada
Seal
jauh,
for sure,
bro.
actually, this game.
Iya, harusnya ini
Go for
kontes.
the
I
Dragon
think they
one's
will.
okay.
I actually think they're gonna give him the seal here.
Sumpah hari ini panas banget astaga.
Yoi, panas cuy. Gue juga ngerasa panas tuh.
Demon Seal, basically costing 20% of
AC gue suhunya udah 25 cuy. Biasa 25. Gigil biasanya kalau malam.
20 anjir. AC tuh 25 mau apaan?
Ini di gua 25 tuh, Bak. Tahu gua 24 deh.
25.
Aneh, AC gua tuh aneh tuh, Bak. Suhu 20, 24 tuh kayak 20, aneh dah. Ngebak atau gimana enggak tahu dah.
Nah, kalian pakai AC.
Iya.
Gue kipas aja nggak ada cuy di kamar.
Phyllis Batman.
Nih, terus di kamar gue nih sekarang 32 derajat anjir.
Buset.
Tanpa kipas tanpa AC. Gue udah biasa cuy.
Sauna.
Kalau gua biasa gitu nggak keringetan biasa aja. Cuman kalau teman gua kesini
Keringetan.
mereka pada kegerahan ya.
Iyalah, the fuck. Lu kan udah biasa. Orang lain kan nggak biasa.
Sabtu bisa nggak, Mel?
Bisa.
Bisa, nice. Tapi ya,
Gimana itu di apa? Ayo.
bebas loh mah. Gua pakai motor sama mana. Semoga aja gak hujan.
Kemana dulu nih, pastiin dulu.
Ya, pastiin aja dulu. Gue mau jalan sama si Cece kan, terus gue gak ada apa namanya, belum vaksin kedua, ujung-ujungnya ke ini anjir apa? Gaming cafe ya.
Aduh, vaksin.
What the fuck, man?
Dipakai nggak RP-nya? Pakai ya? Iya, pakai dong.
Dipakai. Anjir.
RP apaan dah?
Reverse polarity. Ini ultinya si Magnus.
Ultinya Magnus. Fuck, man.
Masih
Gila, men.
ini.
Gimana T1 menang?
Kalah kayak game ini.
Mati nih. Oh my god.
Metamorphosis is running out, but again, he has Demon Seal to work with. Bane's going to take a tumble. Whitemon drops in the deck as well, 1-for-1. Laguna Blade.
Mati tuh orang. Ame mati. Ada Aegis ya? Aegisnya.
Waduh.
Nggak bisa, cuy. Susah bro. Iya. Dah, GG. Halo Jumi.
Oh, 2 orang dari deck. Wah sumpah, padahal tadi udah ini banget anjir. Men.
Kok buffering bangke?
Wah gila men, sepek anjing bener-bener. Parah. Anjing. Heboh banget cuy, war terakhir anjing.
Just like LGD did. T1 seemed like they had a couple of moments and they just got taken away right in front of them. It's not. There really isn't.
1-0.
You know what's kind of scary in a way here is that this didn't even feel like
Bakal
LGD's best game of
2-1
the tournament.
atau 2-0 nih.
Iya.
A little bit of spell casting doesn't go perfectly, and it's because we expect perfection.
Untuk upper. Lower kelar mereka langsung balik. Pulang.
Gue demen sepek, dia kayak farming gitu, kayak enak gitu cepet. Cuman kalau war kayak tadi tuh pasti culik mulu anjir, gampang banget di ini mulu.
The one game that they did lose in the groups was against Secret. I think LGD played a strategy
Dia
with
tuh
Alchemist and Secret
kayak
had
Dreamocel anjir modelnya tuh si sepek. Cuman kalau sepek kan pas mau war, kalau si Mocel tuh lagi farming aja diculik. Persis banget sama cara mainnya tuh.
Like you said, the game, I believe it was against Elephant, as a matter of fact. Elephant had a huge advantage and still ended up losing later. So, well, T1, you gotta find the.
Let's just go to the panel instead.
What?
I liked it, Cinderin. Now,
Kira itu yang benar-benar sekarang lagi bagus ya ini si Ame anjir.
Iya, Ame sih.
Short for T1, as you reminded me.
Carry paling ideal anjir.
Do you think it was just a case of them biding their time just to be absolutely sure now they're on the main stage?
Yeah, I think that if anything they need to start practicing.
Anjir ini monster baru di Inazuma, rusuh banget dah.
Oh, Anda masih main Genshin saya udah nggak bisa update, nggak muat anjir.
Hapus lah itu CS.
Masih main.
Oh, masih main.
We've got to talk about the draft. It seemed like T1 were kind of doomed from the start. It was weird. Even I could see it was a little bit.
CS tuh
mau ranked bayar sih anjing, goblok banget.
Iya.
Bukarnya bayar. Mesti itu prime. Cuman gue di CS nggak bisa bunny hop anjing, nggak udah.
Susah di situ bunny hopnya.
Iya di bunny hop susah cuy, di Palo gampang banget bunny hopnya.
Like that this game. I think honestly a bit of the decisions that T1 made around their heroes.
12-0 lah anjir Ame.
I think Cuckoo went for Armlet was not good for Terrorblade. I think
Kuku 08 cuy, ngapain?
Max Nova this game in order for them to have a chance. Them not doing that, it just led to them not really being able to pressure LGD.
I mean, if you look at Cuckoo there, the Legion commander, no kills, but it wasn't just that, it was also his gold lead was actually
si Kal sama Sepek tuh gak sinkron anjing.
Everyone, and seeing as this is a player that we talk about putting his farm priority ahead of his teammates, if he's
Jer monster yang baru nyebabin corrosion dong.
Emang iya.
in his car, Jenkins,
Rusuh
how
banget.
is the rest of his team going to have any hope?
You know, I think that naturally happens when you fall behind as an offlaner. It's just kind of the role that, like, once the map starts closing in, once the fights start happening, your mid and your carry get the priority, unfortunately for Master Cuckoo here. But to me, the biggest thing that I saw from LGD this game
Master Cuckoo here
made it look so dominating, and I think T1 actually, on the other side, and this is why the game took so long, T1 had some great aspects of this as well.
Permisi ya kakak, nyusul dulu kakak. Kakak jangan nyerempet gitu dong kakak. Kakak brengsek. Aduh, diserempet gue. Gila, what the? Oke, keren sih, itu keren. Itu barusan keren. Udah lihat belum? Gue pengen pengakuan dari lo. Udah lihat belum? Hah? Udah.
DPS in every game, but there's some equivalent, haste rune, whatever. And then after that, he gets his blink. They smoke
Apaan ya
directly into
Genshin
the
support
triangle, which is the
144?
polar opposite area of the map, and then they get a kill there. And then from that, they have like
Genshin
3 to 4K gold
144
beat at 10
FPS.
minutes, and
Oh.
the game feels a lot easier. Then all of a sudden, Cuckoo falls
Yang
behind,
kayak
like we
Impact kan
just saw.
udah bis
And I think on the other
120.
side, T1 actually
Masih
chained
mau
timings
apa
like this
anjir?
as well, and almost came back
Lah,
at a point
di PC
where
anjir
Cuckoo
orang
was standing
kayak
on the high
Impact
ground,
yang PC
and then Mag blinked
120
into RP.
FPS-nya.
Cuckoo blinked out because they were
Nggak main
camping a
gua.
ward. They
Kalian
killed the
tinggal
Mag or they killed somebody, and then they smoked up and then killed in the triangle as well, and that got them a little bit of a lead. But then LGD just kept chaining timings after that. But you talk about this a lot. How like I remember during NADBC, you were always like, they should chain smokes here. They should chain smokes here because in Dota, you really need to only win. If you win like
Gua
one
ngeliat
fight,
T1
it puts you in the
kecewa
lead.
nggak kecewa
If
sih
you win
anjir.
another fight,
Segitu
it
mainnya udah
makes
bagus
so
ya
the
ingat
enemy
T1.
team, you're stomping the enemy team. If you win 3 fights in a row, there's no way that they can win. That's how things scale in Dota. It's like exponential scaling.
Nonton
And it looked early game
189.000
like T1 was
ribu
scaling pretty
anjing.
well, Tsunami. But you know,
200 ribuan
literally
biasanya.
just in the laning
Konstan di
phase.
situ biasanya.
That's kind of
Gede,
part of LGD's
gede
plan.
banget anjing.
Kalau udah final tuh, udah masuk semifinal, udah naik 300, 400 biasanya.
Yang
Udah
nggak
mulai.
punya PC, yang nggak bisa ke warnet, nontonnya di rumah cuy di TV anjir.
And teams are often like they get complacent
Pengen orang ke
whenever
warnet
they
cuma
have
nonton
those
TI cuy,
circumstances
goblok banget.
that they're like, wow, things are going good.
Kalau nggak nobar kan bisa ini kan COVID ya, nggak tahu sih. Dulu tuh ada nobar gitu, semifinal final.
And so every single
Nobar di
time
rumah.
I look at you know, like
Itu juga bisa sih di
Lo
rumah.
ini dah kalian sambil nontonin streamnya Siska, tapi jangan liatin Siskanya cuy, liatin live chatnya anjing.
Siska.
Oftentimes things are happening
Ya,
elsewhere.
Siska
It's like
Leontin.
Siska
establishing
Leontin.
stats that you need to be worried about, and they're getting ready to do rotations.
Emang dia live?
Itu-
Oh iya dong.
Iya
bener.
live buat salam, tapi nggak nampilin gameplaynya, cuman ngobrol sambil nonton bareng gitu.
Kok udah nggak ada ininya? Oh nggak, ini di VR-nya nonaktif coba. Nggak bisa dimundurin.
Oh iya emang.
I realized
Maksud
once
gua
DK
live
picks
chat
up
yang
the
sekarang
flip
aja lo
dagger, it
liatin
was
kayak
all gas, no brakes for
Wizard
Apa?
Post 5 is strong maybe ya kan.
LC pas 5 mungkin bagus untuk heal core-nya. Iya, LC jadi healer ya, bagus sekali kamu.
Enggak, iya yang mereka tuh apa ya, kayak lu nonton di YouTube, kayak lu di YouTube tuh dia nge-pick ini karena musuhnya ini, terus dia mereka coba dengan musuh yang beda, ya nggak
Iya.
bisa cuy, sama aja kayak lu ngasih kue ke orang ulang tahun bener, tapi tanggal meninggal lu kasih kue kan salah cuy, jangan ditiru anjing, jangan apa-apa lu kasih kue, nggak gitu konsepnya.
You know, done something. I'm going at the screen. I'm just like, why are they just spinning on the mini map?
Kasian T1 bermain langsung lawan raja terakhir, ya sih.
Trying to help Lena farm and
Cuma
protecting her.
Tapi
kadang
but
mau beli
do you
kena
think that was
counter
a
param,
mistake?
skill
Do you
satunya
think
Ben,
that
skill
was something
satunya
they
Ben
should
aja
prioritize
pasif anjing, gimana mau di counter.
Skill 1 Ben kan ngereduce di Mac ya. Dia kan bisa anu ini. Kan
Iya, yang counternya tuh
kan dia lebih ke nge-shotgun itu loh, E-Blade ini skill 2. Itu yang di Mac paling gedenya, sisanya sih single hit emang. Nikma masih di goa. Nikma gak ikut main, Bang. Dia gak di goa, udah merging sama tim Indo. RQ versus Navi kapan?
Itu udah salah anjir.
Harusnya apa ya? Carry ya.
Main fisikal yang keras Medusa atau Medusa di ban.
Iya, Medusa kayaknya di ban deh. Gua nggak lihat bandnya apa tadi.
I heard you describe Terrorblade as
Lonte
the
B,
ultimate
main
man
point
fighter
enak anjir
during
Lonte
that
B tuh.
last game. So the floor is yours, my friend.
Point.
Main Razor juga enak, main Razor.
I'm not the best carry player. He can tell you. Lost a lot of MMR playing carry. However, I was speaking with Aoi, I was speaking with BSJ, and we
Weaver itu kalau gak ada Aghanim pasti gak ada impact. Masalahnya Weaver dapat Aghanim benar-benar pasti detik mau kalah.
Weaver emang
Iya sih.
mesti Aghanim kan.
Emang build-nya Aghanim.
Gak bisa support 5, mesti support 4. Dia yang parah.
where people say that one of his basic spells is his ultimate, Metamorphosis, right? And so you would think that more
Iya, pick CM kayaknya cuma karena convert hero-nya Whitemon doang. Emang ya?
Enggak
lah.
Dia
Ya.
pick CM tuh buat nemenin Morphling.
Iya sih.
Mana Rinkin.
Iya.
Where you can't just be a Morphling who's meta now. You
Terus
have
dia
to stay in the
nge-pick
TB
Lina
form
juga
to
kan,
stay meta.
Lina Morphling
So
gitu kan.
that's a
Nah itu
problem for Morphling.
udah
But also a part of
emang
that is I
cocok
think that
CM
Morphling
gitu.
is the type of player, he gets a Scotty, he gets a Satanic, and he can 1v1 almost any carry in the game. But TB just presses Sunder on you. And then also, I think BSJ was saying something about TB is like a team fighting carry. Maybe you know more about that than...
Yeah, I think the thing about the Morphling versus TB matchup is that Morphling can counter TB. A lot of it, as well as what you said, is a magical damage and burst
bakal
potential
banyak
coming
yang main
from
support dan
But
HS
Terrorblade, his
yang nggak
specialty
bisa
is
HS apa
actually
HS itu apa ya?
that he's a team fight anchor.
Nggak
Like
tahu.
he will anchor
Headset
the team
mungkin.
fight.
Goblok enggak lah, gak ada nyambung. Headshot kayaknya.
Ini kira game FPS.
FPS. Yang nggak biasa apa sih? HS.
Terrorblade stacking is too
Iwan
good.
emang selalu
Meta's
pikiran
too strong.
biasa,
There's
yang
something
terlalu
like
biasa
weird
aja
about the
kata
matchup
siapa?
in that sense.
Lu nggak lihat Kal, Hero pula si Kal anjing. Siapa yang main Dumit dia doang anjir yang pertama kali main Dumit. Siapa yang main Eskamit dia doang
Emang
anjing.
selalu pikir yang terlalu biasa. Lu nonton game ini doang tuh Bak, yang sebelumnya pas group stage lu nggak nonton.
Weaver 4 itu kan Weaver 4 itu kan aneh cuy.
Aneh. Baru-baru ini gue liat Weaver 4 main.
Berani
Tapi picknya serem sih. Kalau momentum sama mark kelar udah. Shadow Demon buat counter si TB. Shadow Demon gak meta lagi cuy.
Kayak dia T1 tuh berani main apa? Titan 4 tuh udah aneh anjir. Titan tuh sekarang 5.
Tapi kalau di EG kemarin Titan 4 deh, 4 atau 5 ya secret. Jadi agak anim dia, jadi carry dia ujung-ujungnya tuh Pak. Jadi hitter.
Itu kan jadi banyak yang berani tuh.
Iya.
Karena Titan tuh farmnya lama kan, jadi emang lama buat dapet aganimnya gitu. Tapi kalau ada yang berani main apa ya kayak Titan kan kayak apa sih namanya counter initiation kan dia tuh. Hero-nya kalau musuh udah gagal dia yang bakal maju gitu. Jadi kalau emang berani main kayak gitu ya bisa.
Pikir sih kalau base gamenya nggak tangkap kill bakal kalah. Pas gamenya nggak tangkap kill bakal kalah. Hampir sama GPM kayak RTZ. RTZ di game sebelah boy belum santuy. RTZ sama Ame ketemu gak tahu udah tuh rebutan farming. Berantem sih itu.
Menang Ame dah.
Menang Ame sih.
Tapi kalau farming menang RTZ kalau farming.
Iya, tapi kalau misalnya konsisten tawar sama farmingnya lebih konsisten Ame tuh Pak. RTZ kadang sentolop keculik kayak tiba-tiba mati, nggak tahu udah. Tiba-tiba pas farm mencret yang mati. Aduh.
Kalau si BM
nggak ada yang mau dia ajak duel. Nggak meta sih. LC ini Pak langsung apa namanya?
Sekarang tuh LC
Shard tuh Pak, beli shard.
Dia tuh kalau di awal tuh gedein status nggak BM. Kalau BM kan nggak pakai status dia cuman armor sama damage kan. Itu sekarang pakainya kayak armlet terus yang apa? Yang ngebuff teman itu.
Armlet
gitu. Makanya gitu kan status-status yang kayak gitu itu. Kalau BM kan literally kayak lu mau ngeduel sendiri gitu.
Itu sih kalau membuat ini.
Main sama tim itu.
Main solo kalau BM.
Itu.
Iya. Gimana kabar mertua saya teh? Ini saya suka nih komennya. Mantap nih, boleh nih. Ini orang-orang kayak gua nih. Gak jelas. Orang komen apa? Dia komen apa? Kayak gua nih, sumpah. Orang OOT banget nih orang.
Tinggal duduk pakai salto atau gini.
Out of context banget tuh, Bang.
Ngasih sip karena skill 2 shot yang ngasih skill tadi 2 second.
Iya.
Cuman kan lu kalau mau kayak gitu gini loh, skill 2 LC itu 13 detik cuy. Lu 2 second setiap 13 detik, lu 2 secondnya habis mati orang anjir. Skillnya tuh bukan buat ngasih free BKB anjir. Skill 2-nya tuh buat ke orang ketangkap di skill 2 itu baru benar.
Di buff-nya sih kayak ke stun gitu kan skill 2-in. Di buff-nya itu yang diambil sih.
Bukan buat ngasih BKB-nya.
Rubik malah jarang. Rubik rada jarang sih.
Rubik jarang, paling nama kayak Abjor anjir.
Iya. Cuma dukung cuma karena gak keinget T1 sebelah. Gue keinget T1 sebelah. T1 sebelah kenapa T1 sebelah? Secret Yapsor, ya Yapsor sih sering pakai Rubik tuh.
Emang signaturnya dia kan itu.
Iya.
Rubik paling jago anjir, Yapsor. Rubik God.
Dia main Rubik kayak kadang ulti lu ke Yoing lah. Tiba-tiba dia punya ini RP. Loh, ada RP. Loh, ada ini Echo Slam. Walaupun gak ada D-Mac-nya tapi mending dapat ulti musuh.
Top stuff. There is no doubt about it. The work and preparation that this team put in before turning up has been huge.
Dia lagi ngasih itunya ini kan.
Get the stone gaze up, but there's no damage. T1 don't care at all about being caught in this combo. It's Asta that have to run as soon as the ultimates are used. They just cannot fight T1. They're all full HP. They're pushing down the
Lihat nah, di itu tuh lagi nontonin si warna-warna Aster. Karena pakai Hyper, itu kuku ya.
Kuku, karena pakai itu Magnus.
Karena gimana nggak aneh ya kan? Jarang ya.
Jarang, Magnus 3 biasanya.
Metalnya apa dia pakai apa gitu. Oh ini menang nih lawan LGD menang anjir.
The pre-hex on the axe. His initiation denied. The Doom living through the Skywrath Mage ultimate. Carl catching 3 on the coil. Now they're in trouble. PSG LGD, they're just gonna get wiped in this team fight. 4 down. Ame nowhere in sight because he knows a lost team fight when he sees one.
And that's the story of T1 in the DPC seasons and the run up to
Dia nggak nampilin ininya ya, Ru? Apa? Ini si Siska.
Enggak, dia baca ya deskripsinya dia ngasih kayak watch from situ make sure.
Oh.
Pernah di penelayan gitu lah. Yang 2 T1 LGD lah anjir.
Padahal boleh loh watch along gitu.
Ya, nggak boleh cu.
Boleh loh, Pak.
I think it's
nggak tahu deh.
Boleh, Cok.
Inspirational story that there are many
kalau lu yang
23 savages
itu
out
mesti
there.
5 menit dulu mahal.
Many pub stars,
Enggak, Cuk. Ini nonton ini di Twitch gitu loh.
Oh iya kalau
Abis itu lu tampilin gitu, boleh tuh, Pak. Di YouTube lu streaming gitu.
Iya lo juga kayak gitu ya.
Iya tuh, Pak. Nih sing-sing aja gitu tuh, Pak. Nih gue sing-sing nih, sing-sing. Tuh, nonton. Song.
Just fade away into irrelevance after that. They just
Jelas.
try to make it on qualifiers.
Sing siapa lagi? Oh, yang Dota nih pada nonton semua tuh mereka.
Admiral Boljuk.
Wait, I thought Hassan Ball was because Sumail used to play on EG, right? So everybody was expecting
23 Savage and Jabs are the only Thai players here, and now Jabs.
Ini mereka nontonnya langsung di Dota tuh, Pak.
Him and Jabs
Di Dota lewat Twitch.
in that same culture in Thailand, and I think
Oh iya.
Iya, biasa gitu.
how multicultural it is.
Males buka Dota,
Most of these Southeast Asian
nge-lag.
squads have been.
Nah,
I'm
gue
all
buka Dota
Filipino,
anjir,
I'm
gue buka
all
Dota.
Indonesian, I'm all Malaysian.
Gara-gara tadi mau main terus gue cancel
Being
kan
able
males
to
ngikutnya.
bridge cultures has been very, very useful for 23 Savage, I think specifically because as a young player, if you have a strong Filipino
Bukan
voice
sepet
like
lagi
Joko,
kecapean cuy.
and you have Indonesian supports like Zephyr and Whitemon, I think that it has been a very, very enabling group for him.
I don't think this is going to be his last TI,
Dia
no
bahas sepet
matter
kalau
what
orang
happens. But we want to switch focus to PSG LGD right now because earlier in the year we caught up with their captain. Let's find out what he had to say.
PSG LGD come to the TI-10 main stage as one of the strongest teams out of the
Nggak dingin
majors.
apa ya mereka pakai
After
celana
a third
pendek
place
kan?
finish in Singapore, they made it to the grand finals of the
Karena nggak ada yang
Annual
nonton kali.
defeating Evil
Dingin
Geniuses.
cuy, bukan nggak ada yang nonton.
Soon after
Nggak tahu dah.
BBC caught up with their captain. Why?
哪场比赛是最难打的，或者
Romannya
说
kan
最
di
接近的
Europe
是
kan
决赛这
dingin
场。
tuh harusnya.
其实小
Akhir
组赛
tahun
以
lagi.
来，我们其实有几场一直以来
行
都是比较
行行行
焦灼的，其
行行
实就是
行
从小组赛开始我们赢都不是很顺利，我们还是属于一场一场进步的。然后
Makanya banyak
T1 那个
itu-itu
BO 三
sering makan
是
babi.
也是让我们成长
Ini pakai headset aja kebalik kayaknya, Ru. Lu bikin di belakang lu lihat tuh, bikin di belakang.
Itu diputar cu kan, itu kan di kiri bener cu, meja di kiri anjir. Oh my god, Glenn.
他们先打了，然后在后面
Keren Cuk, mic bisa diputer gitu.
讨论几个东西吧，然后
Astaga.
包括第二把打的
Mic gue atas bawah doang. Dikatasin, dikebawain, bukan enggak 360 gitu. 90 derajat dong.
分上看上去是3-0，但实际过程并不是那样的。
With TI-10, some are pointing out the similarities between PSG LGD's position now to that of Wings, the winners of TI-6 and the last team from China to lift the Aegis. It's a team that included 2 members now on PSG LGD, Faith Beyond and Y. Coincidence?
我们如果把这个 TI 和 TI 前的这个阶段的这样一个成绩的状况和当年 TI6 和 TI6 之前的状况去做对比，我感觉好像有点类似啊，是不是这样？
有一些吧，因为我在就是当时也是身处在那个队伍嘛，然后对当时的就是跟一些此情此景跟当时确实有一些类似吧，主要是团队上的一些沟通什么的，其他倒还好。
你和边将的这样的一个动力，为什么还能够继续的保持下去？是心里还有很多的目标没有实现吗？
关于目标这个，我觉得首先是不光我跟边将吧，包括其实我们的教练小巴也是一样的，我们是有共同目标在为之奋斗的。然后只不过说我们3个是刚好有这个头衔，所以我们在外人的目标看来就是对于第2次的夺冠嘛，然后对标的是 OG。
其实LGD 在所有的中国的这个 Dota 2的玩家心目当中，包括一些国际上的粉丝的心目当中，是一支顶尖的队伍。但是 TI 的冠军确实是还没有能够收入过囊中。你作为曾经以前的旁观者和现在的其中的一员，你对于这件事情是怎么来看待？
首先，一直老干爹这个队在 Dota 圈里面一直存在，并且顶尖，这不得不得承认，这是所谓的俱乐部底蕴这种，就是跟俱乐部那些管理什么的是肯定是有很大的关系的。然后再其次到我自身又到这，然后再判断这些，其实从我的角度来说，不管怎么样，都是各自的故事，只不过这本故事的书名肯定是以老干爹为起的吧，我觉得是这样的。
Well, thank you to Captain Y and BBC, our fantastic interviewer there. Let's talk a little bit about that legacy then of Y and Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond in particular, because after the TI6 victory, Faith Beyond actually had an injury and it kind of took him out the running for a few years.
Yeah, and I think Faith Beyond, even from that TI6 wing squad, he was a very standout player, and he sort of had to recuperate a lot from, I think he broke his arm, and he had to have a few surgeries on it. And a lot of this, his story is him coming back from that injury and returning to his old form at TI.
And do you feel like he's there now?
Yeah, I think Faith Beyond's looking really good.
I mean, there must be so much on your mind as well. You must have so many memories of these booths and lifting that Aegis and just trying to get back there again, especially after it's been so long. Do you think that people expected Faith Beyond to get back to this position, Tsunami?
Definitely not after. So when Wings imploded due to external circumstances and internal circumstances, I think everyone was hoping that this would be like the new old guard that would be able to carry things, but it just didn't happen quite as much.
Well, let's see if a 2-0 happens right now.
T1 versus PSG LGD
versus PSG LGD.
Hello and welcome to the second draft for PSG LGD versus T1. Here your draft panel. My name is eyoooo+. Joining me is Fogged and Lacoste as always. And I'm going to start off not by talking about this draft, but actually just a small overview. What do you think that the weaknesses you pointed out last draft were really apparent in the gameplay?
My biggest thing, at least, that I want to see that T1 is going to take away to this one is find a way to shut down Ame a little bit more. I feel like he just had the freest game. Sure, his team was making lots of space for him because of the heroes that they ended up having, but I feel like just putting Cuckoo out on an island all by himself and them having this like Weaver as their 4 position, I feel like this lane can't pressure at all when you're playing versus something like TB, so I want them to just set something up better to just slow Ame down, because you can't let him have games like that.
Yeah, Cuckoo and Whitemon were completely shut down in the laning stage. I think this opener works so much better. You have Magnus, which is almost always played by Cuckoo, so you know that's going to be the lane, and you have a Lion, one of their most successful heroes throughout the DPC season. It's just the burst damage. It's one of their T1 special heroes where it allows you to have a bit more burst damage, more control, standard stuff coming out from them, and it allows you to move around the map. The tricore that they always use, especially in the previous game, was a bit of an issue because you have Weaver, CM, who's a very sluggish hero, and she was extremely underfarmed, and move out with the Legion Commander, try to go for the kills, while Lina is farming in the triangle. She's heavily farm-oriented hero, will rarely join fights early on, like she wants that to hit that BKB boots of travel timing. So that was a huge issue for T1. I think this opener works much better.
Yeah, and I know we talk a lot about how T1 is more of like, especially with the way that they have played before, it's the longer games, it's more of these responsive kind of plays. Sure. And that's why they went for like the Weaver, you have this time lapse eventually with the Aghanims, you have this Legion Commander for save. I don't want that from T1, actually, versus LGD. Even though it's more of their style, I want them to be more of the aggressors, because I think if you just kind of hang back, that's playing completely into PSG LGD's hands. So just more aggression, and yeah, like you said, this is already leaps and bounds better for me.
All right. Can we move on to the LGD draft, because we thought have your favorite hero, it's the ET.
Yeah, I mean it's
ET.
The stats say it all. I don't need to say anything else anymore. OP hero. Death Prophet also. They're one of the few teams that are still really confident, even picking it first too. I think we've had a couple other teams grab it like later on in the draft, but PSG LGD just open with it, and I've seen them do this several times.
I know you're both happy and sad at the same time seeing ET, because what's going to happen after TI?
It's going to get buffed.
Nope. Definitely not. We see PSG LGD protecting that profit pick and also wait to disengage a team fight. So Invoker banned out the Quas Vex Invoker. On the other side, T1 also protecting Magnus with Winter Wyvern, one of the better heroes in general to split up the fight. And you know, Winter Wyvern's still very good. At one point, she had over 90% win rate.
Yeah, T1's still very comfortable with that, and that's a hero that can play in both capabilities, which is why I really like Wyvern. Almost in any meta, you're an aggressor or you're defensive capabilities. You have so much potential also for damage throughout all stages of the game because you're percent base. Just good hero overall. I think that's another really one that was a bit undervalued for me. I thought it was going to get picked a lot more, but I also really like I know you touched on the bans. The Shadow Demon ban is always one. If you have Death Prophet, almost always you want to take out Shadow Demon because you can't build Yules. Your mobility is completely stagnated as well. And yeah, that's a change up. We got a Dawnbreaker.
It's been mostly VP has been running this hero, and with high value both in the carry and the 5 position. Actually, I'm just going to start asking, what is this a core? Is this a support Dawnbreaker, or is it just a massive flex? Hard to say. They have Magnus with the M-Power, so like if you get M-Power on that hero, played as a carry could be potentially really, really good. It's one of the heroes that comes online extremely quickly with the Echo Saber. As you mentioned, Virtus.pro ran it 3 times. I believe 2 were wins, 1 was a loss. And we've seen a couple of Dawnbreakers being played as a position 4/5 so far.
Still flex, but I would imagine it's more so going to be the support. I don't think you want to put a strength core into Death Prophet. Then you're putting 2 strength, probably 2 strength cores, the Magnus and the Dawnbreaker, 2 ideal Spirit Siphon targets. That mid game is just going to be pretty disastrous. DP heals way too much. Dawnbreaker's stack gain is absurd. So you get a Siphon on her and you're like full HP. So
do you rather play an Agi core against an Elder Titan though?
Yeah, I guess that's where it becomes kind of difficult, right? So it's a pretty good opener. That's why PSG LGD did go for that one. So it does, it already makes things a little bit more complicated for T1.
So now that LGD picks up the Earthshaker Snapfire, I'm assuming is the Earthshaker 3 that we've been seeing a lot these days, or could they flex the ET like OG sometimes does? Looking at what they got so far, PSG LGD, they ran that Prophet exclusively as a position 3. So this time around, it might need to be a mid hero, and then you have Earthshaker as the offlane, because Snapfire plus ET seems like the support duo in this one. Okay. They have probably the best heroes in the game to choose where you want to take a fight. Yeah. With Earthshaker, ET, Snapfire, Roche fights are going to be almost impossible for T1 to defend. Yes, you have Magnus, you have Skewer, but PSG LGD can, with a lot of their spells, just say stop, we're taking this fight out where we want it to be.
So much team fight again. Just every time I see PSG LGD, they cover themselves with absurd team fight. And again, I'm already looking at the scaling. They've got ET. They have the carry for the last pick. Well, second to last pick, of course. T1 does have the last pick time around. They set themselves up for late game. So T1, I mean, what's the option that they want to go for their carry? And I think that's why we see PSG LGD also going for the Earthshaker, because they're trying to
Ini
deter
pertandingan
T1 from going
keberapa
for a
bang?
melee
Sorry
carry.
bang, saya
Because I've seen
tidur.
so many times these Shakers
Kayak Nabil.
they should just
Yang menang di
dominate
pertandingan
melee
pertama
carries,
siapa
so
bang?
now
Yang pertandingan
T1's
pertama
gonna
menang
go
tadi
for
si
Medusa
PSG
so that I
LGD.
don't play into this Earthshaker that's just eating and
Ini masuk game kedua.
And on the Dusa point, we're talking, well, you can't get a strength carry because DP, you can't get an edgy carry because Elder Titan. Dusa, edgy carry does not rely too much on the armor, so ET not that much of a counter. But is there synergy with the Dusa in her draft right now?
She doesn't benefit that much. She doesn't get the cleave, has a built-in cleave, so Empower is still going to be some extra damage, which is nice. One thing that PSG LGD needs to be careful about
Shut the
is
fuck up.
possibly going inside a triangle early on and try to block the ancient stacks or the big camp so that Medusa cannot get that much farm. They don't have the best heroes to invade. Like, they're good at rotating, but they're not as good as taking the stack as T1 is.
And what's the role of the Dawnbreaker as well? Is the healing with the team not great synergy?
Dawnbreaker?
Local ability is just okay here.
Yeah, it's just okay. I think it's just like this T1 idea of always just having some type of counter.
Iya,
That's
1-0.
like their jam. So I feel like the Dawnbreaker is that they wanted to have in there too. But it's different. I mean, we have not gotten to see this hero too much, so I'm a bit skeptical.
Dawnbreaker 4.
Dawnbreaker.
I don't remember them playing it.
Okay.
Magnus mid.
So
Iya, Magnus mid.
for T1, we're missing one last hero.
Kayaknya mid sih.
What is the weaknesses you're seeing? What is what they're missing?
Tinggal pick offline kayaknya
I want a
mereka.
secondary initiator. I know Lion eventually does get that like blink dagger.
sama
Same thing with the
farmingnya
Magnus,
itu
but I want
juga
somebody
kan.
else that also goes in and starts fights. Also a little bit damage lacking.
Right.
Medusa takes some time to build up, so I want someone else that comes online a little bit earlier and is looking to be that playmaker with the Lion, with the Dawnbreaker.
Buset, itu ES-nya ini ya? S3 ya?
So far, so good. This is a great
Interesting.
game-oriented lineup that
Pasti
scales
Pedes itu.
Snapfire, Titannya 5,
Iya.
There's going to be a lot of
Pasti
stuff
anjir.
on the ground, a lot of long-range damage. Just a Fisher into
Tadinya
Snapfire,
DP, pasti
ulti, stomp,
carry-nya carry
get
farming.
someone killed,
Lihat
especially
nih,
the
akan
back
carry
lines
berantem.
of
Iya, kalau nggak carry,
The final bans are coming in. and it's
ya
going to
carry
be-
farming sih.
well, actually,
Apa ya? Jagger masih nggak
Jagger
farming sih. Jagger, TB lagi kah?
Carry yang berantem tuh kayak Timi gitu. Terus
Iya.
Ember carry gitu. Monyet carry itu berantem tuh.
Yep,
gitu.
the claps. Yeah.
Morphling di
they were the
band.
two clappers and
Ya, mereka pasti ngambil carry.
TB
yang
lagi?
farming.
Masa TB lagi sih? Apa?
Ya, siapa tahu aja carry.
Iya, bisa sih TB.
Rame, anjir.
Iya.
Is the last pick for T1 an advantage this time? Could they surprise
Dia
us with
bisa
something?
ngambil
'Cause last
TB,
time they couldn't
bisa
really flex
ngambil
anything. They
hero
couldn't
kayak
really
gitu.
Giro.
maybe Ursa wouldn't be as bad. I just really love anything that can
Ursa,
go
iya juga ya. Ursa bisa juga tuh.
Medusa and overall
Ursa berantem.
matchup, during the season.
Kok tulisannya Valorant, Bang?
Getting
Medusa ya?
popular Ursa as a counter pick to Medusa because she was extremely destroys Medusa.
Secret's been running it a lot, so they see it as a high value pick.
Jagger
Would you
bisa
agree
sih
with Ursa?
Jagger ini. Dia
Yeah,
dia main
definitely can see
Jagger
a
tuh
gap
oke
closing
anjir.
built
Iya
into
sih.
the team with like Snapfire and stuff like that. It's always nice to have any type of like. You don't need, most of these Ursas,
Kalau
they're
ada
not
void pasti
building
ngepick
blink
void
again a bit
anjir.
more, but having that
Kalau
extra
voidnya nggak
thing is
di-ban.
always really
Ah, ini lagi bener
We're just
TB.
gonna go back.
Gede ya.
Stable.
Iya, TB
If
lagi.
you're playing with Medusa, reflection's good. High base armor as well. Have to worry because now like the Lion is gonna have a little bit of a better game, especially in mid game if it does get to like this farming thing where you're just hexing and mana draining illusions in team fights. So this Lion actually went up a little bit for me in priority, a little bit better now for T1. But this is just stability, right? It's like Ame, what are you gonna carry?
T1 ini pasti nyediain satu aja tuh hero burst
Let's
anjir,
see what
entah kayak
T1 does
Lina,
with the solution. Do
Leon
they pick
gitu.
something like those like tank
Iya.
Zeus? Are they gonna try to hard counter this Terrorblade?
For Zeus, and they can go for it. Is Ember Spiller still available? He is.
Yes, he
Not
is.
enough. There's one silence, long duration silence from
Doom.
Dead Prophet.
Oh.
They go into
Okay,
Doom. The
so that's
Carl
more
Classic.
T1. Okay.
Yeah. So tell me, what does this Doom do for the draft?
Doomit apa?
He just needs the full
Doom
commit.
3
Like,
sih
he needs the
kayaknya.
full commit for the Terrorblade. We've seen
Kalau
teams do it
pakai
in the
Magnus
past. I know
harusnya.
VP was one of the biggest ones like years ago where it was like they saw Terrorblade, they just picked Doom and you Doom him in the entirety of the game, no matter what inside the team fights. And they also will be able to keep scaling going. That's the thing. I've seen a lot of these
Gue
Midases.
terakhir
So
ngeliat
now we have a
Kuku pakai
pretty
Doom
good scale and
lawak sih
tricore
ya.
coming out from T1 if they're able to slow the pace of the game down.
Ini
They also
kocak
potentially could have some late game prowess versus PSG LGD.
The only hero that kind of stands out to me is this Dawnbreaker. I don't feel like it fits in the lineup because you don't have anything else.
Hari ini nih tengah malam nanti OG lawan
I don't see
apa?
too much synergy with it, but I definitely do love the last pick Doom because it's Carl's probably best.
Ada lawan tim Spirit, lawan Quincy gak salah gua. Kayak QC. Iya.
Once you hit that
Quincy Crew.
refresher, this is when it becomes
Quincy OG sih.
extremely strong timing for T1. So
Ini yang big match ini dong.
They're going to be, a bit more focused on a
Virtus
defensive
Pro VC,
side of it.
VC ya, nggak tahu sih.
Right. Well, we've heard from our panelists. Now we can get right into. Oh wait, no, actually. No. We need to know what's going to happen in this game. We need to know what to look out for. And that's why PSG is here. The last word.
Thank you, Avo, as this game is all about the combos. T1 has a single volley of spells that could potentially decimate the LGD lineup. They have the RP, the Lion Lockdown, as well as the Doom Breaker Doom, and eventually 2 Dooms later on in the game. And when one team has a lot of combos, the other team needs to look to have some combo breakers. So first and foremost, you want heroes that are difficult to combo. Terrorblade, if he barely survives the combo, will sunder and turn the fight. Death Prophet will have her Exorcism going, which also makes her quite a threat despite being locked down. And then you have the ET Stomp and the Earthshaker Fissure to potentially break up the combo. And if that wasn't enough, you have Grandma's Force Staff coming out from the Snapfire. That cookie might just be enough to save these crucial targets. Will T1 be able to execute their combo, or will LGD be able to turn the fight? And we've got a great combo of our own to take you through the story. I give you Suns fan and Syndra.
Thank you, BSJ. First blood, Syndra. We just caught it.
What the fuck? Belum apa-apa udah first blood. What the fuck?
But we caught it officially. First blood goes the way of PSG.
Belum apa-apa udah first blood cu. Brother.
TI-10 main stage. Syndra, what are your thoughts on these particular lineups and your favorite hero right now, Dawnbreaker?
I think LGD have a really high chance of winning this game because they got first blood. Okay.
Kau pakai Doom dong. Oke. Iya. Magnusnya 3. Oke, udah.
Lihat nih Kal Doom nih. Parah men. Parah banget sumpah Kal Doom tuh. Jago banget anjir dia main Doom.
Very sad to see.
Only been banned 5 times. I think a lot of people even predicted it to be the most banned hero of the
Oh, ini replaynya nih.
We're getting the replay here.
Yeah, that was basically a
Oh, mati Dawnbreaker-nya. Asik.
Dia maju cu.
Iya.
Sempat muter balik.
Blooded there. But yeah, I agree with Lakaz. I was thinking the same thing, that typically when you have a Dom, I mean, again, it's just the support here, but when you have a Dom, you want some sort of initiator that has a lower cooldown that you can just set up consistently with your ult. They have RP, a very long cooldown. That's basically it. So the reason I bring that up is because Solar Guardian is kind of the reason you pick this hero, I feel, other than the laning stage, which she's very strong at.
Yeah, a simple breakdown of Dawnbreaker is you're really strong in the first 5 minutes, and then you have your ult, and that's pretty much it as a support. Like, your other spells are nice for a while, but later down the line you just do very little against BKBs, against heroes just getting enough stats and getting more mobility. They eventually start trumping a lot of what you do. Your stun is super situational because you need time to wind it up, unlike something like a Lion that just kind of says, Carl is
tipis banget tuh. Oke. Nggak mati.
Well, let's talk about this lane. Nothing to say, obviously playing the Death Part versus Doom. We're not seeing as much Doom mid in this patch. I want to say about 6 months ago, this was basically the standard. How about this matchup overall?
Really like DP in this matchup just because you're playing against a melee strength hero. Some of DP's best matchups are the ones where she can keep running down with Spirit Siphon in lane and just do a lot of damage, and should be very good against Carl, who still had a very good first couple of waves. He has 9 CS here, not too shabby at all. But yeah, I would imagine, especially, look at the lane positioning right now in mid. Like, this is what you want as DP. Don't sit here. Yep, right, just keep denying. Every time the wave is here, Carl comes forward, you bet he's going to get siphoned, and you bet he's going to run him down a little bit here. Actually going for 2 points in Crypt Swarm, and Carl has to yield again, deny, and now nothing to say. Well, I think trying to keep the wave here again. So
yeah, I want to say back when Devour gave health regen, this would have been much more manageable for Doom. Yeah. But now it's like the burst damage is what you mostly fear, but this this damage from DP is just constant. The Spirit Siphons are seemingly always up. A lot of rune control. You can push the waves. There's almost like, what's the reasoning for Doom mid? Is this just a pick? They're like, okay, didn't have to be originally the mid, but they just felt like it fit better this game for whatever reason.
Above all else, I think it's comfort, right? It's T1. This is their best strategy, is playing Medusa, Doom, and Magnus, right? They're basically like, here, we're down 0-1. Let's pick our best heroes that work together. And T1, when I think of this team, I think Doom and Medusa as their two best cores. They got both of them. It is pretty much on the greedy side, right? Like playing Doom, Medusa, Magnus. Doesn't get much greedier than that. But at the same time, you look at LGD's lineup, which isn't necessarily
bisa mati tuh Carl. Bener mati.
I mean, honestly, pretty easy kill and pretty expected as well.
That's not the best voice line usage from Carl there. I don't feel like
oh boy,
I don't feel like nothing to say lost there. But I do feel like Carl gambled, so he got 50% of his voice line right. So, all
right, if you agree with Cinder, make sure to cheer.
Yep.
We'll know if they agree in about 10
correct,
seconds.
which we both know is
TP-in depan-depan situ lagi.
The best kind of correct. Thank you, Shannon, for ruining
I definitely remember that quote.
Yep. We always finish each other's
horses.
Yes. Thank you.
Looking for a high five. Don't think it's going to be reciprocated. There's the cheers for Cinder, and they love you. Look at that. They're even putting the gold thingies in there, whatever those are called.
I love you back.
Bot lane.
Hope some people gonna
We're seeing a repeat of Ame on that Terrorblade, and draft panel was kind of discussing this. What are your thoughts? Do you agree with them overall? You got to hold that, Carl. Don't hold that, Cinder, let it go.
Not holding it?
Let it go.
Do I agree with the draft panel on?
The Terrorblade piece.
Aneh-aneh aja dah voice line Dota 2 kasih.
Celestial Hammer.
I think it's
sekarang dia ngambil dari ini kan, bukan dari caster, dari pemainnya.
Iya, dari player juga ya.
Itu dia ambilnya dari ini lagi, orang-orang yang lagi streaming kayak gitu-gitu.
Random banget ya.
Kayak misalnya si Cepek lagi streaming ini gitu.
Diambil gitu.
In my experience playing Dawnbreaker as a support, Terrorblade is a rough matchup. It just overpowers you eventually. It's just too strong. You can't really go in without getting killed, especially when the Scotty comes out. As far as the Magnus and Lion matchups, I think it was maybe also just by scarcity of good carries that were left, right? I think one of the Morphling that T1 ended up last banning, so that was a good ban. And you just looked at, okay, we have a lineup with insane teamfight, we have good lanes, so we can afford to go for a greedy late game carry that needs a bit of time to build up, because we've got all the boxes checked basically, and Terrorblade was the best strong late game carry left in the pool.
Yeah, and all nothing to say, already using Exorcism in the mid lane and already doing half damage to the tower. They won't be able to finish in all likelihood, but does require a few rotations. In fact, going to get a Doom TP as well, but you can see why on the sideline.
Ada Carl lagi. Oh, ada ET juga di mid.
Not sure if LGD can actually pursue any further.
Still damage done.
Yeah, they got, what's that, 80% of that tower? Minute 5?
Yeah, that's the level of first Exorcism of the game. We're going to see the cookie come into fruition as well. Carl getting chased a bit, but you can see the Starbreaker forcing nothing to say out. But again, this is 2v3 in the mid lane. This is going to create so much space for LGD's cores to farm.
Yeah, we might end up in a situation again similar to the last one where Ahmed just gets completely free reign because nothing to say forces so much pressure onto mid. Seems to be an emerging pattern here. Both Dragon Knight and DP have a similar style of accomplishing this. And in last game they third picked Dragon Knight. This game they actually second picked DP very early in the draft. So seems to be a strategic approach for them to secure Ame a good game. Look at his denies, by the way. 21 denies on the Terrorblade, just really shutting down Magnus in lane. Not letting him get very much here for Cuckoo. Looking on Helm of the Dominator. Not sure how much I like that this game I'm doing.
We got the cookie initiation again. Faith Beyond and company Fissure. But the counter Starbreaker with the rotation from Whitemon.
Malah dia mati. Saya mati.
Get the trade they're looking for. 23 Savage, in fact, getting the credit for that one.
Yeah, ended up getting blocked off a little bit.
Mahal sih ini gitu.
Mahal, pasti mahal sih ya itu.
This is looking like close to a tower death. 7 minutes. Look how low that tower is right now. Nothing to say. Just having his way this game, which typically for the opposing team, not a good sign. But I mean, looking at T1 side, obviously Medusa, extremely good late game carry, and then we've talked about this so many times, but once Doom does get online, you can just delete a core, which Ame would obviously be their first choice for.
This does feel like the kind of game where if it goes late and PSG LGD don't manage to truly execute the Death Prophet, I think T1 have a very good shot if not favored very late into the game. And T1 likes playing long games, as we know. They have, especially in previous tournaments, had some marathon games over an hour. And if it gets to that stage, if they can weather the storm, I think they have a really good shot here with Doom Medusa. So hopefully for them they get to build up. Obviously LGD's strategy is doing very well so far. They have a 1k lead against a Doom mid with level 3 Devour, so effectively against a lot of other strategies you could consider this maybe a 2k lead, almost taking mid tower as well. So definitely on the back foot right here, RT1. But I've doubted their Medusa
Mati sih itu
before,
harusnya.
and they just, oh no.
Nothing to say.
Ish dead.
Rotation to the top lane. Fissure will connect, but nothing to say. They're
Eh?
not gonna see him.
No way. Aman dong, kok tahu kidit.
Fissure actually ended up.
Yeah, that was
Dapat tower sih harusnya.
He didn't get the blocking angle he was hoping for. Ended up blocking himself more than
Doomnya TP.
Defense is actually coming in. Carl from the
Ketahuan sama kurir.
Gets the courier kill, so now they know he's there.
Yeah.
Beuh. Di Doom. Mati sih itu, es. White Mong. Juking. Oh, mati dia. Oh my god.
Tapi kalau Arsen kenapa nggak Doom ininya aja DP-nya?
Bodoh yang penting mati sih goblok.
Kalau lu ngedum DP rugi, DP-nya tuh udah ulti anjir. Buat apa? Nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Nah kalau lu dum si ES dia nggak bisa eco slam gitu kayak gitu. Anjir, itu mikirnya bangsat. Ya kalau orang biasa tuh pasti kenapa nggak kill DP-nya aja kan lebih mahal.
DP
jadi
itu
kalau dum DP-nya ntar lu udah eco bertiga anjing. DP-nya ulti belum kelar cu, masih bisa maju.
Iya, masih bisa YOLO dia. Maju terus.
Ini sekarang nih kalau main Doom nih gila anjir. Nggak ngotak anjir.
Buset. Wih. Oh, nggak ada ini finger of death. Belum level 6.
Ya mati dah Medusanya.
Mati sih. Gila sakit banget tuh, Pak. Nggak ada mana sih. Dapat Medusa dan dapat tower. Lumayan.
And something we haven't talked about very much, if at all, I really like Elder Titan as a hero against Medusa. I think when you're playing against these static.
Ini 5 menit lagi ini nih. 7 menit lagi si Ame ini nih. What? Streamnya berhenti. Ame sekali doang. 7 menit lagi.
Nothing to get the Medusa out of there yet. It's not like swap, force staff, haste, anything.
Not the best fissure, but it's going to result in a kill either way.
Nah, atas lepas lah tuh dapat towernya. Come on, dude.
Win rate, pick rate, and all that good stuff. And I think it's really cool that in past TIs, like the pick ban system was a lot different, right? You had more bans in the first phase, which means now, if there's a handful of heroes that teams are really prioritizing, some of them are going to get through, and it changes all the time. So the fact that we're actually seeing some of these heroes consistently get through is pretty cool, in my opinion.
For sure. And you can't really fault either of the teams for the other bans they're doing, right? There's just a lot of heroes that are really good, and there's a lot of...
ban everything, but there's the Doom onto Ame!
Itu dia. Berarti dia tuh.
Several times over.
Yeah, I think they could have definitely killed
dari
him
mana
at least
tiba-tiba muncul ya dari high ground aja.
Of course.
You gotta stack those things up.
But maybe he didn't need to do.
Doom itu tadi kalah 1000 cuma DP-nya. Tiba-tiba dia di atas aja.
Di atas deh.
Cuman gue nggak tahu gamenya bakal menang apa kagak ya soalnya.
Iya, belum tentu juga sih.
Medusanya jauh banget di bawah.
I would imagine.
Yeah, that's an understatement, no doubt about it. But You see top net worth goes to
Medusa tuh lawan TB susah. Damage-nya gedean Medusa, cuman TB masih punya Sandar kan.
Iya, bisa ulti.
Yep, he's doing pretty well. Fake casting his thunderclap.
That thing costs a lot of mana, by the way. He actually does cast it here.
A lot
oh,
of
they
mana?
actually changed
What's a lot to you?
No, okay, it used to be like 150 mana. Yeah. I just haven't eaten that I stay away from tomatoes, like I said. So.
Tawan Karl, ada ward. Dia mundur tapi.
No, and you definitely don't play micro heroes that would take it.
That's true.
So
Medusa mati lagi nih.
go into the draft.
Nggak tahu tuh.
Then I pick Pango. Is Pango banned? Yes. Then I pick Centaur. So not exactly a lot of variety there.
Man, you just ruined my.
Nggak jadi ngegeng mereka. Udah ketahuan.
Dipecahin sama.
Ketahuan. Bawa free tower. Yoi kan.
As Blink Dagger already online, which I guess is position 3, so you're gonna get more farm priority for Faith Beyond on this Earthshaker.
Siapa Leon udah jadi inian?
We'll see if this is gonna end up being go time for them. I mean, they have the Yules on nothing to say. I would assume going for
belum
it
harusnya.
looks like Boots of Travel first before the BKB stock.
Yeah, it was one or the other.
Coba lihat. Kan gue bisa lihat kalau di Twitch kan bisa lihat itemnya, cuy anjing.
Emang bisa.
Kita yang di kiri tuh yang gambar itu kan pedang sama tameng. Kalau
Oh iya, iya benar juga. Belum dagger sih. Oh shit. Langsung deleted lainnya. Deleted.
DP has been changed in 730.
Dulu ada mobil KB
seen a lot, but the silence is now a projectile. The cast point has been lowered, so it's quicker to cast than it was for the last couple of years, but it needs to travel.
Biar
So
dumnya
if you're in
sebentar.
very short, very close proximity, it's actually better than it was before.
That's one of those.
For every distance target is worse.
That's one of those skills that.
Doom tuh counter cuman ini doang sih anjir, cuman Lincoln.
Iya, Lincoln sih.
Conceptually, it's been the same forever, yeah.
That is an
Siku udah dagger, kuku ya. Kau udah fuck over there.
2 kali smoke nih. Kalau yang ini gagal nih, dia sayang cuy, ngebuang farming 2 kali.
Mati tuh. Mati gue sih. RP 2 orang.
2 core dong yang mati. Lihat itu si apa namanya? Sepek di Eko nggak ada damage.
Nggak ada damage.
Dibantuin sama Dawnbreaker aja. Stun dong dari Centaur.
Aduh, kok buffering pas war sih? Cok.
Oh my god.
He is fine. Potentially some damage up to this tier 1 mid as well.
Very good stuff there from T1, just so fast, right? They immediately see any sort of opening, they just pile on. They use all of their key ultimates here, but it's well worth it. So this Echo Slam doesn't clip the Doom, so
Di Eko dimuntahin, masih nggak kerasa tuh. Pas panahnya habis itu baru mulai itu keras.
Aneh berapa Medusa itu anjir?
Very well done by T1.
Yep, good execution.
4K lead, they're in a great position right now.
Quick fingers from Carl, as always, as we're gonna see.
Akhirnya gue udah ajakin collab.
Another kill on the Snapfire.
Collab apa?
Collab Apek.
Oh, Apek.
Sven used to have devotion aura.
Siapa bro?
Used to have an
Sama Reka aja.
Sabar, Reka tuh yang mana ya? Oh, Reka, ya, I see.
There's a small handful of heroes still, I think. I want to say it's less than 5 that have the original spells still. Like entirely. Basically,
Kapan tuh?
tweaks, but still
Habis Jumat.
Besok hari apa emang?
Besok Kamis goblok.
Besok jam 8 malam.
This is basically what happens when you pick these massive ultimate lineups against a team that can kill Roche, right? If you don't manage to get the
Abis kalah war, nggak ada ulti, Rosan anjing. Siapa yang mikir kayak gitu?
Unfortunately for LGD, I guess you could say unfortunate. I don't know if it's unfortunate, but both of their Aegis carriers are transformation-based heroes to an extent, right? DP's ulti doesn't transfer through Aegis. I think there was a time when it did, I want to say.
I don't remember that.
But I'm pretty certain. Anyway, They're going to give it to Terrorblade. And Terrorblade, in many ways, is probably one of the best transformation heroes to have it on because of how much he still does with his second life. He has Reflection, he has the Sunder, the Conjure images as well.
Late game, when you get Ags, he gets basically 2 seconds of meta anyway as
Dawnbreaker.
Ooh! Oh my god.
Did you see? That's a position.
Ish, dude.
Wow.
Still takes a while to kill. She's beefy.
Yep.
Ish,
Good
dude.
strength gain, has the mech that he didn't even use, so it could have taken a little bit longer to kill, but let's save it for a rainy day. Actually, might as well have used it. It would have probably been ready again, but
Good luck.
relatively irrelevant.
23 Savage now pressuring this tier 1's gonna force out the fort as Faith Beyond does have Echo Slam back online.
They're a little bit cautious about pushing here because the PSG LGD heroes went missing top, and from T1's perspective they could have easily smoked or TP'd mid tier 2 to set up a defense here. They didn't. Now finally Faith Beyond is going to go in and defend. He almost let the tower fall to creeps, as a matter of fact, before he got the confidence to go here. I guess at some point you're just like, okay, they must have left, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't have a ward seeing T1's T1 backing off, so he couldn't confidently go and cover that tower. But PSG understand how important it is, and even though it is in deny range, I reckon they will keep it standing here just for the vision and the potential TP control later. The glyph is on a very long cooldown, however, so still think 23 Savage will want to go there. But it can function effectively as a bait, right?
Yep.
When you're playing against a team and there's a mid tier 1 tower and
this is potentially a huge kill.
Gak di-doom kok sama dia.
doesn't want to doom him. He doesn't know where the backup is of the team.
Oh, dia tak. Iya.
That's true.
Tahu dah.
No Aegis there, that's an instant doom for sure, but
Ragu kayaknya dia.
Kayaknya dia tahu dari temennya.
Iya, kayaknya tahu ada backup jadi balik.
Backupan dia kejauhan.
Who were we casting? Was it yesterday where they weren't afraid to go all in
Oh,
on that
daripada
Aegis? On that hack?
sama nggak
Buang
mati
doom,
lah.
buang doom habis itu mati. Sayang.
Nah ini di doom nggak apa-apa nih, dibunuh si TB-nya anjir. Dia punya Aegis tapi bukan meta. Ntar pas hidup lagi nggak punya meta.
Nggak ada punya meta ya.
Iya. Dikasih lagi dong.
Enggak ya, main save kayak mereka. Enggak try.
sometimes I wonder how they get their ideas. Like, who came up with that? Why
Probably
does it have to
Slacks.
squeal like that?
Probably Slacks.
Probably.
I mean, he came up with Lycan Ags, so
yeah, thanks.
Anything's possible. Which we're not actually seeing much past, I want to say, the first couple days of the group stage. Started to fall off.
Anjing DP itu item cuma eyoooo sih.
Basically the thanks Obama of Dota is
eyoooo travel.
Eyoooo sama travel.
Pretty great idea, Slacks. Thanks for that.
Many more to come, I'm
I feel like T1 might want to make a move again here. Like, they didn't use anything. They have their smoke ready. This is one of the biggest benefits to Dawnbreaker, what you're seeing in action right now, by the way. Similar to how Spectre will play as a carry, Dawnbreaker can just sit on the opposite side of the map and keep covering the dead lane, as I've heard it's called. And then whenever your team makes a move, you can always connect with Solar Guardian. And if you do get ganked comparatively to a Spectre, it's a relatively minor loss. So expect to see Zephyr sitting up here a lot of the time, just pushing out this lane. If he gets ganked by 3 heroes, it's okay, you know, whatever. But actually, do have the smoke coming in here. They want to try to see if they can get a jump on Faith Beyond, but he seems very aware.
Carl whips himself, trying to find Faith Beyond.
Got a vision. This bad man.
Blink Dagger's not up from their 6 seconds, but looks like he has successfully
Oh, malah si Snapfire mati.
onto Jin-Q instead.
Knows there's a ward there now, of course, being caught in the trees, but what a great play from Faith Beyond.
Tapi kalau dapat 2, oke tuh anjir.
To stand there in that tree line and get out. The one escape he had, and he found it.
30 seconds on the Aegis, so...
DP! DP! Gak ada backup! Mati!
Nothing to say, just ticks away there. So T1 starting to mount a very, very big lead. Of course, it is a Doom game, so have to keep that slightly in mind here.
Oh, Gabe likes them.
Yeah, what's
Gabe
the percentage?
71%.
That's quite a bit. Faith Beyond, Fissure.
Masih bisa lewat. Nyangkut dong. Nge-stuck. Nge-stuck.
Faith Beyond is working on the Aghanim Scepter for himself.
Oh my god, lol.
What do you think about the Sheesh voice line? Do you like it?
Who does that?
Whitemon whenever T1 do literally anything.
Udah mau itu aja tuh.
How have you not heard it?
Udah mau sipa.
I'm not gonna lie.
Iya.
Bang.
Cinder, I don't even listen to you.
Udah Skadi itu yang pasang Yasa tuh.
The fact that you find that so funny is funny in and of itself. I think.
Itu Doom bakal bentar doang tuh. TB mesti di burst lagi kalau habis di Doom.
So Dawnbreaker Agony
Yeah.
Scepter
Awesome
gives
item.
you basically more control with your ult. You can pop it immediately, so it's only a 1-second lag time, or you can wait longer. It heals more, and it provides 60% evasion for any allies in the area.
Is godly against Terrorblade, who generally doesn't buy MKB or doesn't want to.
But then again,
doesn't do much against DP. The Ghosts have True Strike, but against Terrorblade it is very, very good.
This is going to be the first time I've seen the Dawnbreaker Ags in a pro game, actually.
Yeah, you're right. Some of the games we saw in the group stages were...
Oh my god, they actually found him. Okay. All right.
Oh my god.
So PSG LGD successfully take out Carl, who again is the top net worth right now.
Maybe a little bit of a false feeling of safety because of the ward that he did have up there, but they knew it was there and they took a different angle than standing there in the tree line. Went a little bit too far, and it's a big pick for LGD. Unfortunately for them, Roshan didn't respawn yet, so they won't be able to get that. But it's still a very, very major gold swing when you're such a rich hero. The kill itself is worth 1,200 gold in just relative difference.
And then a minute without him farming. And
and then it quickly adds up.
His Midas, his Devour, all that good stuff.
Yep.
I mean, it does feel like a mini Alchemist, but at the same time, you feel the power of him. Alchemist like ramps up to a point where like, okay, now I understand once he's 6-slotted, but for Doom, I mean, just his ult in and of itself, just being able to put yourself in position to get his ult off has huge impact on the game. As we see a smoke now from T1, Ags is completed on Faith Beyond, so he's going to be jumping around on that Earthshaker. Doesn't really have much mana to speak of right now, though.
I'm actually surprised we do end up getting a draft with T1 in it that gets a last pick Doom. Like, this seems like such a good ban against this team in general in the second phase, but even in the third phase, LGD did not want to cover their bases against that one, and T1 say thank you very much, even willingly picking it into a hard lane matchup, and they're still making it work. GQ. He's out.
Looks like he's fine. Oh! Right at the last second.
Ooh!
Yeah, they know the ward is there.
Very early finger of death. I'm actually not sure he got the stack there, but...
Well, he has 4. I believe he had 3, so...
Just to clarify, when I said he's out, I meant of the game.
Yeah, that's the old cast.
In case there was any sort of confusion there. Yep. Obviously very clearly going to die there.
And so many of those Tinker wards have been placed and dewarded in a game with no Tinker. Just seeing like how much split pushing is occurring in this meta right now, regardless of what heroes are in the game. Now, let's do some item progressions here. So, Ame has the Scotty S and Y.
Close to BKB.
Yeah. Just about 1,000 away from finishing that. Looks like nothing to say. He has his boosted travel BKB Yules and Shivas, so this is, like you said, was very standard build overall.
Kind of surprising to see them smoke here, don't you think? Like, he's 800 gold away from BKB. Do they feel cornered enough that they have to make this move? I get that you have the 9-second BKB on DP, but getting the one on Terrorblade on top of it would be really good. I guess they need to cover the area because Roshan can respawn any second now. So maybe this is just by necessity. That's gotta be it. If Roche couldn't be up, I don't think they do the smoke.
Good Savage, Fissure into the Enchant Totem initiation. Nothing saying it's about his BKB, but he just runs away now.
Oh, why did he BKB?
A little bit of a misstep here potentially from LGD. We'll see if T1 can take advantage. There's now 23 Savage. You can see his build. That's why Scotty just picked up that BKB.
Barang siapa jatuh dong anjir
One of
satu.
the few mistakes from LGD we've seen.
BKB and Exorcism for what? Like now you can just lose Roche in 30 seconds. You won't have one of your cores effectively.
Yeah, Carl wants to jump in. He does so. Gets fissured immediately into the angle side. But there's a Solar Guardian. Will he live? Finally, the right clicks will be enough to take him out. But the RP up to 3 heroes into the skewer.
Oh my god.
Finally, the Sunder comes out from Ame as 23 Savage forced to TP out, but no, the BKB ends, and he gets canceled. The
right clicks are there along with nothing to say. With that Spirit Siphon, 23 Savage trying to hold his ground, but eventually these right clicks will be too much as Ame just continuing to pound upon him, but nothing to say is the one taking most of the damage.
Oh my god, oh my god.
He dies.
Ooh.
The double kill from 23 Savage.
Ooh.
Back onto the Elder Titan. Ame getting extremely low. Finally dropped to the deck. And
Oh my god.
Complete disaster for both teams. Everybody's dying.
Mati semua.
Finally, Zephyr teaming out. Will be successful.
Oh my fucking god.
It feels like everybody died. 7 deaths.
Mati semua anjir. Sepek.
Nobody won.
Gila Sepek.
Everyone goes out a
Oh
loser.
my god.
Wait, who gained net worth there? Somebody must have gained
What the
something.
Looks like LGD somehow did, despite
The
dying
big
7
winner was
times.
Terrorblade with 1,100 net worth gained
Very
overall.
good.
What an insane fight. After that 3-man RP, 3-man horn toss,
Oh
there's
my
no
fucking
way you
god.
get that outcome. How in the world
Right.
did they end up?
Anjing,
It's
parah
obviously
men.
because Doom is dead. Like the instant stun from Shaker. Faith Beyond with the super clutch. If he doesn't stun Doom there, they're screwed, man. But they end up
War
kind of
4 lawan 5 tanpa Doom anjir.
Oh man.
Look at the net worth right now. 7K lead for T1.
Yeah.
When the fight ends, it's the same.
Yeah, that we'll just call that a wash.
I think, okay, pay attention to what happens now. So Y is going to walk in on his Elder Titan and start hitting the line. I think if he walks next to Medusa earlier than this, does that straight away so they get the natural order, I think Ame might have actually survived this fight.
What the fuck, Medusa aja.
Been optimized a little bit here. We're kind of picking apart the minor details when it comes to this level of play, but
Orang nggak bisa habis.
wow, that was actually a crazy fight.
Tadi kalau si Karna nggak mati duluan ya, kocak anjir. Nggak bisa BKB dong. Langsung di echo.
Currently has the Paladin Sword. I would imagine he wants to swap. Does he want to keep Paladin Sword just for the lifesteal? He is currently not changing.
Really?
Usually you do see Terrorblades gravitate toward Titan Sliver for a couple of reasons. First of all, your base damage is insane in Metamorphosis, so you get way more damage out of that item than most heroes do. Secondly, your hero is primarily susceptible to disables, so having the status resistance helps a lot. And it gives magic resistance on a hero that has a lot of armor. It's like incredible. This item was made for this hero, basically, but he's still opting for the Paladin Sword because he wants the lifesteal. I guess against Doom, he might feel like that's more valuable.
He's not queuing up a Satanic either, so maybe the fact that he's not playing lifesteal right now.
And maybe he has to go MKB because of the Ags on Dawn, and then he will get
the fact that you have to do that because of position 4 bot Ags.
Yep.
Kind of crazy. But we did see the impact there. I think he didn't hold the Solar Guardian for that long. And we talked about how it's really just RP setting that up if you want to actually extend the duration.
Okay with Lion on a single target, but it's not the greatest, I agree.
As we can see, smoke now from PSG LGD. So despite that fight being a wash, you can see T1 continuing to pull away just a bit in terms of net worth. And that's what happens with Doom and a mid-game to late-game Medusa. It just becomes really hard to handle. And Roche is being attempted. Let's see if LGD can actually contest here.
Well, they can keep doing that.
Yeah, I mean, Elder Titan might be the best hero in the entire game at contesting Roche.
He is the king of stalling together with Tinker.
It's already a half health though.
Old Tinker,
This is
I
the
should
Aegis
say.
and Shard. Scouting it out with the Astral Spirit. Getting the massive damage to come, I'm sure. Echo Stop will miss though.
Actually, are they just going to give it up here? It looks like PSG are not committing to the pick.
They're showing Faith Beyond close to the tier 2.
Siapa dia LGD yang pakai?
BKB?
Alright, they force out the BKB, but yeah, you're right. This
Single
is just
target
completely
nggak
left for T1 now. So
Single
Aegis,
target.
Shard will be
Thunder
consumed by
doang
Medusa.
sama
So that's
isapnya
going to be
si
single.
DP.
Doom.
Mati itu DP.
To say in the meantime,
Enggak lah.
Carl, see if they can actually
Oh,
pick
mati
this
dong.
up. Cuckoo does
Dikejar.
get off the horn toss. And a finger back from White Money.
Backupnya rada telat tapi ya udahlah mati.
Typically, when you're going for Roche like that, the other team gets a pick.
Nah,
But in
congkel.
this case, T1 gets both.
I have a fun fact for you that I just realized. The one game PSG LG have lost this tournament, they had DP.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well,
they actually had DP
surely
in that
they
game
picked
as
DP
well.
more than once.
And they first phased it here, so... Well, I'm not saying they're going to lose this game, but it is looking very good for T1.
Absolutely.
They're sitting on Aegis 12k gold lead, an insane late game lineup, which, to be honest, LGD can match for a large portion, but at some point it just feels like when this Doom goes a little bit further and gets that refresher, he should relatively easily be able to get at least one of his Dooms onto Terrorblade. And then it's just a matter of protecting Medusa as she clicks people down one at a time. Level 25s are also somewhat on the horizon here. Medusa level 23.5. For comparison, Ame is level 20 on the Terrorblade, and that's usually just how it goes. A lot of the gold that Terrorblade gets has 0 experience with it. That's the nature of how he farms.
Gila.
Actually canceled. No, sorry, that's the Aghanim Scepter. He actually kept it the entire time. Now Faith Beyond taking the brunt of the damage here as Cuckoo gets to score
yang dapat malah
with the force staff here. The exorcism go off as well. Faith Beyond with a nice, beautiful fissure.
Echo. Ya.
Nothing to say. Trying to maneuver himself around that fissure as Cuckoo pops a BKB into the skewer. TP attempt will be successful.
Hujan nggak kalian sana?
Enggak.
He is completely surrounded. Gets off the
Hujan sih sini.
Mendung sih, udah gelap.
Hujan. Iya gelap.
LGD with a nice exchange here. They lose Faith Beyond.
Nice. Meninggoy.
Very, very nicely done, yeah. At the very least for T1, they do kill Shaker and they don't lose their Aegis. And, you know, a lot of spells are committed that time around for LGD to find these 2 kills. They use Echo Slam, they use Exorcism. Even the Snapfire ult was used there. Not the biggest deal in this game comparatively, but... might mean that T1 are ready for their own move in 30 seconds. They're actually moving out relatively aggressively with 3 heroes here. With those spells on cooldown and an Aegis on Medusa, they feel confident. Like you said, he got the shard, so... Yep. Which single target spells does he even... Sunder! Is that the only one?
Spirit Siphon, Sunder...
Spirit Siphon is very, very good. That's true. That is amazing against that.
Does it work on items? I guess not. Like a eyoooo or something like that?
I don't think so. The wording says spell. Yeah. I have to admit, I don't know that. Very disappointing, I know.
It's okay.
I'll be better.
He actually has Ags queued up after the Silver Edge for 23 Savage, so that'll end up synergizing with the shard eventually to turn people to stone. But on the other side, Ame did complete the MKB like he talked about. I would assume, okay, he actually is going for Daedalus next, so just raw damage for the most part. Still no lifesteal, which is why he's still continuing to keep that neutral item.
Yeah.
It's not often you see no lifesteal as an actual item purchase.
I'm being told by chat that it does work on items, so there's a 50% chance that it works on items, probably.
Oh boy.
We're going to assume that chat is always right. Good job. So we'll say it does work on items.
Good to know. I'll believe it when I see it, though. Uh-oh. 23 Savage and company. Looking to just take some towers here. They'll get the tier 2, it looks like. Well, at the very least, they're poking. I mean, at this stage of the game, this is kind of a high ground defense game for PSG LGD, especially against an Aegis. And you can't ask for a much better team to defend high ground with literally Elder Titan +4 is all you really need.
Yeah.
It feels like.
How many Force Staffs do they have? They have 0 Force Staffs on T1. That means effectively Fissure will be a complete block off that they can't really counter. The only hero that really gets out of it is Magnus with the Skewer and the Dawnbreaker with Celestial Hammer. The other heroes will be stuck in a really awkward position. Unfortunately, their siege hero is ranged, so it's hard to Fissure block Medusa if she's hitting from the low ground.
It's really hard to kill her, but 23 Savage did actually complete the Ags and does not have buyback now. So killing her once this Aegis is taken out of the picture.
Very true. It's expiring in 5 seconds.
A bit risky, but T1 definitely with the advantage now.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And early Roche is obviously now in 3 minutes with the Aegis just expiring. So plenty of time for both teams to build up further. I think LGD would like to wait with fighting until they have the Terrorblade Daedalus as well, even though he has MKB Crystallis, which is powerful. He has, based on 23 Savage's item build, I actually think he will overpower the Medusa clearly when he gets the Daedalus, just because the raw damage and tankiness that 23 Savage has with this build doesn't really match up. If this Aghanims was, say,
Sorerun.
Could have had a Daedalus himself at least, which he isn't opting for. He's going for the silver, like we talked about.
Obviously doesn't want to go butterfly because MKB exists already.
So what would he get? I mean, Rapier would be the obvious choice, right? Since it's a Medusa, at that point you're probably stronger than the Terrorblade with the Rapier plus Daedalus. But for now, a fully decked out Ame will be terrifying. And also, we're talking a lot about the carry versus carry matchup, but we should be focusing quite a lot on the Magnus and Doom as well for T1. They're really setting up the fights for them, and if any of these get caught by a fissure, Terrorblade is going to kill them.
Doomnya udah refresher atau dari tadi?
These items are done, so okay, maybe not the Doom. That's a bit of a stretch. Magnus is not particularly tanky with this build. He's sitting on 19 armor, and that's basically it. None of his items really make him tanky at all.
Still a 77% win probability for T1.
Yeah, still looking great. It's been flatlining though.
It has.
For a while.
Y is working on Aghanim Scepter for himself, so that's going to give him basically the BKB once the Astral Spirit returns. What do you think of the shard for that hero, where you take places with your spirit?
Oh, Faithion.
Zephyr. Oh, they
Langsung BKB gak tuh dia? Oh, di Doom gak tuh? Komit banget sama AS-nya, fuck ya. Iya sih. Ah, nggak ketahuan sih. Aman tuh.
A little bit of indecisiveness there from Carl. I think he wasn't sure whether he really wanted to use this Doom, so he doesn't have it on anyone else, but he ends up throwing it, and then refreshes for the Shiva's vision, but doesn't find Shaker. We'll still have another Doom if the fight is to break out, but this is probably gonna
Refresher cooldownnya 2 menit doang ya? Sekarang ya? Bukan 5 menit? Kesal gue dulu 300 nih.
240 dulu,
240 ya dulu ya? Pokok dulu tuh lama banget tuh fuck itu cooldownnya. Males banget jadi. Sekarang kayak cepet gitu kerasnya. Kalau ada yang pakai Zeus kan ulti gak lama, ulti lagi. Habis itu setelah 5 menit ulti lagi tuh. Lah cepet banget. Lah DP DP. Beuh, ke burst nanti.
Medusnya udah 25 ya. Udah modifier anjir.
Looks like he's going for Lincoln's next, so the anti-Doom builds are coming.
But still needs to worry about some other cancels though. Obviously, Mana Drain, Blink Hex.
Iya, gak pencet D dong anjir.
Ini nggak congkel dulu ya? Harusnya congkel dulu sih.
23 Savage now poking. There is an exposed fissure angle when 23 Savage is standing on the high ground there to get off the attacks. Obviously, they had no wave, so they couldn't get vision any other way. Needs to be a little bit careful about the Shaker block on that Medusa in case.
Third Roche is up. So, slam. This is for a Dawnbreaker. Fissure to
Solo kill kah? Enggak. Di Doom nggak tuh?
Carl has come in with that Doom as well. This time they will find the kill. Beyond drops 65.
Di tahun dulu gitu, digituin dulu gak tuh? Sering risih banget tuh orang kalau mau lasit S gitu kayak S cancel gitu. Astaga nih orang. Tinggal diam habis itu klik kanan gitu. Gak perlu report di cancel animasi gitu. Iya kah? Apa Jul?
Parah super parah.
Looks like they'll get it for free.
Yeah, well.
Cinderin, you know what we're going to talk about here. There's an Ags on the floor.
Oh, I thought you were going to say tier 5 items.
Doom picks it up, so longer Doom duration.
Dari network sih menang, sama dari ini juga sekarang nih. Situasi sih winning sih.
Iya, ini winning sih harusnya.
Nggak tahu nih, kadang sentolop juga cuy. Di comeback sama ini kelar.
Kalau DP-nya ketangkap lagi nih. Gak ada yang def.
Buset. Alamak ya Allah, what the fuck are you doing, brother? Kebalik dia cuy.
Oh my god, kuku.
Dia yang pertama lupa pencet ininya, congkilnya. Sekarang dia ingat pencet congkilnya tapi salah ininya. Brother. Aduh, ya Allah. Sayang banget tuh, Pak.
Or will this just be like X amount of
Oh
seconds off
my
the
god.
Aegis?
Oh my god.
Otaknya kentutnya itu, astaga ya Allah.
Anjir, tinggal tunggu klipnya ini.
Iya, itu pasti di klip sih itu. Astaga ya Allah.
Kuku. Kuku.
Tapi kalau ini kalah aneh sih itu. Jadi makin ini lagi.
They don't know this.
Oh, ada refresher.
So he has another RP to work with.
Ada RP lagi, Ru. Oh, gitu lagi. Tahu lagi dah. What the fuck?
Smoke now for LGD.
Doom.
Oh my god, keras banget anjir.
Keras banget sih.
Exorcism's already used, which means T1 just have to wait this out.
Anjir, T1 cuma ngeluarin.
T1 cuma ngeluarin Doom doang tadi kan? Doom enggak? Enggak ya? Cuman ulti si Dawnbreaker. Ah, I see. Itu musuhnya sampai Echo, sampai muntah, Alt Spiritter juga, sampai Dead Prophet 4. Ya.
TP-nya buka ini enggak tadi? Enggak lihat ya.
Enggak tahu sih Metamor atau enggak itu. Kayaknya iya deh, Ru.
Kalau bukan meta, udah.
Kayaknya meta deh tadi. Tahu dah. Gua ngeliat kayak dia meta sih itu. Ntar ambil Gojek.
Keep in mind, Y as well has the Force Staff. We usually see the defensive use, but the offensive use in a game like this is really powerful. If you get the Echo Stomp or Fissure, you can push people into a very bad position inside the Radiant base here, but for now, obviously 23 Savage is very safe with the Aegis.
Indeed, has the cheese in his back pocket as well.
To trade top.
That's true. Damage is definitely being done right now, but the tier 3 is still relatively healthy. And you can just put Dawnbreaker there with the Solar Guardian if he wants to come in. He's going to take some damage, but will walk away safely. Was Echo Slam just used?
He used it in the last fight when
still on cooldown for 20 seconds. Okay.
Mananya habis dong
That's
orang.
the beauty. You talked about this earlier. That's the beauty of having somebody like Dawnbreaker. You can TP up there, no problem, and just use your ult to get back in the fight if you need to.
Yeah, it's doing T1 a lot of good right now having a global hero. That's for sure.
Oh my god.
Again, nothing to say against Doom, but the Fissure blocks them off a bit. Cuckoo expends an RP. And nothing to say, just completely
lagi,
They do lose Lion though, so 1 for 1.
Yo, Savage is in the middle of nowhere here. Could be good, could be bad.
And right clicks from 23 Savage coming. He's doing a lot of damage, but the Fissure continues to block him off.
Could be nothing.
Great tool against the siege tank. That is Medusa.
nothing to do.
We'll see if they can try to take advantage of this Aegis. It doesn't look like another minute to go. They did get the mid racks though, and I think if you're T1, you'll be happy with at the very least that. Maybe they try to poke here, but again, time's running out.
Yeah, LGD have effectively delayed the second lane of racks by decent.
Oh.
Pressure, by the way, in Q. Not sure if he has the recipe in his backpack. As you can see the jump in now. You see the Aghanim Scepter go to work. That spell immunity. And away he goes. Aegis 30 seconds. Satanic now online for Ame.
Yeah, 23 Savage needs to be careful not to lose this Aegis when he has low mana. He needs to position or this is over. I mean, they might not want to push anyway, regardless.
Bisa lah.
It's gone.
Bisa lah game ini, bisa lah.
Melee barracks, which happened about a minute and a half ago, and that's it for this Aegis. So, still T1 are building more and more of an advantage. Of course, Doom. I don't even know what he goes now. He's queued up a heart. I guess he'll replace Midas for heart now. How greedy are you going to be? How long do you want to keep the Midas for?
Keep the Midas, please. Please.
Can tell you're a Pango player.
Yeah, I definitely buy Midas on Pango.
Don't need boots that much.
Oh, that's true. That's more accurate for him at least. But yeah, I mean, is there any consideration to the fact that T1 are running out of slots to upgrade? Is that a silver lining for LGD?
I suppose to an extent. It is still hard to end this game, I think.
24 level lagi.
Silver lining. Your team is insane on high ground, and anything can happen in the Super Late Game Dota.
Ini ambil sander sih 25.
a lot of the time it comes down to which key core just gets caught by something. Like when the net worths are this high and the buybacks are that expensive and the damage is this crazy.
Look at this, Cinderin. Level 25 position 4 Dawnbreaker. Ame position 1 still 24.
Starbreaker charge 2.
He's not finding a lot of experience around on the map. That's for sure. It's just mainly the illusion pushing out lanes. So. And it's a good point. The 25 on Ame is actually very important. Those talents are insane. Like you either get 35 seconds more frequent Sunder or
Sunder cooldown minus 34 second coba. Sundernya aja aduh hilang cu asu. Sundernya
cuman mananya kan.
Iya.
Karena pakai mana dulu nggak pakai.
Decision might not even matter, right?
Right.
23 Savage has a refresher for himself now, so double BKB, double Stone Gaze, double Silver Edge. Wow.
Silver Edge.
Yep. Strong stuff, I know. Oh, Zephyr. It's going to be spotted out. That's the Demon Zeal popped. They're going to be able to take
mati dong mereka ya.
quick succession here. Carl looking to potentially go in.
Di fight back dong. Lawan.
Doom actually applied to Ame, but he's already at meta form.
Bro. Oh dia sendiri tuh fuck malah temennya. Ah ini dia. Itu dia. Gitu dong. Harpi lagi, Ame. Asli saving gak kurang darahnya cu. Bro, free hit brother. Oh di Sunder. Oh.
Oh my god.
Astaga. Ame mati. Mati ini Savage. Buyback gak dia? Enggak sih harusnya. Buyback dong.
Buybacknya buyback soalnya.
Gila semua buybacknya keluar cu. Mati. Buyback tapi. Fishernya ini nggak pas. What the fuck? Reset. Buset. Wah, 5-5-nya mati tuh. Oke, dude.
Does anybody? That's the question.
No. The only players who didn't use it are they all did.
Parah.
That is a 10 kill, 10 buy.
Gila all out semua cu. Mati semua, buyback semua.
All in anjir sumpah. Sumpah. 2 kali ulti, 2 kali BKB cu. SPK itu anjir. Oh my god. Lama banget matinya.
This is going to be the item now of this game, I think. Whitemon with the Aeon Disc. I think we might see more players pick this up in this game if it goes longer.
Bisa 2 kali
When you're
BKB.
without buybacks, that is essentially your second life.
Any kill now is huge.
Yes.
No buybacks.
Literally any kill.
PSG LGD playing it safe.
Tawan sih itu smoke-nya.
I just can't get over the fact how even that fight was. That was 30k net worth deficit. How is that possible?
I think it really showcased how much stronger Ame is than 23 Savage in a raw fist fight. Like, it took him so long for the Medusa to finally kill a TV.
Roshan.
Oh, RS.
Number 4.
Ada Ganim, ada Cheese, ada Refresher.
Kayaknya Doom 3 kali Doom ntar. Mereka bisa semuanya enak refresher masalahnya.
Iya. Oh, dimutahin gak tuh? Pedes banget, buset. Siapa yang ngambil Roche? Eko. Oh, si Savage dapat Aegis. Mati Earthshaker. ada Linkin nggak tuh? Oh, ini joki bayangannya asu.
was on an
Omega
illusion.
lul.
So T1 getting the better of that.
1 for 1 ya, fair trade lah.
I can't keep track of these items.
Yang rugi si ini, yang rugi LGD.
LGD sih, itu AS-nya Fisher-nya bisa kepake banget loh.
Punya, oh enggak, dia kira punya dapat ini lagi, dapat Aegis lagi.
Iya, dapat Aegis.
Fissure into Enchant Totem into Echo, so that Jinkyu did insane amounts of damage in that. He did the most damage out of anyone.
Whitemon was just gifted an Ags, by the way, so you get the
Whitemon dikasih X, agak nim. Gila, fingernya cepet.
All the stuff from Roche.
8 kali berapa sih namanya Leon itu? Kali finger.
Enggak tahu.
Refresher shard, I don't know if you got that. Where's the shard? You can keep track as I watch buildings die. 50 seconds of no faith beyond.
Per kill 40, 8 kali 40.
8 kali 40, 320.
320
ya.
Main 320 sama berapa? 320 sama 900 ribu kali ulti. Ajanim lagi.
Nunggu ES ini harusnya ya kayaknya.
Yeah, Carl as well, that is true. So they get one tier 4. Trying to take out these illusions. The Echo Stomp, again, just the delays constantly. We barely talked about it, but the fact that Lion can just destroy these illusions obviously hinders Ame's ability to push out.
Nih, ES-nya hidup nih. ES-nya hidup, Dawnbreaker-nya juga hidup, langsung ulti dia harusnya. Atau TP dulu, gak tau dah. Iya sih.
Salah force stop.
Mati cu, Ame cu. Gila sini GG sini, GG sih. Salah force stop. Itu nggak didorong aja di force stop sama teman sendiri.
Oh my god.
Ke hex, tapi ada force stop. ES-nya offside sendiri-sendiri, Echo. Ada muntah juga. Mati Whitemon, nggak ada buyback juga. Savage masih ada satanik, oke, nggak ada mana. Dicongkel, di skewer, ditidurin. Deol gak tuh? Dikit lagi. Di RP gak tuh? Dah GG sih dah.
Oh my
Game 3.
Parah.
Game 3 guys.
Oh, gila, parah.
Showcasing all of the strengths of both teams, honestly. I think T1
Oh my god,
absolute best heroes and a lot of standout
gitu dong.
performances. How many good catches do we see from Cuckoo
Asik.
among a couple of interesting
Ini gitu, nggak custom banget gitu, asik nontonnya. Kalau custom banget, alah males. Kan ada perlawanan, seru.
late game plays, right? That you're so far behind and you still make that look like an even game. You gotta say, going into game 3, right? If T1 gets some of these key heroes and they can build themselves a position like that, they definitely have what it takes to take the series. But LGD still even in a loss, have to inspire confidence in the viewers that they're probably still the favorite in game 3. Especially if they clean up a little bit, perhaps in the draft here with giving
they
T1
went
all these
late
heroes,
game against Refresher Medusa, Refresher Doom, Refresher Magnus, not to mention Refresher Shards on top of those already Refresher Orbs. Unbelievable game number 2. Like I said,
crazy game for T1.
Yeah, T1 forces this to game 3. Let's see what the panel has to say
Gila
about
kenceng
this.
banget anjir itu Dawnbreaker.
Well, I have to say, first of all, that was absolutely god-tier casting from Suns fan and from Syndra in there. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Now, we were reminding ourselves as we were watching that incredible match that T1 actually have taken a game off LGD in the upper bracket final of the Kiev Major. So the fact that they won today actually shouldn't be that surprising, Tsunami.
There was a Doom in that game as well, although it wasn't on Carl, it was on Cuckoo, but it does seem like the T1 will resolve their more dangerous situations with comfort, and that happened in this game, that happened in the Animajor, but then LGD did take game 3, and I don't know, maybe tides are changing? We'll see.
Maybe. I mean, it worked. Like, we looked at that draft and we were thinking like, okay,
Parah, man.
on one hand,
Oh.
you have this is the most T1 draft
Ini baru game,
ever.
Cok.
Iya, ini baru.
Heroes. Also heroes that can make plays though, but it's like you have
Game-gamenya aneh
Magnus,
makanya.
who is obviously going to be farming up with his abilities. You have Midas on the Doom, you have Devour, you have Medusa, and yet like they were still running around the map killing everybody. I actually think that the MVPs of that game were Carl, Cuckoo, and Whitemon. And Whitemon in particular, because in every single fight, he was waiting to use his Finger of Death. In that huge fight at the end, where literally 10 heroes bought back, the reason that they were able to kill, I believe it was Nothing to Say right at the end, where it looked like LGD was actually going to take it with that buyback, was with Whitemon in the Finger, where I was sitting there thinking like, there's no way that he still has it up, but he was being patient with it. And then also,
Iya, biasa paling sering keculik. Paling sering keculik.
he wasn't getting killed online, other than in the fight where they all 10 bought back. Everybody died in that one.
Jenkins, I think it was you who was saying on the desk earlier that the key thing is obviously stacking your team fights, and T1 were able to do that in the early game, although there were some team fights where it was really hard to tell who actually benefited the most. I really wanted to take a look back at one of those team fights. It was around the 27-minute mark. What the hell is happening here? Who wants to talk me through this one? Aoi?
Sure, so I mean, in Faith Beyond, he has a really quick reaction to Carl blinking in. They blow up the Doom, who's the highest net worth on the Doom, maybe second, and he doesn't get any spells off. However, T1, they're still so confident in this fight. They understand their net worth lead, and they still play out the fight like nice and slowly. When Dusa gets caught here, they don't leave her to die. They understand that they can get a turnaround here. I think the fight ends up being
Salam.
weird fights where you don't really know which side won. I mean, they both sort of kill all of each other, which is apparently what happened this game. But LGD supports LGD supports did actually have to use buyback, which let T1 get the next roles pretty much uncontested. You just have more buybacks in them. I do want to say though, one thing. I've been playing Dota a long time. I've watched a lot of Dota. I've never seen a 5v5 team wipe, 10 buybacks, and then 10 alive heroes. Yeah, that's never happened. I haven't even thought of that scenario because it's so unlikely.
Perang cuk, 5-5-nya mati tuh. 5-5-nya buyback.
We get to
Yang
see what would
buyback
happen
sama
if
yang
buybacks were
efek
literally
yang mati-mati tuh yang di shop itu anjir.
Aduh ya Allah.
They instantly went for a smoke.
Yeah, they went and fought.
I respect that so much because this is the TI stage. You're in the upper bracket against LGD. You have 0 buybacks. And your play is to go for the aggressive play, to go for the smoke. That's how you win games. You cannot hide in your base and be safe. You need a go-go.
They did have an Aegis though, so maybe no buyback, but they did have 1 extra life advantage.
True.
So every little bit counts, and they did have a substantial net worth advantage as well. And it also just felt like the net worth was kind of the X factor for T1, because despite being 20k down, you'd think that with Refresher Mag, Refresher Doom, Refresher Dusa, that every fight should be extremely straightforward for T1. And yet LGD were still kicking and screaming in every single one of them.
Like the fight in the Roche pit, where the Echo Slam comes in from from his Earthshaker. And literally the entire Roshan pit looks like it's Christmas and everyone's bought Roshan off for it.
Yeah, we were just sitting there thinking like, who got the Aegis? Who got the Aegis? Nobody got the Aegis. Eventually 23 picks it up. He snatched it, so somebody else got the last hit on Roche.
There's probably like 10k worth of items on the ground.
And then after the fight was over, all 3 of the other Roche items were on the ground or whatever. Like I think there was a couple of bands of elements, which also 23 dropped during a fight.
Just to get his BKB off.
Just to get his BKB, he dropped a Band of Elephant skin on the ground because his backpack was full. That was the most insane game I've seen in a very long time, and it doesn't surprise me that it's T1, and it doesn't surprise me that it's T1 versus LGD. It really doesn't.
Watching this, no matter what happens in the 3rd game, whoever goes down to the lower bracket after this one, do you think they've got a chance to keep going, having seen this performance in this most recent game?
I think we're looking at 2 top 4 placements right now. Like no matter what happens, someone's gonna make a lower bracket run, and they're gonna assassinate everyone on the way there. And we might see a rematch at some point of these 2 teams as well. Because as entertaining as yesterday was, I do feel like there was a more definitive winner, even though they also went 3-game series. this one felt competitive, and it's revenge from the animator as well. We need to complete the story.
It felt like we didn't get
Good
to
luck,
see
MPI.
Cuckoo really get activated on
Good
that
The
lead
fuck?
on it.
Bener-bener, itu bener-bener.
Jadi
But his
ituannya
Magnus in this
ituannya
game, the
T1 apa?
initiation, and just
Apa sih
Keren
namanya?
anjir.
Oh, iya iya iya.
Dusty,
I
the
see.
goal and the
Itu punya
gumption,
T1.
Jenkins, you had to be a little bit
Terus
impressed.
si Kuku bilangin thank you.
Watching both of these games, my thoughts were like, okay,
Itu kan pas kemarin tuh yang udah sampai di itu kan, udah sampai di Romania.
comes out on a panel that says a hero's OP,
Yeah.
but Mag is goddamn OP. Like that hero.
Tapi kemarin kayak anak tiri anjir T1 Dota.
Iya sih.
Iya,
Kelihatan
jelas
banget
banget.
bro. Kayak gak diurus gitu.
Sekali masuk itu
Kira masuk TI baru dilirik. Ngeblek gitu cuy.
nggak pernah di-upload kan
Iya.
pas ini. Kemarin juara major kayak biasa-biasa anjir.
Good.
Oh, great.
You're just
Bener-bener
repositioning people, and at TI, that
lebih
matters
ini
a
dia
lot. If you
ke
think
LoL.
that you're structured, if you think you have
Iya
this
sih,
wall,
memang
this
lebih terkenal LoL-nya kan T1 daripada
Iya.
Dota ya. Giliran masuk TI baru dilirik sama ini anu T1-nya. Konten ininya ngeblek.
just going in and dying. He can consistently break it.
And I know you
Kau
were
lihat
going to
ini
RP, but for the longest time,
konten
Magnus' whole
T1 Dota
relevance
sama
in Dota
T1
was,
LoL.
can I have someone to
Jauh
attack?
anjir
Do I have a melee?
kontennya.
It's like a side factor at this point.
Konten T1 LoL
That's not what you said.
berkelas banget anjir. Sekali konten T1 Dota badut.
Now you have you have his Q set up
Parah
with
anjir.
slows and pulls in for that, so you can set up with that. There's a Yule Scepter you can set up with that. There's Horn Toss, which was it you that said it removes the skill from, or it was BSJ. He was so mad. He was like, Horn Toss removes the skill from Magnus. I think that was him saying it.
That was him.
It was definitely him.
He's got a lot to, like, Skewer was one of the most skill shots of skill shots. And yeah, now Shockwave, you can see pulling them towards him. That used to not happen. He used to just deal damage. And RP was always a very, very delicate dance between that and Skewer. But the hero's starting to find more relevance as we introduce these Aghanim's shards.
But the thing is, it's not like they took Magnus and took the skill cap and brought it down or something like there's still insane skill that you can have with this hero. It's like Invoker. There's like more pairings of things that you can do. You can Shockwave 3 people and skewer them back and then RP. You can RP into skewer. You can Horn Toss after the RP, before the RP. There's like a million different things that you can do with it. And we saw Cuckoo do basically every combination of them in that game.
So what you're trying to say is, if you are going to be playing some pub games, when you want to play Magnus, get them in before the end of TI10, because he's not going to be quite as fun to play once the players have had their say and spoken to Valve. Is that what you're saying? Have your fun while you can with Magnus, and you know what? T1 and PSG LGD, have your fun on this stage in the upper bracket while you can.
Okay, game 3, let's go.
After game number 3, one of you will be going down to that lower bracket. But you know what? After that second match, or second game, I should say, this one is probably going to be yet another electrifying matchup. And I think that PSG, they're going to have learned a lot from that.
Did she call me BSJ?
I'm sorry. I called it
that.
PSG instead of LGD. I apologize.
It's in his contract.
I'm sorry.
You can never refer to him as BSJ.
Impressive is that despite game 1 being so dominant from LG, I feel like T1 were really able to suck LGD into their own pace of the game. I feel like this entire tournament, I've never seen LGD make a mistake like they did on mid when they tried to jump a Medusa with Earthshaker. Sure, there was an Invis Doom there. Yeah, there was an Invis Doom there who called clutch Doom. But that was like a weird engagement. That's not something that you usually see out of LGD. And I think T1, they might have figured something out with the scale. I'm not too sure like who will have the better read going to this game, because generally the counter to these 3 slow cores are to do like play really fast, high tempo, take the towers. LGD, they won all their games, but they're actually one of the slowest teams at taking their enemies' towers this tournament. I think it was like 12 minutes or something.
Yeah, and also I think they got intel on how LGD likes to play with Terrorblade. They showed it off in game 1. The dynamic was very similar here. They had Jinkyu on Snapfire, so you had these surrounding staff around the Terrorblade to be like, okay, you know, he wants to man fight. And this time they served up a Medusa to go head-to-head, and they had more enabling the Medusa than they did the Morphling in Game 1.
And I think it was a lot what Aoi was mentioning during the first panel, where there's like poke and maybe not so much disengage, but there was a lot of like eventual really strong team fight. But to me in this game, like maybe there's no like damage poke, but there is like opportunity poke, where like Cuckoo on Magnus was just looking for skewers, and there were certain times where we saw him hilariously blink into the enemy base and then fail to skewer out. But it's like that's what he was going for the entire game, was just looking for these like random opportunities to basically break LGD's wall.
Well, while we wait for the draft to kick off, we are going to check in with PSG LGD because we wanted to have some words with their captain. Oh, in fact, no, you know what? We actually spoke to Y earlier. So you know what? I'm obsessed with Y. But I'm going to be less obsessed with Y and more obsessed with Cuckoo after we find out what he had to say earlier this year.
The season for T1 may have ended on a high note, but it certainly didn't start out that way. The team was looking forward to finally attending a LAN event with the Singapore major in March. But their captain, Cuckoo, was suddenly unable to go. T1, playing with a stand-in, failed to even make the main event. Like many other teams, the transition to in-person events proved challenging. But for Cuckoo, he says it's where he really thrives.
I did not play LAN for 1 year, and as a player, I really like to compete at LAN because the feeling is kinda unexplainable. Unlike the online, it's like you can like just chill, watch some anime while playing tournament, something like that. But on LAN, you can feel that you cannot slack off or play like lazy.
How have you had to change your leadership style as a captain with everything being so different?
I think our coach helping me to improve as a captain. And at first, he's the one drafting for us. When the drafting also come back to me, I feel that I kind of step up a bit to perform well and to draft well for my team.
And when did you step back in to draft for your team?
DPC Season 2, the opening game. It's like my captain told me, "Hey, Ku,
goblok anjing."
I know my draft is good, better than March. Nah, just kidding. No, just kidding.
With Cuckoo drafting, T1 went on to finish first in Season 2 in their region, giving them a direct invite to the Animajor. And to earn enough points for a spot at TI-10, all they had to do was win one match.
Me and March keep talking to the boys that don't think about the TI and the result. Just keep thinking about the game. Don't focus so much like on TI. If we go to TI, you can think about the TI, right? But if we fail on Animajor, there's no direct invite for Southeast Asia.
Well, they won that match and kept on winning with a solid run that took them to the lower bracket finals, ending with a loss to EG that was so close it hurt. Still, after everything T1 went through this season, Cuckoo had led his team to a spot at TI. Let's pretend you're in the grand finals of TI-10. Who do you want to play?
I want EG.
Why?
Because I want to see like so many Southeast Asian player on the grand finals. If EG and us is like on grand finals, we can put like 7 Southeast Asian players on one grand finals, and I think it's kind of good for our region. This is my 5th TI, I think, and most of my TI memories is like after upper bracket, we lose, then lose again. So if I'm gonna go back, I really want to raise the ages as a player, as a captain. My goal for TI is like keep grinding and do my best.
And we have no doubt that both teams are going to be trying to do
Cuckoo,
their best in
Carlo
this
Palat.
third and final game of the series in the upper bracket. It is PSG LGD versus T1.
T1 versus
T1.
PSG LGD. Game 3.
Game 3.
Welcome to the last draft of the first series of the day. My name is always eyoooo+, joined by Fogged, joined by Lacoste. And while we're analyzing the draft, sometimes it doesn't tell the full story. So Lacoste, tell me, what went so well for T1 last game?
I mean, I gotta focus on Carl. His Doom was completely popping off in that previous game, managing to stay on the top of the network chart with the hand.
Oh shit.
Elder lagi. Magnus diambil PSG LGD. Oke. Doom di ban. Oke.
Iyalah pasti.
Shit, fuck that Doom dude, no more Doom. Di ban sama mereka. Disrupt, oke. Alright.
And they just kept finding him out of position with both Carl and Cuckoo. It was phenomenal, really, for T1. And yeah, you can see the adjustments already made for PSG LGD. We see Magnus now moving in priority up to number 1. ET takes a little bit of a step back, and T1 still going for a very strong scaling draft with these two heroes as an opener, but also still active, very good at just catching and all about like this mispositioning too, which I feel like was big in the last game. These skewers just bringing people out of spots. Both teams have one. We have a glimpse, and we have skewer plus one. It's all that fun.
And they just picked eyoooo into Disruptor. Usually it's the other way around. Disruptor has been historically a counter to eyoooo. And as you mentioned, ET plus Disruptor, these two heroes are... You're going to be feeling good having those heroes no matter what stage of the game we're talking about. Having a strong laners and also ability to scale. But to go back to the previous game a bit, the big boy Philly, this is the item, the neutral item that people tend to hold for the longest duration of time, as we've seen Zephyr holding it, I believe, in this game for more than 20 minutes. I believe average time is around 13, compared to some, like, average time is 8 minutes holding the neutral item. So big boy Philly on the top.
So I like to ask, because if the eyoooo is not good against the Disruptor, right? It must be because there's some synergy or something you're looking for in your own draft. So what are the strengths of the eyoooo Magnus as a starting combo here, Fog?
You got the double buff up for your carry. You got a lot of heal, sustain that's going to be coming in, and gives you, I mean, global potential is always something that you have to factor in. Sure, there's glimpse, but we saw last game like how much the global was a threat. Zephyr was like one of the top net worths in the game as a Dawnbreaker support, just because he could play on opposite side, he could always respond to these moves and then still show up to fights. So I think eyoooo is a great example of being able to open up the map for yourself while also being able to, like, hey, Almay, you can't beat the fight? Yes, you can. We're going to bring you in there. So
does this add to LGD's response to T1's first that we saw last game?
Yeah, yeah, I think so, definitely. Looking at the bans right now, Enchantress, not your usual ban, but this is something that needs to be done if you want to set up Elder Titan for a really good laning stage, because Spirit is dispellable, unfortunately.
Yes, and I think if you pick like Disruptor ET, you've already shown that that's like 90% chance of 4 ET. And what is 4 ET like? Not like playing against Enchantress. If it's a 5 ET, I feel like you can't actually go for that kind of dispel thing, but we saw Secret do exactly that, right? They baited Saksa into playing the ET in the OG series, and Puppy just snap picks Enchantress versus it, lanes it against it. He actually was lucky because he was versus Monkey King as well, so he had double dispels and all that fun. He had really strong lane for it, but yeah, when you see that it's gonna be a 4 position.
There's even a secondary dispel for the Disruptor Shard in case they go for that. So if they want to actually buff up their carry, you have that little extra...
There's one more hero left in the pool that has a built-in Dispel Oracle. I don't think you want to get eyoooo Oracle. It just seems extremely weak, especially compared with the Magnus. If your offlaner has a lower cooldown stun, I think that's doable, but at this point, I just don't think they're going to go for it. Queen of Pain banned out by PSG LGD. I've seen so many games where Virtus Pro bans out Queen of Pain, and it screams, we want to pick Storm Spirit. Like, this is the hero that we want to get. Queen of Pain was banned out in the previous game, so that means, maybe they screamed a bit more against the T1, and this is a comfort hero for Carl as well. And also, whenever you have eyoooo, that means you have a limited lockdown, Magnus, RP. You kind of don't want to commit, so PSG LGD will need to protect their lineup against these elusive heroes, Puck possibly, and any Spirit in general.
Yeah, I was thinking Storm or Ember Spirit, likely for nothing to say, just covering his lane, because I see the Bat ban as well too, so they want to have this like really advantageous lane for him.
The
and
drafting.
It's always really good versus Hero Disruptor because you get glimpsed, you throw the Remnant down, come back in the fight anyway, so lots of different ways to get into the backline as well, versus these two heroes that are two of the better backline heroes. So ET and Disruptor want to play very far from
LGD
the fight,
nge-ban
and
hero-nya
Spirits.
si Carl semua ini 3 biji. Doom, si Better
Well,
sama
you talk about these two heroes. I'd like to get into something interesting, the idea of draft theory, right? So, as
Kuku
an
Indo
OG
Pride
nerd
gitu
says,
anjing.
what advantages and disadvantages do does picking two supports have for a draft? Like if there's two starting picks or your 4 and your 5, of course you can flex the ET. What does that do for your draft?
Just open. It saves your carry. It like, protects them from being counterpicked early on, especially now that we have the double picks that come out from, you know, in PSG LGD's position, because now they're going to be able to pick one hero on T1, and PSG LGD gets to pick 2, but now they're only going to have information of 1 core instead of potentially 2 if they'd opened with 2 of them. So, I mean, there's a lot of different implications now at the draft order that ends up making. I feel like double support is actually better than it used to be.
Really? Why so?
Just because of that exact thing where you can actually only have 1 core shown in the first 3 when you're picking the 4, and then you get this. You get a situation when you get to. You reveal your. It's hard to describe because like you reveal your. You can reveal your mid, but then you get to save your carry for the last pick in a lot of situations because you get this pick and then into double bans and you can cover and you get to see their carry. So it's kind of weird like describing it. Not really.
And it's also a support duo that scales well when we're talking about you know, ET maxing out the aura, getting 1 item, disruptor, possibly getting that Aghanim Scepter if he finds the Philly that I mentioned. Whenever I see Philosopher's Stone for the first
more thing.
Position 4/5 is the disruptor because it's
combo
sepet. Upgrade in the game.
Bisa sih, disruptnya udah diambil.
Let's talk about this one because that's different draft order, right? You actually get the 4th pick, you protect it with the bans. Does this condition you into being able to pick something more combo-y, something more special, like for example the eyoooo?
Yeah, probably. You can. These picks are just very open-ended, so you can kind of do quite a lot. I mean, on both sides, like you've saved so much.
And what's the strength? Should you or can you pick 2 supports with these 2 starting picks, or is that too weak if you have the 1st and the 4th pick of the draft? Going really in depth here.
It's really deep, maybe a bit too deep for me. Fog, help me out here.
Maybe a bit too deep. No, I mean you can.
Right. I see the Magnus, right? I see these combos, and I always look at teams and go either the oftentimes carry or counterable hero in the 4th pick, right?
Yes.
Or sometimes this like you said, the buffing combos, right? This opens up your draft so much that eyoooo Magnus, a lot of carries become much more viable, and it's very difficult to try to counter this with. In fact, you can even protect your future carry with these next 3 bans, which they can more or less guess based on the heroes you picked out. Yeah. So let's keep going. What can we? Let's theorycraft. You know, we have time because the game is paused.
We have a pause, right?
Yeah, exactly. So let's theorycraft a bit. What could we be seeing? What is a carry that goes well with Magnus and eyoooo, and what could T1 be expecting for this pick here?
I usually like a BKB core because you're going to be playing into natural order. BKB versus Static Storm is always going to be really effective until if they do find an Aghanims, which pretty much requires a Philosopher's Stone in most situations for that disruptor, since it's like very likely to be that 5 position because ET's picked also. So
you
BKB
don't
core.
know what you're going to be playing into because, as we mentioned, T1 really camouflaged their draft really well, opening up with the position 4 and 5. Maybe something with the built-in BKB. A jog. You still don't know the matchup, but we still have a lot of time as well to theorycraft about what could it possibly be.
So when you don't know the core to core, what are some carries that come to mind that are pretty solid no matter the matchup, or have a wide array of good matchups?
Juggernaut, I think, for me, is the most standard Dota 2 hero where you don't know what to pick, no matter the bracket. It feels like, you know, it's still a Juggernaut, and these 2 supports don't have any kind of escape mechanism against them, so it should be like a free kill. You have a Blade Fury that you can get out of ET stomps if it's necessary, so you're going to get stunned, and just feels the spell mechanic as well, the healing that synergizes well with the eyoooo.
What about the other carry with an inbuilt BKB, the Lifestealer? Do you think that one is also a solid?
You need to see the matchup. You can't just pick that hero blindly.
Yeah, it is always going to be good versus like ET and Disruptor in stages of the game, but that hero's been a bit underwhelming for me.
Why do you think so?
I just think he just takes too long. He really just takes such a long time to farm compared to a lot of these carries that just have natural built-in mechanics of like steroids. We have Medusa with Split Shot. We have Terrorblade with Conjure Image. We have, I mean, Morphling just being able to farm pretty much anything at any point in the game. So.
And we're back with the draft, guys.
And we are. And we're going to have that Bane ban, so that's a BKB piercing disable that they're taking
out.
Yeah,
it's also a great setup for a possible skewer back, the relocate type of a plays, and we've seen Bane being a bit more popular during the main event compared to the group stage. BKB piercing ability, you do not need to get the full duration grip. Sometimes a second and a half is exactly what you need. PSG LGD. Okay, I
so
like
they're
this.
going to take it. So that's a backline hero to get on top of eyoooo. That's always nice. Mixed damage carry with ET. And if it is going to be that's also the thing where we were talking about earlier, where it's like forcing the Magnus out of a position. Storm Spirit is one of those heroes that it's not the worst matchups. Magnus still does pretty okay, but Storm thrives versus melee heroes, period. So, and I saw a couple times where even nothing to say. I think it was versus Elephant. He got solo killed by Maybe, who was the Storm Spirit. It was Maybe who, Somnus, who popped off, is getting solo kills in the group stages, but that's a matchup that you can.
I believe T1 didn't mean to pick Storm Spirit in this game. That's the feeling that I get. It's just they used the Screen of Pain ban that PSG did, and they also banned out Lina. Lina, one of the heroes, doesn't have bad matchups, I would say. I don't think anyone wins against Lina. No matter what happens, she's still gonna farm, and she's one of the better but decent against Storm Spirit. She's not gonna come out even, I believe. And yeah, so Storm Spirit, as you mentioned, the backline jumper, they have no low cooldown stuns. Puck is still available if they want to try to counter Storm Spirit, the leash mechanic, even though with the recent changes, the Storm Spirit item build, going for Kaya Sanj so that the coil and the silence does not last as long. That's one way to deal with that.
What could LGD be thinking then now? You already talked about how they're maybe moving the Magnus from position, but they actually really like it and nothing to say as well.
They do, because he likes playing like he transitions most of the times too. But they've been having it a lot of time with Beyond as well, so they don't mind moving it. I don't think they even that's probably not even like, oh, okay, we can't put Mad May. They're probably like, whatever, ignore
just
that.
Go for the
they're just like, we need to have disables now.
There's the Lion.
So they're
Ursha carry. Let's go.
And then they pick up their carry as well, so the Magnum and the Flex pick them.
And that's a pace hero, so they can set tempo. They can play a lot faster this time around. I feel like last time, this Terrorblade picked, we mentioned at the end how they picked it into Lion, so I feel like they did pick it in a bit of a tough position for him to actually just straight up carry the game on his own. This one, just much faster paced. He's not actually countered by much of anything. You're good versus ET. You're a natural BKB buyer as well.
Spectre.
A Spectre. What do you think of this core-to-core matchup, Lacoste, between Spectre and Ursa?
I like Ursa here quite a lot.
Ih, lama ini gamenya. Kalau dapat terusan meninggal.
Lama sih.
Tergantung nahan dong tuh. Tapi ada Elder sih bisa nahan.
Looking at PSG LGD, they are Radiant this time around, and they also have Ursa lineup. So
asal nahan Rosan.
Decide to do the swap arena.
Kalau enggak stomping game.
Your tier 1 tower, your carry goes to tier 1 tower on a top lane, and then you can always threaten the Roshan because Ursa plays the top part of the map. While Dire, they need to stay close, they need to be checking, and Ursa is the best Rosh taking hero in the game.
Habis ini apa sih?
Is this a hero that you guys would consider?
Habis ini Vici EVP.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Seru sih.
We saw even multiple different games where I've seen more Aghanims now on these Ursas just so they can get their
OG.
Last game seru.
Yeah, Sumel did it. He was versus
Itu OG lawan QC.
Don't think we'll see that. I think BKB is
malam, tengah malam, jam 11, jam 12.
Jam berapa?
Lama dah. Tengah malam pokoknya. Itu game.
Could be the last picks that we'll be seeing. So for LGD is still open. For T1, we're probably looking for an off laner here.
Yeah. I'm surprised, again though, I see the
Mereka
Lion
bentai.
pick,
Oke.
I actually like Lion versus Spectre in most games. As soon as you hit 20 minutes as a team fight happens, just mana drain, you take out 3 illusions inside of a big haunt, also inside a mid game.
Mulut.
We're like, oh, let's just make the line a little bit better somehow.
Yeah.
As we saw,
Haram.
LGD take the Terrorblade last time versus it, and now T1 take the Spectre versus
I would love to see some kind of tower damage coming out from PSG LGD. There's still Beastmaster available, or they can go for the Dragonite to have a bit more stun control against the Storm Spirit, which could be flex, and they could put it on a mid lane. It's still Storm Spirit favored matchup, but then we have this flexibility to see where Magnus or
Beastmaster bisa sih.
Also, yeah, BKB carrier who also
and someone who benefits from the empower.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see.
And we see like the bans, right? It's like Nature's Prophet and like, and both teams are like, well, we're both lacking push, so.
That's true. Well, I can touch on the Lion a bit earlier again. Do you think the Spectre, as you said, is about jumping the backlines? There's an idea that you can overwhelm the Lion, perhaps, that you can't deal with both Storm and Spectre at the same time, and they see the value of him as a counter to the Storm with a Hex?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that could be another thing too. And so Spirit's always really good to scout.
Ember,
so always know where he is in the fight, even if Haunt isn't up. So yeah, maybe if you.
Gue punya feeling kok nggak Ember Void with bener Ember doang. Oke, dude.
Yeah, now looking at the bans, it makes a lot of sense because Necro just completely dominates Ember Spirit.
Apa ya? Ini tinggal offline doang nih, 3.
Embernya nothing to say.
Yoi, nothing to say.
Main ini enak nih, main LC di sini enak.
Iya sih, bisa sih LC, iya LC. LC, Beastmaster. Apa lagi ya? Tadi Ben.
Apa dia mau stunner lagi? Gue nggak tahu.
ES 3. ES di Ben nggak? Ya SK yang jarang banget di pick. Bisa ya? Feeling gue kok nggak ES Beastmaster sih. Feeling gue.
Okay. I've seen it like go both ways depending, but it's very skilled matchup. Still, I'd give 60.
Ayo, apa bener?
Apa nih? Udah mau pick nih.
I've heard in the game though, Ember does do better because his
kayaknya.
chains can stop storm.
Tadi Ben tuh. Iya. Mereka yang Ben tuh, T1. Iya. Sih mirip. Beastmaster gitu dah kayaknya.
We could see PSG LGD look to set up like something like that. T1, what?
LC,
kayaknya. What do you lane against the Ursa? That's always a tough one. Do you prioritize the lane here or the game?
Really LC?
I was thinking about something like a Legion Commander, but then it's not that great of a Ursa is not so strong, level 1.
Enak soalnya LC ini nangkapnya.
Venom gak tuh asu. Jauh banget asu. Buset tuh.
Iya, buat Ursa sih bener.
Unexpected dude. Oke. What the fuck? Oke. Gue expect stunner tuh, Bang.
Iya, buat Ember.
What the fuck? Oke.
Tapi bisa. Ayo kita lihat gimana. Orang kapten memilih untuk dia sendiri anjing.
I'm just seeing a bit of limited disable without like heavy commitment. So I feel like
Kayak dude, oke. Venom. Ini kayaknya pertama kali deh di pick yang gue liat nih, Venom. Sebelumnya gak pernah kayaknya.
If Storm has a good timing in a good game, he could get an Orchid. So I'm going to be looking at the mid lane, looking at how good these lanes actually will go for T1 to see how they're going to be able to handle this Ember Spirit. Because I do think that Ursa is maybe just, you know, now you're scared of Ursa. We saw Nisha the other day also too. Is hey, we're also scared of this carry. Boom, Nisha goes crazy as Ember, and I think this hero can't do that.
Well, I'm the host, so I can't win any way, but I really want to know what BSJ has to say for his last word.
Thank you, Avo. As this game is called Defense of the Ancients, I think this specific game should be called Defense of the Roshan, as it is the paramount objective for LGD to be taking this game, as the panel did highlight. But I want to emphasize what T1 did in order to address this exact thing, and that is the vision game that they have from long range. They have the Venomancer wards to scout, the Spectral Dagger from the Spectre in order to scout, the ET Spirit, as well as the Kinetic Field from Disruptor. They have so many ways of gaining information in order to get that initiation on LGD when they try to force their objectives, that if they can manage to keep the distance, manage to take the fights on their own terms, T1 will have no problem taking this game. However, they have Ember and the Ursa empowered by the Mag to get up in their faces, low cooldown, run at you, Dota. If LGD can take that first Roshan, snowball it into a second one, they should have no problem taking this game. Winner of this game secures top 6 and another $800,000 in the international, and I'm going to let you guys take it away, Sunsfan and Synderen.
Thank you, BSJ. We have game number 3, LGD versus T1. You just heard BSJ break it down, Synderen. I mean, pretty much everything he said was correct. T1, a lot of vision, a lot of ways to contest Roche, but LGD are the ones that can actually kill Roche really quickly.
Ember Magnus, sulit.
Ember Magnus.
What are your thoughts?
Yang bikin game menang.
We get to see. You called the Venomancer. I'm going to give you credit. You said it. And it came true.
Yeah, it is a really good Venomancer game for a time at least, and I think what T1 needed here was a way to slow down the Ursa IO lane from just getting too far ahead. We've seen empowered Ursa in a secret series earlier and some during the groups. My concern outside of that, I think T1's laning stage should be really good. I think their lanes are very nice. Like the Veno ET lane is very strong bottom against Ursa +1.
Yep.
They're even starting as 3 right now, leaving Savage alone up top. 23 Savage
apa spray jelek banget anjing.
Not going to be how to keep their lanes, of course. I want to know what T1 do when BKBs come in. I don't think they're going to dominate the lanes and the game hard
Oh begitu bener aja. Spray.
And that's my problem with the
Dota nih semenjak ada spraynya ngeselin ya.
Iya ngeselin tuh bang.
For the full duration, nobody kills during it. All you have is a little bit
Buset,
of
satu map.
Storm and Spectre.
Narik ini. Iya narik dari bawah tapi ke atas dong dia.
Astral Spirit in the fight. So I
Anak banyak.
as far as you know, the meta game between these two teams with how they play overall in terms of tempo, how
Harusnya
late
di mid
they want the
Ember
games
ya,
to go.
harusnya ya.
I do like LGD's prospects
Kalau
after 20 minutes. So I think
anaknya
the
Ember
challenge
sekarang
here is to
ketimbang
get far enough ahead
So.
that they can handle that stage of the game.
So all about the BKB timings for PSG LGD. And yeah, you're right. We've seen that Empower Ursa kind of just snowball. That's the one thing that Ursa kind of struggles with is farm, and when you can give him Empower. I mean, there's even a time where Ursa, oh, no first blood this time. As Zephyr is going to get skewered back into the tier. Oh!
Holy shit, okay dude.
So first blood technically goes the way of T1.
Dorong.
Little bit of
Oh my God.
miscommunication. But
a little gift.
You don't see that every day.
That's funny. I'll say it. That's funny. So Zephyr getting first blood, he gets full tranquil boots off of this on his Elder Titan. It's going to make his way down toward the bottom lane.
Ya.
Why
Betul
doesn't
nggak?
get anything except a long, slow walk up to top. Faith Beyond, I think, got about half the gold of that kill, roughly. Is eyeing up A
Adina.
on the Dominator. Cuckoo bottom.
Yeah, in a bit of trouble here. He's going to get right click a couple more times. The Echo Stomp comes through, but Ame looks to be just fine.
Mati. Gak ada slow sih.
Mati.
Taking away slightly thanks to Cuckoo. Very, very annoying here to deal with, as has been his trajectory in Dota history action. Of course, some changes made to him recently. Poison Nova doing percentage-based damage, so technically scales better than he used to. I mean, how much of a difference has that made from the games that you've seen from Veno in this patch?
It's one of those things that's hard to see, right? Because the damage is so slow. It's like, it's not really noticeable until you look at the post game and compare it to like similar games historically. I don't remember the exact numbers, but for the most
Iya
part,
dong, diganti dong apa ultinya Venom.
Apa?
Sekarang pakai percentage darah.
Bukan di Mac itu ya.
Ada
base pakai
ya.
Base percentage darah.
Base damage sama ini kan. Percentage darah. Kalau pakai Aghanim 7,5 cuy.
He's not really pressuring the Io Ursa that much
Ada
just yet, but
4,5.
level 3 is a big turning point for Veno usually. Get a lot more damage on that Poison Sting. A skill that has a very special scaling, actually.
Like spiking. Dua-duanya sama dong, spiking. Jangan-jangan Dota update sih 50 MB.
With every skill point, so effectively, you know, most skills in Dota scale in a linear fashion. This is very different. It gets so much better on level 3 and 5 for the Venomancer. Obviously, level 2 and 3 on the skill compared to level 1. So for comparison, level 1 is 36 damage, level 2 is over 100, and level 3 is 250.
Why don't we go through every skill in the game? You can read the tooltips.
Balls.
Going to the menu. First hero,
beauty of
missed point.
You guys can't see, but he actually opened up the heroes tab. You can see everybody's really happy, either with the pause being unpaused now, or Cinderin stopped talking. Not sure. We'll have to find out another time on this segment of Cinderin +1. Or -1, depending on your perspective again. White, Thunder Strike from Whitemon. Looks like Carl's going to secure the Water Rune for himself. Already queuing up the Orchid, which obviously no big surprise. Pretty much the standard. As you can see, Zephyr preventing Nothing to Say from getting the second Water Rune, so Carl gets a double whammy this time around.
Yeah.
And look at the CS, 26 and 7 to the 22 and 4. Talked, I mean, the draft panel kind of discussed that matchup overall. Do you think that? I mean, Ember seems to be doing pretty decent, all things considered.
It's I would say it's a slightly storm-favored lane.
Main threat Ember anjir.
Overall.
Langsung hilang kill 3-nya.
What Ember's going to do is exactly what Nothing to Say is doing here. Oh, why? Actually gets by.
Mati dia.
TP's going to be canceled because that is a super easy kill for LGD.
Kill. Yeah, so what Emperor does in this lane is
Gak ada mana lagi.
I
Tuh,
think Faith
Magnusnya.
will be okay here.
Kena body block ya tuh.
Okay, you might be right. They're out of mana center. Surely he
You're
can't
right.
die.
It was very close. He only had 310 health left, Suns fan. That was very close.
Is very tanky.
The crowd goes wild.
I mean, he's
sick
part,
escape.
He's part rhino. I'm pretty sure that's the
crowd
lore.
goes
So
wild,
very thick
nonton
skin.
kagak.
So what I was gonna say was
Oke, ini crowdnya coding doang. Pakai background doang.
Kayak AI.
Iya.
Kalau ada yang nggak di night run bunyi tuh.
Iya, tepuk tangan biasanya.
At that point, you have stifled your ability to go and gank other lanes by maxing Flame Guard over Slight, which is clearly the stronger offensive build in most situations. So I do like to see this build coming out from Nothing to Say, and yeah, that kill from Lion helps a lot. As far as T1 goes, they're still doing great on CS, both top and mid, but bottom
Stomp's not going to
Nggak kena.
connect. He gets a couple right clicks off on Cuckoo, which is always scary when you're a big bad bear.
Mati bawah. Lionnya.
Oh, why?
Atas
Looks like
maksudnya.
he's going to try to deny himself, but 23 Savage
Yeah.
with, the Arcana kill streak. Good to see.
Very good.
They're making progress on that. Probably has like a
main
1,000
dagger dia.
for unlocking it.
Very good
Iya
news for
mau
T1 here that
apa first item ini kan dia, first item Aganim dia.
is
Hah?
crazy.
Iya, first item Aganim sekarang. Kalau combo sama ini, jadi dia kayak ulti diarahin ke musuh gitu loh, langsung pindah ke musuhnya. Iya, enak banget anjir. Combo sama si Storm Spirit itu.
Well, to be fair, it did used to farm
Tapi
really
nggak ada damage anjir.
if it was top network at that point.
Tapi kan dari itu dagger kan,
It's still a
dagger.
lot worse than most carries at farming though, right?
Mati
Like
kuku.
it's still slower. The
nggak
Falcon
ada
play
ada.
build up.
Ada Karl sih. Karl.
Dia lah.
Ya, 3-man stun. Mati sih.
Itunya di cancel dong tadi, stormnya.
Langsung double kill gak tuh? Triple kah? Triple sih ini.
Double damage dia kan.
Iya. Ya.
Prep.
Beautiful sleight of fist as a triple kill for Nothing to Say. Looked really bad for LGD.
Yeah, that was a
but Nothing to
great
Say,
start of
great
that
rotation.
play. T1 with a very, very good one there, but damn, that Spirit Bomb from Nothing to Say, triple Remnant I think that was, into 4 heroes, double damage rune and Slight. Ooh. It's just not fair, you know? Why do you have to have a double damage too?
Balik dong.
Shockwave is up. Doesn't have a ton of mana afterwards.
Nggak bisa. Cannot wizard.
We'll just throw it out for good measure as Ame has now made his way to the top lane.
This is gonna give Nothing to Say a lot of value. Obviously getting those 3 kills, he's now 4-0. He's gonna grab himself Phase Boots as well as Orb of Venom. Gonna finish Orb of Corrosion soon, as they're trying to get him this bottom rune, which could get a little dicey.
Yeah.
It's top.
And it is top indeed. It's an illusion, mostly just for filling up the bottle purposes. Not a ton of kill potential.
Karl should still be careful. Like, this hurts. If he gets caught in a stun chain and there's a little bit of damage coming out from Nothing to Say in addition to just a Slight, he can still die from 2/3 to just the Lion Ember here. He's going to respect it and go jungle.
As you see, 23 Savage in the jungle, farming to his heart's content. So Aghanim Scepter will be the choice after the Falcon Blade. That seems to be the standard. We talked about this before, but before this tournament, we saw some Echo Saber. Like there's some differences between builds. We see some Orchid as well, but for the most part, we're seeing this same one that this game will have again. But the Aghanim Scepter just seems to be super strong with that 30-second cooldown, single target Haunt Cinderin, aka Shadow Step, whatever you want to call it.
Do want to point out an interesting detail here from LGD as we are seeing the mid to push, but Jinkyu has a really early level 6. He was level 6 minute 8 on the IO, and he was playing bottom lane alone against the creep wave, while Ame was alone top against the creep wave. So these 2 heroes were not playing together, and they were just still managing to maximize, finding farm in both lanes at the same time. And now this mid tower, uncontested. Really surprised that T1 didn't try to do something here with their Elder Titan and maybe Venno defending, but they just willingly give up the biggest tower in the early game.
Well, let's talk about Venno. I mean, Cuckoo, we're going to see the Earth Spike come out first. Is he relocate on the way with Nothing to Say?
Gila, semua ulti keluar.
Big kill for LGDs. Karl looks to be at least trying to clean up the residual damage here. So it ends up being a trade of supports after the fact, with a big kill obviously on the Spectre for 23 Savage.
And they relocate back to mid, and they're going to find more. Maybe Carl.
Yeah, he gets caught with the searing chains. He's completely surrounded. Not a ton of mana to work with. Cannot get to the low. Shockwave and completely surrounded. But Echo Stomp is there. Nice dodge from Nothing to Say.
Mati dia.
Another kill goes his way, Cinderin. This is quite possibly the best start that I've seen him have this tournament. This is God-tier status right now.
Yeah, he's had enough of playing DP. Now it's time to go.
It's like, all right, we gave you. I mean, do you know if the DP, the one that they lost against Citrus, is that the only other time they picked DP?
I don't know if there was Nothing to Say playing it or Faith Beyond. I actually don't remember, but I know they played it in that game. I don't know if it was the only other DP game they've had.
Gotcha.
He's popping off in this game, that's for sure. Cuckoo is next.
Mati Kuku.
And the finger of death from Y. LGD clicking on all cylinders in this game.
This is looking scary if you're a T1 fan, just because of how insanely fast a game like this can go with an Emperor having this kind of a start. You know, it's not just Emperor, he's playing with eyoooo.
Yeah.
So you get that extra mana funnel all the time. It might not seem like much to get the attack speed from Overcharge, but all of it just adds up, right? It just compounds over time.
We have a Haunt with a Static Storm. This is going to be a big kill for T1.
Bersaya mati.
Nothing to Say has arrived. He's too late.
Ame has had a pretty good game up until this point. Talk about it in just a moment to see if more action comes here as Zephyr, Nothing to Say, has the Empower. There's the Searing Chains. Trying to dodge the Echo Stomp, but will not be able to. Zephyr with the TP out. So, all right, forget about this last kill for a second here, Cinderin. Cuckoo, Venomass, you talked about one of the big reasons. I know it's not the only reason, but one of the big reasons you pick it in this game is because Ursa has a hard time against it. They just switched lanes, and Ame has had a really good game in terms of farming, all things considered. Was this worth the Veno pick, or is there still more to come that we should look for?
I think this is already concerning. They would have probably liked it to go better than this, but the Veno against Ursa is just a lot different when there's an eyoooo, I think. It's just you have so much more regen coming through.
Yeah.
So that extra bit of move speed and overall mobility in lane really helps. Nothing to Say. He might just kill Whitemon here, honestly.
The glimpse, but the Remnant is out, stuck inside the field, but does not matter. Nothing to Say, completely dominating. 7-0. This is going to open up space for Ame to get inside the Roche Pit. Has the Morbid Mask, going for the Diffusal Blade. And this should be a freebie. 12.5-minute Roche. Depending on how long this game goes, Cinderin, we might see 10 Roches. Can we get to double digits? Ever.
That was a very random comment. I don't know what to say to that. Why are you suddenly thinking of 10 Roches?
I don't know. I'm just really excited. I get really excited by Roche. I feel like he's underappreciated by the masses. His lore is very interesting.
All right, you get 10 seconds to sign a new drop from Roche after Refresher Shard and Ags.
Bloodthorn.
That's not a new design. You're just putting an item on it.
Well, that's what's already being put. All right, Refresher droppings.
Okay, what
it's
does
something
that do?
It's like a worse version of a shard.
Why would the 5th one get that?
But then if you get all 3, Ags, Shard, and Ag Shard dropping, it becomes Exodia.
Okay.
Which is like a Mega Ags.
Okay.
A Gaben level spell, if you will.
You cannot complain about any of my suggestions ever again.
Great. Spirit Vessel on Cuckoo.
I can't do worse than. I actually can't come up with anything worse.
Oh,
so
that's what we thought about the Aghanim Scepter on Lycan. But Slacks is a genius. So Cuckoo has a Spirit Vessel Syndrome, but like you said, I mean, he doesn't have any charges. That's definitely an issue. The Finger of Death and the nice setup.
Ya, itunya mati, gak kelihatan gue.
Carl's voice line usage is just not like. You just got burst. Why do you love it? I think.
I'm pretty sure he just randoms whatever voice line.
Yeah, he uses whatever. Of course. It's just funny that there seems to be an emerging pattern of Carl's voice lines just not necessarily fitting the situation. I guess that's a good way of keeping morale high. You know, laughing at your own misery a little bit.
Yeah.
That one fits a lot better.
Yeah, that's
I like
a little
that.
better. He had to search for. He probably just binded that now, just to make sure he could use it.
Did you say binded?
Bind it.
Oh. I was just like, do I have to lecture you about verb inflection once again now?
All right, Diffusal picked up by Ame. I'm just going to ignore. That's an old school one.
Harusnya kalau lihat game bisa comeback ya.
Nothing to
As
say.
you never learn from it.
Bisa sih.
creating so much
Spectre soalnya.
pressure for
Iya.
T1.
Masih kuat sih Spectre-nya.
This would be if they could find nothing to say
Spectre
right now,
dipukul
this would be
ursanya berkurang anjir.
Iya, cuma ada skill pasif.
Like Ward's giving that vision. Spectral dagger comes out.
Nice little detail with the perch creep, by the way. Will be very helpful against Veno. The little Satyr Banisher is going to follow them around here, being controlled by Faith Beyond, or well, whoever he has shared control with, of course.
2.5 minutes with the Aegis. I mean, what is LGD, what's their timeline here? This is a lineup that wants to finish earlier, I would assume. They don't want Spectre to get ultra late game?
It depends. Like, if you have this strong map control and you keep pushing all the lanes and you find kills frequently, I don't think your lineup is severely worse late game. You have 2 melee cores that use Empower, BKB piercing stun from the Magnus.
Yeah.
Lion is always going to be a late game wildcard hero because of how strong disables just are. And eyoooo, one of the best late game supports too. So I'm not really too I don't think LGD should be too concerned with it. On paper, Storm Spectre look amazing. Veno often falls off kind of at some stages, and unfortunately for Cuckoo, he hasn't really ever had a massive impact in the game yet.
Well, yeah, it just hasn't been any fights yet, which, to be fair, that hasn't really been an actual team fight. It's been kind of this scattered, I mean, nothing to say, just all over the map, essentially, with the eyoooo support.
Yeah, and he has the BKB Orb of Corrosion, right? So you can really tell that LGD have an understanding here of what is the one problem we have is if we get caught by spells.
Yep.
So a lot of the times Ember's in this position will not go for the straight BKB, but get like a Maelstrom or another build-up item. But it feels like he has enough damage with just the Empower and the Orb of Corrosion, and with this BKB, he's honestly invincible. If he gets it off, he's never dying while that's running to this lineup. So, kind of enter God mode there.
And with this Aegis, I mean, I'm guessing there's no pressure from LGD to try to use this Aegis in any specific way. Just continue with map control, try to get some objectives, but you don't have to go ham, so to speak. Of course, Spectre is getting close to Ags here. You think they're going to try to do something with this 40-second timer?
Maybe if they find a fight bottom and the relocate here, they could consider diving tier 1, but I don't think T1 is even going to give them a fight for that T1 tower. They're just going to concede it here. They know that they're in a very disadvantageous position right now. And once Aegis is out, you have a little bit more of a clear plan, I think, for how to fight. White Bond, we're going to get caught off.
White gets off the Earth Spike. Ame doing the... although Jin Q takes it. All right.
They still have more okay.
BKB got it.
Who gets off a Gale, not really going to hit anything. But I mean, that's actually pretty big. They force out that big BKB charge for nothing to say.
That was a great disengage from T1. They get the BKB, they back off. They also got the relocate, and the Aegis also expired there. So, nicely done. Kind of weaving around the fight. But at the same time, also a little bit concerning that you have this lineup and you feel like you can't fight, right? Yeah. You really want to fight with these heroes. Oh, 21 Savage. Boy. He's being eyed up by Y.
Yeah, there's the Earth Spike to start things out. Ame on the way. Down. Finger of Death gets the finishing blow.
Didn't even get a chance to cast the dagger.
Ini jadi datang dong.
So much damage.
Lama
LGD on the same page again. And I think more than any other team in this tournament, it just feels like they make so little mistakes that...
And so few.
So few mistakes. The fact that a non-first English language person is correcting me really makes this sad.
First English language person, yes.
Oh, God.
It is I.
End me, simply.
Yes,
I don't remember what I was saying anymore. What the hell is it? Oh, they don't make many mistakes.
True.
So the opposing teams haven't really found much of an avenue to try to take advantage of something like that. It just feels like they're, I don't know. I don't want to say invincible because obviously they lost game 2, but even with that massive, massive disadvantage they had in terms of net worth, they still made it a game.
Yeah.
Which is really surprising.
Yeah, there's going to be a nice card.
Mati tuh. Udah ada Orchid.
Scepter being used for 23 Savage. So still has Haunt online.
And they
udah ada Ganim dong.
I actually think
itu juga Ganim. Siapa sih Spectre?
Faded just yet when they blew that smoke. So this means PSG have the information and they can make a very clear call about where the smoke is meant to hit, right? There's not like there's one option. So they're already positioning themselves very well. You can see they're just standing still on both Lion and Ember, covering the angles, waiting for T1 to try their luck. But T1 seems like don't really fancy that smoke too much after all. Kind of just not going to do anything with it, except did they even place any vision with it? I don't think so. So kind of ultimately just a full-on wasted smoke of deceit there, unfortunately. Aside from the fact that, well, LGD were standing still for a little bit as well. So yeah, you traded off looking at each other.
The good thing about that kill, though, is T1, they finally have some Spirit Vessel charges, Cinder, and so something to use against
That's true.
The Jin-Q eyoooo, who he does have a mech. We'll see if he gets something to try to dispel. I mean, he could go Greaves, I guess, to try to dispel the Spirit Vessel charge. Not sure if that's even in the
more than likely going
right
Lotus,
now.
I think, if he wants that. It's probably
what happened to
better value.
Greaves? We're not seeing that nearly as much these days.
Yeah.
Can't even remember what the nerf was now. Putting you on the spot, Cinder.
What are Greaves?
That's true. All right, Faith Beyond Company smoked up. You can see Ame has just picked up his BKB. As speaking of that, nothing to say, pops his second charge. So another good bait from T1.
Ketarik.
Yep, no steal this time. And we are at the 21-minute mark, so Shard can be picked up for anybody in the game. And we obviously saw the
2 kali gitu buang BKB sih itu.
Iya, si Ember pas gak war. Fizz Batman.
Really get them any kills. They get control, right? They bully the enemy team out of this outpost area. They start setting up for Roche control, which is going to spawn right now. Why we'll see that.
Roshan spawn.
And I think this is a really crucial moment.
Mega Roshan.
This has to work. If they lose the second Roche with no contention, they're not in a good position at all.
Yep. And that shard, almost certainly, if they get it, will go to Ame. One of the best shards in the game for sure.
Very, very good.
This is the beauty of having a Venomancer. You get that vision with the flameworks in the pit. And obviously, Elder
harusnya ya dapat shard.
So this won't be a freebie for LGD. But Roche is getting relatively low. Just waiting for the right time to pounce. Still, literally every spell is online. So it's all about the timing and execution here. The haunt. Nope, that was the shadow step.
Nice job from Zephyr there. He actually, and from Cuckoo, they distracted Ame so long that the Fury.
Oh, and there's the RP. Can they burst him in time? Why? Trying to layer
mati dia.
Again, buyback is available for Carl though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that the Fury swipe stacks fall off if you kill the enemy mid. You can just go again.
Yeah, continuing to try to dodge these really annoying Echo Stomps. Will they force the buyback, or will this just be given up? Looks like they're just giving this up. So second Roche the way of LGD, and Ame with the shard, which he's not actually putting in his inventory yet. There we go.
Maybe they want to give it to Ember?
No, this one's way too good. This is like this is
very,
top 5
very
shard
good.
in the game.
It is.
Every time he overpower or Earth Shocks, he will get an enrage for a second and a half.
Yeah, I remember when the shard came out, you rated this the absolute best, I think.
Well, it was 2 seconds or more. I can't remember.
Was it 2 seconds?
It was better before, yeah.
That's crazy. I think the cooldown of Earthshock might have also been lower then.
Yeah, they nerfed that aspect as well.
Oh,
so they had some slight nerfs, of course, but still extremely strong. I mean, just being able to preserve your ult, because so many times we see Enrage popped, and then everybody backs away and tries to kite Ursa, whereas you have more options now.
Nih, kayaknya BKB aktif lagi deh. Di Ember, mau di ini nih.
I'm looking at the scoreline right now, right?
Wait for it, Cinderman. Static Storm after the Yules. All right. Looks like they're going to try. Well, they actually use the Shadow Step, but Whitemon
enggak dong, gak aktif. Ini ya. BKB.
They force out a ton of TPs for LGD.
Tapi aman sih itu, ya. Pada kabur semua. Good.
Sure, all as well.
Isn't it weird for you to see Ursa so far ahead on the net worth with 0 kills? I feel like that's such an uncharacteristic Ursa game nowadays.
Power time, I guess.
And power and just the overall, you know, they got Roches, they got towers. I was like, I wonder what his KDA is. He's 0, 2, and 4. Ame's just been farming a crazy amount because of the map control they've gained, but the kills, more or less all of them going on nothing to say.
Also, I picked up Fey Grenade. That's actually not too bad. It gives them the extra movement speed, and obviously any additional procs of your passive is going to be very nice to have, especially at range for a melee here that can get kited so easily.
Carl is setting up top, but His play doesn't really exist. He can't solo the Ursa. He's just going to leave.
Yeah, and this lead is just continuing to balloon. So 8K now for LGD. You can see their win probability at 73% currently. But T1, I mean, they have options. We talked about the high ground defense of Elder Titan. Spectre is obviously god tier late game. Same with Stormstreet. The only question mark really in my mind is Veno, because we just haven't seen a ton of this hero in this patch. Is Faith Beyond? Shadow Step was there, but...
And let's keep in mind, we saw a game of IG versus Spirit with what...
Itu bayangan doang loh anjir, belum.
Iya, belum aslinya.
Equalize this game somehow. There are so many ways of finding kills with these two heroes together. Once the Spectre gets the Aghanims, which he obviously has, but they're just unfortunately too far behind to really take initiative right now.
Yeah,
Mati Whitemon.
Easy kill. Glimpse doesn't even break the tether. As LGD getting whatever they want. So still 3 tier 2 towers existing in each respective lane, so they're gonna have to get through those. And in terms of their tower push is not good for LGD. That is one saving grace for the team when you talk about high ground defense, plus the fact that you don't have a real tower hitter per se.
Yeah, it is going to take a little bit long. They will get a siege creep in here now, though. If they have Glyph, they could keep it alive. They don't.
Cuckoo, nothing to say, catches him. You can see eyoooo relocating. Ame wants a kill.
Mati,
and he'll not get it.
Monster kill gak tuh?
Nothing to say, taking that one. Although Ame did find one earlier, Synderen, so finally getting rid of that goose egg.
Goose egg?
Goose egg, yes.
Ah. Huh. I haven't heard it called that much, I think.
I am a boomer.
Yeah. No doubt about that.
Let's have some TPs top. 23 Savage. A lot of mobility for him, and will be a difficult kill. Just popping the Shadow Step constantly. It's only a 30-second cooldown, of course. Why? Glimmer. Oh my god, if he finds
Savage here.
Oh, he glimpsed it for a second. Oh, not enough, not fast enough.
Sheesh.
But he does force out Haunt, which is a huge deal.
That's true, that was not the Shadow Step that time.
He used the Shadow Step just to kind of harass and be annoying. But yeah, I'm sure he's regretting that one. And now with Haunt down, well, I was going to say LGD is going to try to force something, but Aegis is running out now. And, I mean, even with that second Aegis, they haven't gotten a tier 2 yet, but still, not the end of the world, because they're just farming the entire map, and the lead is continuing to grow.
Yep. Needs to clean up these pesky plague wards that Cuckoo's going to keep placing. Like his itemization, by the way. I think the Halberd Force Staff is very good this game.
Yep.
You want that against Ursa. You need a repositioning tool, and you need the disarm. So.
Mati ini line.
Trying to force out the BKB from nothing to say, but he's not going to get baited this time. 2 times is enough for him. And now that the Aegis is gone, we'll see if T1 want to try to force something, especially with the advantage in a 5v4 right now. But like you said, Cuckoo, I mean, his farm is pretty decent. I mean, Venos do get relatively farmed. Has the Force Staff in addition to everything else.
Glimpse.
Thank you. Glimpse.
Yeah.
Just felt like saying it. I heard the sound.
Yep.
What did he actually glimpse?
He glimpsed Magnus. Oh, all right. Orchid onto nothing to say. Do they have the damage to bring him down? No.
BKB po, Pap.
That's the BKB charge again. Continuing on. No mana at all for Carl.
No mana,
He's
mati.
brought down in quick succession.
God like.
Looks like Elder Titan is next on the list. LGD
Elder mati.
right now. And nothing to say.
Veno.
Continuing to destroy everybody in his wake. Cuckoo.
Mati Veno.
Third death in this engagement. LGD.
Shit, not good, not good.
Not remotely close right now.
T1 just ultimately, they run out of patience. They just really want to try something, so they go on the Ember, but that's not enough in the tank. And again,
23 Savage. Faith Beyond's going to run into him. There's the Yule setup. Has the RP if he needs it. Manta's popped, but here comes Ame with the right clicks. Into the horn toss. Down he goes, not even needing RP. Look at the ultimate. They all have them, other than eyoooo.
Good.
Which
Thank you for correcting yourself.
Technically
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for specifying that.
Thank you, Synderen. I just want to make you proud one day.
Yeah.
Ka-chow, ka-chow.
Thank you.
Didn't take much, but
just not screwing up is an improvement as they LGD finally get a tier 2 tower. And we can see that next Roche, we won't know for another minute when it will spawn. And Faith Beyond still ready to go with the RP. Has nothing to say is 9-0-6. Has the Aghanim Scepter, obviously the BKB. And I believe that's a refresher that he's working on.
He's close to that one too. His just raw burst against any hero that isn't BKB'd, he can...
Oh, horn toss for Faith Beyond. Whitemon is dead.
Yep, he's dead.
No, he was Yuled. Now he's dead.
He's dead. Is this a technically correct joke again? Oh, the bash! Oh, he's actually gonna get him! Ave just beating the absolute crap out of Carl.
Nah, this is GG, I think.
For the win is Cuckoo getting caught by nothing
No
to
good,
say.
no
This
good.
is turning into a rout.
No good, mister.
But it's not really gonna happen.
GG.
Venomancer is gonna end up being cleaned up here. Actually, Haunt was not used.
Susah
Where
sih.
were those illusions from? Was that the
20.000 beda ini apa? Network. GG sini kelihatan nih sih. Sepertinya iya. Kecuali memang ada satu war emang bener-bener 5 orang hidup. Habis itu PSG-nya mati semua gitu.
Gaben level shellacking?
Thank you.
Okay.
See, you impressed me.
You know
what I meant.
There's 3 levels to the Gaben level shellacking. Did you know that?
Oh, there's more levels.
There's just regular Gaben shellacking. Then there's Gaben's mustache shellacking. And then the top of the top is Gaben top hat shellacking.
Top hat?
Yes. I think the OG EG... the OG secret
qualifies.
Game was definitely a Gaben top hat shellacking.
Top hat?
Yeah.
I want that as an emote so bad now all of a sudden, Gabe, wearing a top hat.
I'm patenting that one, by the way.
Can we please have that? Thank you.
I'm patenting or copywriting Gaben's name for my for myself.
I think you'll get away with it.
I don't seems like an easygoing guy. Yeah. Satanic now online for Ame. Already seeing the basher come to where that was literally a kill because of a bash.
Yep.
Into the Roche pit they go. That's going to be a refresher shard Roche.
Harusan ketiga aja tuh, 30.
That will
Yeah.
almost certainly go to Faith Beyond. Although you could have
Ada refresher ini. Ada Aghanim.
Down he goes. He actually popped the BKB. Huh. I guess he didn't want the Haunt in to steal all the goodies. Makes sense.
Ember.
Mati lagi
15 kali renan anjir.
Iya.
This is for 23 Savage. Into the right clicks we go.
Mati lagi.
Savage goes.
Alright, I have a bit of a trivia here, Shannon. Let's see how much closely you've been paying attention.
Feels
when was the last time
Batman.
something good happened for T1 in this game? Is it A, 10 minutes ago, B, 15 minutes ago, C, 20 minutes ago, or D, 25 minutes ago?
I'm gonna say 10.
Okay, I am checking. The last dot on the... It's about 10 minutes ago.
Thank God.
They killed Lion.
Thank
Good
God.
call.
Thank
Good
you.
call.
Yeah, this is a
They
rough
are
one for
getting
T1.
absolutely annihilated.
But keep in mind, this is not the tournament line on, not the tournament life on the line.
True.
If T1 were to lose this, they will face up against Alliance, and LGD will continue on to play. I believe it's the winner of Vici versus VP, which, regardless of that outcome, if that ends up being the case, will be a really hype one. BKB now online for Faith Beyond. And onto the high ground, potentially we go here soon for LGD. Swiftlink next on the list for Ame's Ursa. So you can see, still not a whole lot of building damage, but they can kill heroes like none other, Synderen.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a solution right now for T1 for how to approach a fight. So since they can't deal damage to the BKBs, you need a way to poke these 3 BKBs the enemy cores have, reset, and then re-go. I think it's gonna have to come down to some sort of crazy static storm that they get set up through maybe an Ag Storm Vortex.
Oh, the jump in.
They'll get that one.
They'll find one. It's been 10 minutes since he died, apparently.
Yep.
So it was
we reset
time.
the counter.
Something good happened for T1. They
When
did
did
it.
T1killlast.com? The clock is now 0.
Oh, Carl relocated is coming. He's going to zip away. Zephyr
Mati Zephyr.
probably not going to be so lucky. He gets whipped
He's
into
dead.
oblivion, and the bash ensures the kill for Ame.
Gonna be relocated back here to the mid lane. Clean up some illusions.
You know what they could use is a leveler. Will that drop? That might be the best item to get for PSG LGD right now.
Up to the high ground.
Indeed. Spectral Dagger with the Gale. Ursa doesn't care. The skewer in from Faith Beyond, and that's going to be a freebie for the kill on Cuckoo. Does have buyback. I don't even know. Have we seen Poison Nova this game? Have you
I don't
noticed?
think it's been cast.
That's wow, unreal.
I'm glad we theory crafted whether it's better than before.
Right now it's the same, I guess.
Yeah.
It looks like they'll get this Rax, and T1 without the Elder Titan, this will be difficult to defend, even with.
Wah! What the fuck? Okay.
So that's the
Anjir.
Pas banget ke base ya itu ya. Oh my god. Aigo. Not good, mister. Not good, not good.
That is very unfortunate for T1. Great pickup by Jinkyu. There's the Searing Chains. All right.
Mati Kuku. Mati orang.
Mau 6, mau 7.
Mati cucu. Nggak bisa loh Pak. Susah beda ini. Hard game. Udahlah. Custom banget mereka. 30.000 net worth. 299. Oke, dude. Dapat lagi gak tuh Spectre-nya?
Faith Bell will be fully healed by the cheese as well, so it almost looks like PSG LGD haven't even been fighting yet. They have full resources on every hero except Lion, missing a little bit of mana, pretty much.
And that is 2 full sets of racks down.
Are we approaching the top half?
This is maybe mustache level.
Mustache level.
Yeah, this is mustache level. I mean, they do have 9 kills, so.
Notice the voice chat line being used by Cuckoo there. Nothing touches the heart like my Venom. Arguably, your Venom doesn't touch anything, rather.
Yeah, I would like to see the Poison Nova used at least.
One Poison Nova before it's over, please.
Let's go.
Bleh.
To jump in. Io's taking a lot of damage, but they're turning it on to Carl instead. He pops BKB, zips away to safety. Nothing to say, trying to pursue. Meanwhile, Ursa just eating everybody
Mati juga. PS-nya GG.
is called Poison Nova Nightcast.
GG.
LGD take game 3 in very convincing fashion.
Kuku.
Overbreaker.
Yeah, when LGD are on, they're on, man. That was just not even close. Like T1, they had to try to find some.
Iya, Venomnya nggak terlalu impact kalau itu tuh.
Just PSG LGD making all of the good early moves, finding the picks. Especially nothing to say on the Ember, just set the entire tempo for the game.
Right.
His triple kill bottom is really what just opened up the map for them. And he took that advantage and just took it all the way to the bank. So top 6 now secured for PSG LGD. Like you said, they're going to be facing the winner of VP and VG Gaming.
Yep.
And now T1 dropped down to face Alliance, I believe, tomorrow.
Sure, we'll pretend that you're correct on that. I don't know why you would say something you're not 100% sure about. You should preface that you're not sure about
The day after.
Either way, they'll face Alliance at some point in the tournament. Could be tomorrow indeed, but let's see what the panel has to say about this absolute stomp of a Game 3.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, order has been restored by PSG LGD. I think the second game might have been a little bit of a wake-up call, Owie.
Yeah, I think so. And do I have some time to talk about some nerdy stuff? Because I really want to talk about something that happened in that game.
You can. By the way, we are live.
Okay.
Yeah, you are allowed.
Okay.
Nerd out, my friend.
When Nothing to Say went for the Remnant bottom, what he did was he sent out 1 Remnant, and he did like an option select. Because worst Ember players will do, they'll throw all 3 Remnants. But what he did is he sent out his Remnant, and he put down more Remnants while he is activating it. And how it works is you can only cast spells to the right of yourself because you're facing that way while you're in Remnant. So if you try to like Meteor Hammer, you only do it to the right of yourself. I thought that was such a cool heads-up play by Nothing to Say. Because he really shined this game. Like everything around LGD, he had late pick, but he picked himself into sort of a lane counter pick. They made up for it with Lion rotating, and he immediately gave back to his team with that resource he was given. And I think that's what made LGD super cool with this game.
And nothing to say, Jenkins, you were particularly impressed with him because the lanes were pretty much won totally by him. Or at least he had a lot of impact.
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, you could argue that the rotation from Lion towards the mid lane, I mean, obviously that does help out. That is an LGD thing. They do that a lot, these like super early rotations, pre-5-minute rotations. But then immediately, there's this huge play by T1 bot, and I was thinking, like, this is a really good play by them, genuinely. They showed up with, like, Storm Spirit, they baited in onto Cuckoo, but then nothing to say is just like, well, you know, I'm super high-level mid, I'm coming in. He did the Remnant play that Aoi was talking about, where he gave himself this option to potentially burst. It turned out it was a good burst situation, and he gets a triple kill. And then the whole game from then on, it basically meant that Ursa and Magnus could just run around farming together as two, while Ember and eyoooo just ran around killing everybody. Ember's the type of hero that when you pop off, you can like legit 1v5 with just a little bit of help. And when it's an amplifying hero like eyoooo, well, you take this hero that can 1v5, then a hero that amplifies that, and you know, you can 1v10 at that point.
Tsunami, LGD, looking like the best team in the world, so.
Yeah, and I think it's T1 actually did push them to the limit, actually. I think them being so stompy in this game, I don't think they wanted to have to show Nothing to Say Ember in this good of a form. They played him twice during the group stage, but it wasn't like, as eyoooo I like to call it, a Siggy. It was a Siggy for him, a signature hero on occasion during the DPC, but now you've exposed it on the main stage. Everyone's watching these games because there's nothing else going on. There are 4 group stage games. You can't focus on it all, but here, one day maybe there'll be a crowd watching it as well, but every other team is keeping their eye on it right now. And now they're like, we can't let him get last pick Ember, especially if we don't have any disables.
Yeah.
Well, if you did miss the first game of the day, we've got a couple of highlights from it to talk about now. The first one being Snapfire and the double cookie. Tsunami, talk us through what's going on here.
Oh my god, Xingqiu is a surgeon on this hero. Every single time, it's not even just like his cookie placement. He will get the shard and he will get multi-hero stuns on that scatter blast every single time. And this is them just dancing around 23 Savage's Morphling in this first game, which this was the most competitive game of the entire series, I think. The second one was great with all the 10 diebacks, but it was game 1 that really showed that T1 was ready to show up in this series.
Oh, this is the game too. This is the 10 buyback team fight. There were so many team fights. It's quite hard to keep up.
Which 10 buyback team fight? There was a few of them at that point. Was it the one where there were 4 items on the ground in Roshan and an Aegis snatch?
10 buyback team fights at the International 10. It turns out that like buses, they all just turn up in the same series. So it's hard to tell which one was which, to be honest. But what a series. Okay, yes. Now looking at your Tasha, I'm reminded that this was...
It was a mustache level performance, I'm being told. There was a power tier ranking that they made during the NADPC. I'm only privy to it. I don't have a top hat. Hopefully we don't see a top hat at this event because that is a very one-sided event, and hopefully we're getting all those out of the way now so we can all be very competitive moving forward.
Really, really, really quickly. Explain the tiers of the shellacking, please.
Oh god, we've made a video about this.
Did you really?
Dota Cinema refused to put it on their channel.
Okay.
Alright, okay, so basically, Gaben level shellacking, that is a shellacking. Then mustache level shellacking.
And then top hat level shellacking. But there are many tiers below that. And Sunsfan and I actually had a talk with the Shellacking Council previous to this event, and we didn't think there was going to be any Gaben level shellackings or above because this is TI. It's so competitive after this year's DPC, especially. But here we are. I mean, if it's any team that's going to get a Gaben's top hat, a Gaben's mustache, it is definitely LGD.
I've never seen Gaben in a top hat.
Well, it's because, you know, it's TI and there's no shellackings happening around here, so.
All right, well, we have got the Action Slacks standing on the sidelines right now, or even sitting because we like to keep it cozy here at TI10. So let's find out what he had to say to why.
Absolutely, like keeping it cozy too. We have Y, one of the greatest in the world, and also Helen, who is also one of the greatest translators in the world. So good to have you both here. Thank you for joining us. All right, so where is the Pudge Techies? I don't want to talk about the game, all right? I want that Pudge Techies. Faith Beyond is letting me down here.
他说你们让他很失望，非边疆也让他很失望，屠夫还有炸弹人都在哪儿呢？
可能
在观众的心里吧，我们还在尝。
Well, maybe it's in the viewers' hearts.
Well, I hope so. I know it's in my heart. That's why it hurts so much. But what about Oracle? That's your favorite. We haven't seen any of that either.
他也好伤心。那神谕者呢？他不是你最喜欢的英雄吗？
可能 T1 的打法不太适合让这个英雄上场吧。
What thing, Dadong? Kai wants to do. Anyway, I just said I understood him, and then I was joking.
Oh my god.
I absolutely do not. So anyway, as we go on. So you guys enter this tournament, right, as the favorites. Nobody seems to be able to defeat you, but are you playing your own game, or are you kind of preparing against the other teams?
就进入这个比赛小组赛期间也没怎么失利过，你为这个比赛做这个准备，做了哪些准备？
是对打 T1 做了哪些准备是吗？
Preparations against T1?
Against all teams, I mean, or do they just ignore the other teams?
所有队伍就是你们是有自己的打法，还是会根据对方的打法去调整呢？
应该还是会根据对方就是不同的队伍打不同的打法吧。就好比我们今天打 T1 也是在中途改变了过打法的。
Depending on who we're against, we'll actually adjust how we play. Specifically against T1, we actually did adjust our play style a little bit. And in terms of Oracle, he said that maybe T1 style doesn't allow him to pick that hero.
Very good. So, I forgot. Ah, yes, that's right, my friend. Oh, I forgot again. Yeah. Yes, the 10 buybacks. Game 2. I want to know what your reaction was to that crazy moment.
第二盘10人买活，你那一刻心里想的是什么？
那一刻就当时肯定觉得那是一波很好的机会嘛，因为当时我们已经劣势很大了，想就是都10人买活，看还有没有机会靠那一波翻盘，就是比较激动吧。
We're a bit excited actually because at that moment we actually thought of it as a chance. We were already at quite a big disadvantage, so we wanted to see it as a chance for us.
Chance didn't pay out though. Would you have done it any differently?
那个机会并没有很好的后果。如果再来一次的话，会不会有其他的决定呢？
应该在那个局势下面应该没有太大的办法了，因为当时我们已经很劣了，然后对面都是刷新的情况，我们在那一波找到比较好的机会，骗出很多，所以想靠那一波，如果再来一次，可能只能靠我们临场更细的东西，也许能赢吧。当然也是会打那一波。
I think if we had to do it all over again, we would still take chance because we did bait out a lot of skills already, and they had refresher. So if we were to do it again, maybe we'll play even more detailed and try to win through that.
All right. Almost done. Any thoughts on yesterday? An unfortunate day for Chinese Dota. What did you think about your comrades?
其实昨天很遗憾的有2支中国队伍离开了舞台，你对这个有什么看法或者想说的吗？
肯定是首先比较难受的吧，然后因为可能各方面吧已经太久没有线下赛，所以而且再加上是 BOE 吧，所以很多方面很难发挥出来。总之就也不知道说什么，就是比较难受吧。
I feel a bit sad, but due to all sorts of reasons, because we haven't had a LAN in so long, and there are other reasons to why they didn't perform to their best, all I can say is that I feel a little sad about it.
Yeah, well, I agree. I feel sad too about it. Those were some good teams, legends. Okay, final question for you. You guys had almost 0 losses in this entire thing. Only Secret and T1 have pulled a game from you. Are you afraid of any team at this tournament?
最后一个问题，整个比赛当中，只有 Secret 还有 T 赢过你们，你们有没有自己比较害怕的队伍呢？
肯定更加的害怕是自己临场上的东西吧。然后尽管就是不同的队伍在面对不同队伍的时候，总是如果我们输掉了很多东西，都是能收获很多的。所以也比较感谢 T1 跟 Secret 吧。
Well, if we lose, it's a lot of it is to ourselves, not performing at our top notch. However, with every loss, we do gain experience. So thanks to T1 and Secret.
Okay, well, what a dignified answer. Thank you so much, Y. It's no wonder that you guys are on such an amazing spree, and I'm sure we will be seeing some more winners interviews with you two coming up soon. But for now, back to you.
Jay, thank you so much to White, Helen, and Sir Action Slacks. Here is a quick update of the bracket. As you can see, LGD, they've secured themselves top 6, but we have got another upper bracket matchup coming your way very shortly. It's going to be Virtus Pro versus Vici Gaming. And then we'll be saying goodbye to 2 more teams in the lower bracket as we head to our first lower bracket best of 3s later today. OG versus Quincy Crew is going to be wrapping things up. But before that will be Team Spirit versus Fnatic. And before we get on with VP versus Vici, we have got another hot competition coming your way because, of course, it's tradition that we have the short film contest. So here's Slacks and Effie to talk you through the runners and riders.
Hello, everyone. It is time for the short film contest. We had so many submissions this year, and now it is time to show you some of the finalists. Are you ready, Effie?
I am so ready.
All right, let's see what those fantastic Dota community members have made. First up, we have Carried Away, a little story about some beautiful, cute little creeps.
And next, we're going back to basics. We are defending our ancient with Overthrown.
That beautiful little catapult. And finally, Time to Push. You ever want to see some HD Dota heroes? Well, you're about to. Let's take a look.
Hello. Hello, and welcome back. We're here on the main panel. My name is eyoooo Plus. I'm joined by Lizard, Gods, and Lacoste, who just followed me today, really.
Yeah, I'm following you throughout the whole event. We've been doing panels together, we've been chilling in the green room. Now we're on the main panel. So
Yeah, I know.
it's good to have you here, eyoooo. Or should I say Avo?
That's better. I appreciate that, yeah. Sometimes. No. Before we get into the Dota, I just want to talk about the videos we just watched. Any favorites here? Gods, I know you were really excited to talk about that catapult video.
I love the one, the Beastmaster raising the catapult from a young age. Lacoste saying should have been feeling some tangos maybe, could have maybe gone a bit further.
Yeah, just, add a bit more Dota theme to it, but the Beastmaster face was priceless there.
Yeah, I love that one.
The salute at the end as well,
Oh
and the
my
shining star.
Yes.
It's perfect.
What do you think for the short film contest? Do you think it's about like the production value, or did you care about the storyline?
The story is important,
yeah.
right?
I want to feel emotionally invested, but also, I mean, the thing is, I think all these films we've seen, they have great stories, but then they also have amazing designs, drawings, sounds, everything. There's so much. Every year they get better and better.
There's so much talent in Dota community, and here I am, I can't even draw a straight line or a relatively round circle with a pen.
And they call us talent.
The real talents are the ones, making those short movies for the contest, yeah.
I completely agree. I mean, that card of the catapult movie made me, feel things. I was like, now I understand how Trent feels, for example. I must be the catapult is like his newborn child. And of course, what other hero, what better hero than a Beastmaster to raise the pushing catapult, right?
Yeah.
It reminds me back of the old days when you used to like get the Helm or the Enchantress. You used to always dominate the catapult, and that was a strategy everyone went for.
He's definitely a fatherly figure. That's how he looks like.
Yeah, because he takes care of his beasts as well.
Of course.
Right? That's very nice. Is there any other video that you would have liked to see that you were seeing in the short film contest entries that you would like to point out?
Slax's gyrocopter video from Longo.
No.
Chandelier. No? No? No love for...
Are you talking about the... never mind.
This was an old one. It never made it in, I don't think. But,
was it the old video where he pretends to be the gyrocopter voice?
Yes.
That is, that's... I'm glad to say
You're
I
gonna
said
stick
no.
with your no?
Yeah, I'm glad I said no. Yeah, that was... okay. Any other Slacks videos that you'd like to point out, guys? Anything that you really think should be...
Good.
No? Any of his voice lens videos? Any Omni-Night videos? All right.
We got a healthy amount of Slacks already here at TI.
Wait till he hosts this panel. That's gonna be coming someday. Yeah, he has no people to find, so he has to find a talent instead. Gonna be interviewed here, but we do have a very exciting matchup coming up next, right? I know you're all very excited to talk about Dota, but you guys should be checking out the short film contest in general. The entries can be found on the Dota website.
Yeah, there we go.
Contest website, so do check it out. As we're gonna be ready for VP versus Vici. Walk out other booths. Expectations for this match, guys?
It's going to be a tight one. This match, VP versus Vici Gaming, it's hype.
And two very different playstyles. I'm really curious to see how they match up.
Lacoste?
I'll go with Virtus Pro. I'll explain later.
I wasn't asking that, but okay. Virtus Pro. We're gonna see them walk out first. Or sorry, Vici walk out first.
Yo.
Nonton nggak lu tuh? Nonton nggak lu?
Nonton?
Yo, bakar.
Vici Gaming, a team with a huge legacy and great standings in China. To many, they say this team is a team that doesn't make mistakes, and to be honest, a team that's kind of just fun to watch. But the reality is they are afraid. They're the superior tempo control. They might not do anything the whole game, but you won't
Iya, kurang seru game 3.
teams are capable of even going toe-to-toe with Vici Gaming, the ultimate team at delaying the game.
Game 2-nya keren aja sih.
Iya, game 2-nya sih.
They did not care
Terus
if you
terakhir
wanted
tuh
to take
buset
their
dah.
towers. They made sure that you could not push, and they made sure that Boyo
Kurang sampai sakit jantung nih.
was ready to go. Now here at TI, they are ready to destroy whomever cannot beat their deathly style. Now let's go to their opponent.
Epic lagging.
No Dota.
Hah?
Of course not. Of course yes, apa XD.
What do you mean Dota? Don't skip. I skip Dota. I don't have a mood for Dota. I'm tired.
Yes, nggak bercanda doang. Nggak bisa Dota juga gue jam segini.
Iya lah. Oh shit.
Now for VP, Virtus Pro, an old organization with the Eastern European scene that is now bringing new blood into the scene. And this new blood has had some question mark performances. Previously, people said, oh, they can only perform online. They can't do it on LAN. But in the group
Next match siapa?
they showed otherwise.
Abi?
Next match VP.
Next match, VP VC.
Don't really care about that.
PC Gaming nantilah paling. Kurang asik, yang asik nih nanti mah tengah malam OG lawan Quincy. Quincy Gaming ya. Kayaknya sih OG, tapi kalau OG tiba-tiba ngecok kan, lumayan.
Lumayan meme-nya. Yakin gue meme parah itu.
Iya. Besok juga asik sih. Mulai besok tuh udah mulai asik tuh gamenya tuh. Besok lusa apa seterusnya udah mulai asik gamenya. Tim-tim jago semua yang udah ini masuk ini. Apex gua. What the fuck? Not responding. Where the people? Tar, gua ini dulu. Kok mulus bi? Tar ya. Oke. Bentar. Pengen masuk in game dulu bentar.
Got the setup, and Wazar's coming in. They should have the damage for this. Oh, he's got to throw out the finger quick. The GPK is coming in from the side. DM is still alive. Sure, he's going to be able to push himself out to the side with a sprout. He's away. He's actually away. Oh no. Really not. 1K lead from VP, whilst having this jungle Husker.
As long as he doesn't die, he's doing it right though.
He's got it. He's going to be able to do it. Unless he gets... Oh no! Look how low it is! Get to the pit! Everybody get to the pit! Get to the pit right now! Get to the pit, boys! You can get it! There's a Roche! Oh my god! Oh, they're gonna hit it! Somebody hit it! Everybody to the pit! All hands on deck! Get that Roche up! Oh, DM's cleaned it up!
Money.
Oh no! They went to the Roche pit. They needed more crystallize. He's got no health. He's got no mana. He can't come over here.
Hey, Crystallize is he's still tracked.
Oh, and he's still hanging around.
What the? Wait, what?
No. Oh dear. Oh dear. They'll get back back on track, and it will still be a 10-minute Roshan here from VP.
VP is my favorite team at the moment.
We have it, there's the jump. Paulison trying to close in onto Nightfall. Nightfall, no chemical rage for a couple of seconds. The arrow comes out to Quinn. They're caught Quinn with the stun. Paulison, Devastator with the stun. Takes him onto the side. The concoction, it's out onto the three of them as they come in with a star storm.
It's the rabbit.
Triple kill for Nightfall.
Oh my god. Like, it was a cool save, but yeah, that three-man stun. I don't believe I've seen such a good stun from an Alchemist pretty much ever.
Again, this time they'll be the team making the move into a side that does have all the ults ready. See, they'll catch DM. Toro's in. DM. They save him in time. The golem's going to be dropped down. DM can't get off the RP. The Chrono comes out from Nightfall. Cataclysm follow up as well onto the three of them. They take down Yasura the Bots. Toronto, Tokyo on full as well as Mira. As Nightfall, he's ready to keep the cleanup going. Over towards Yasura. Triple kill for him.
Virtus Pro, they have done it. They've made sure that they haven't dropped a single series in this Season 2 of the Eastern European DPC.
Well, now we know VP's story. As Moxie said, not dropping a single game in that season. But I'm still curious. I kind of want to know what happened on the Vici side. So that's why we have a recap for you of what happened this season for Vici Gaming.
They're still pressuring. They're posturing. They've taken the tier 2. 2 minutes left in the Aegis. Silence, that comes in as well.
Where's the lasso? There it is.
The lasso for the save on the track, but the Echo Slam, he still lives through it. Supernova
Another
is
good
out.
egg.
They've got the hook shot coming in from PYW as well as the flame breaking back Earthshaker and X-Nova. He's in the cots. Bounce over onto this PW Clockwork. They get the kill on a 1. He'll buy back immediately, but they've already taken out the Aegis with the Omni Slash bouncing around onto this Death Prophet. They've got the stuff that hits on the Ajay. Dark Pack, Lotus Orb trying to run. Oh, there's the lasso onto XM.
That was such a great play, man. Vici Gaming is just so strong in terms of like moving into the team fight. They're not grouping around. They know that the only way they lose this game if they group up. Enigma lands a multiple man black hole.
Oh, and a BYW again! I mean, you can't even zip TP because BYW is ready. It was almost like he hexed him out of the ball lightning. He's that good.
I'm telling you, man, this Necro is a great answer. Huh?
Cogs and the stun chaotic offering with the fatal bond. They put the striking the epicenter of the damage. There it is. They call me Nostradamus for a reason. Emo, GT, Ali, and Kaka all dead.
In 1 second.
Yeah, literally instantly.
Usually what your lineup wants to do is either it wants to farm or it wants to skirmish. But I'm not... Uh-oh.
Yeah, the roll in. AA Blast is coming.
Not connecting. He has haste.
Absolutely not. But Emo, he's going to turn this around. He has a static link applied to TA, who has the haste. He was able to get this kill on the PYW pretty easily. The Chrono is on two.
Chrono.
They will get the Razor and the Lion. Actually, it's on 4. Holy jeez, on the bottom side of that as well. That might be the best level 1 Chrono I've seen in quite some time. That's 4 kills, and all they lose is the Earth Spirit.
That is disgusting. That's such a good Chrono.
But yes, that was the fight where we were expecting Nigma to, take out these heroes that don't have buyback. So really,
it's a full minute still, Gary.
Are they gonna jump? Miracle's getting caught out here. They've got the refresher orb. Old 11 with the soul bind.
He
Double
has no buyback.
He's gonna die.
Not
He's
enough
gone for a
money.
minute and a half, and they've caught LTW as well. Wall stomped him. Lycan's an absolute goner.
Oh, they did not respect that. What a play from 11.
So, the players are getting ready. We have Vici versus Virtus Pro, and I have my hardworking panel here. I want to ask you guys, what? Any predictions for this series? Now, Lacoste, actually, it's your time to explain your VP prediction.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with VP, even though Vici Gaming is a heavy farm-oriented team. They have more experience, and they will punish a small mistake when we go for that post 40-50 minute game. But to go back to Virtus Pro, the way they've been playing during the group stage is we're gonna run at you. There's gonna be a lot of chaos, Darkseer plus a bounty hunter. In their last matches, it didn't happen against EG, against Aster. This team showed. I don't think I've seen such a good performance in a really long time. Because if you're watching the games looked boring for a casual viewer because there were no mistakes being made. The trifecta of 2 supports and the save, and DM running around the map, just making space so that GPK and Nightfall can get the items. There was one game where Tiny was 0-1 and 0, 20 minutes in, and he just came in and got a triple kill inside the roach, and that's it. Game ended.
Lizard, do you support this idea by Lacoste?
I have to completely support this idea by Lacoste because not the same reasons. I think that this is a team that's extremely young but bringing a ton of confidence to the game. If you look at the heroes that
lagi ini loading and compiling shader.
Dawnbreakers on position 1. I just feel that psychologically they haven't been broken on this land. They actually came in strong. They're playing their style. They're enjoying themselves, and I think that's the place where you want to be if you're going to take this series.
I really can do the
Yes. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kristo pada Kristo.
Ayo. Bentar, kok gambarnya gini? Oh iya, gue nggak bisa join gini. Bentar. Udah join nggak sih?
Ini udah masuk.
Ngebug gue, bentar.
Bentar lagi.
Karakter gue nggak jalan, Pak. What the error, bentar. What the fuck? Lama banget. Bentar. Masih ini, Bi, compelling apa gak jelas.
Santai. We wait.
Loading and compiling shaders. Padahal udah full 6000 per 6000.
Rido main sama siapa?
What?
Rido main sama siapa? Dia online.
Gak tahu. Nggak main kayaknya.
Dari stream lu?
Nggak ada sih.
Do main do. Coba invite.
Masih belum. Shit.
Kalungnya mana kalungnya? Apa penyakit? Gold, William, gold, gold kata-kata.
Gak main dia lagi kerja untuk kita doang.
Gold apa? Gold.
Hai.
Jadi
$10.000 ya dari caviar, duit semua tuh. Semua kocak bisa 4 dia. Dan ini dia.
Event, event baru. Oh ini. Monster Waited.
Apa?
Event Monster Waited.
Oh.
Baru.
Monsteran.
Monster Hunter.
Baru masuk. Astaga, lama banget, Bang.
Please.
Dah.
Pikirannya kan ya nggak sesuai ekspektasi ya. Bener gua nggak lahir aja beli cat dulu. Ada sih permen
Bawa Octane Gamer.
Oh, berapa?
Anjing siapa tuh? The fuck? Up. Of course. Shit. Exactly, musuh Bobby langsung ngadep sana. Tuh, Glenn.
Ah?
Drop jauh-jauh.
Oke. Ding ding bak ding ding. Ding ding bak ding ding. Ding ding bak ding ding. Containment. Kayaknya Abi entet deh. Oh, the stuttering the first game, brother, looks so fucking bad. I think there's no one here, I think. Oh, never mind. Okay, I'm sending into it, fuck it. Oh my god, my tracking is so fucking bad, dude. He died. Okay. Nggak ada. Oh shit, come on, dude. Oop. Follow dong. Ooh, what is this? Follow. But hobby. Wait, how did he not dead? This guy. Okay, I'll leave the game. Okay. Minus 36. Cannot join. Okay. Very good. Ooh. Dota lagi. We continue watching a Dota. So
VG Gaming are banning out these initiator type offlaners, which is a really good call by them because right now, until Earthshaker gets his blink, they're just going to be playing behind the bristle, and that can result in some problems. So by having something like a Mars or a Beastmaster, it makes their ability
whoa, why is it like that?
and Razor Void.
What?
I think it's a strong lane matchup.
Oh, I see, I understand.
In the game itself, I don't think Void Spirit really cares that much about Razor.
I
VP
Abi?
trying to dominate the lanes in the start.
Bener nggak gue?
Nggak tahu.
Lightfall come in and take some towers as soon as they're controlling pace.
I think Ori's Void Spirit is very good when I'm in this tournament, but
Sisa lu
also
tuh? Sisa gue
his
sendiri.
job will be to control
Hmm.
the
I see.
in the bot lane. My issue is if DM hits his timings, this can be a very scary game for Void because he will die, right? So it's just about what happens in the first 15 minutes, like Insigne says. But if the game holds out for longer, I do favor VG.
Jadi nggak ya?
What?
Nggak abandon. Berhenti nggak abandon.
Nggak tahu.
Kill
Thank you,
myself real
Frankie.
quick.
I feel like when I was listening to that panel, all I heard was timing. So let's talk about the timings we should be expecting in this game. The thing that I look at for Vici Gaming is their core hero, the Tiny, buffed up by the Magnus on Old 11. He needs 2 items to feel really strong in this game. He needs the Silver Edge as well as the BKB. The Silver Edge to chew through the Bristleback, and the BKB to deal with the immense amount of control and magic damage from the Pugna Earthshaker as well as the Phoenix. However, on the side of Virtus Pro, the Bristle's only going to need 1 tankiness item to start going. The Earthshaker is only going to need a blink, and we're going to need a BKB on the Razor coming on GPK. So there's going to be 1 item timing for the Virtus Pro, while it's going to take 2 items for Vici. So we're going to see if they can hit that window hard enough before the BKB Silver Edge shard on the Tiny and take momentum that way. And there's only one way to find out, and that's with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, Virtus Pro up against Vici Gaming in this best of 3. Fogged, what are you looking forward to seeing from these two here out on the main stage?
Just a clash of 2 styles, really. I think that's what most people were even looking at just coming into this game. Even before we even saw the drafts, I think most people were expecting Vici to do Vici things. Play a little bit more their big later game timings. VP, they have changed a lot. Sure, they're still all about that fast-paced kind of lineup, all about that aggression, but they've gotten a lot more just stable in the way that they hit their big timings, and then boom, they're not going to look to make a mistake. They're going to look to be a very clean game and just close it out. And hey, look at the draft, right? We have Bristle, Razor Cores.
When they fall, we rise.
If you are with me, I'm with you. This is more than a battlefield to me.
This is your champion.
Oh shit. AC
Yang lu berapa?
AC 60.
Oh, Singapura.
Yes.
Lupa gue ganti.
Kan gue RM-nya ada Pak. What do you mean?
Lu RM ya?
Yes.
Shit.
1 squad.
Cobalah. Sinjapo.
Oh. What the?
Crack deh. Ah, my shield.
Di atas Bi.
Meninggal. Bukan peluru by the way.
How do you get up there? Fucking hell, dude. Auto HP, Bi.
Sorry. Udah gua habis tadi sistem Mozambik tuh.
Alright.
Untung mati dia kena itu. What?
It's another fucking party, brother.
Crack, biru. Ah, what the fuck? Skor lain. What? How am I supposed to get out of here? Oh shit, yang repeater. He fucking sucks balls, dude.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Crack satu orang.
Giling. Come on, man. Satu anjing.
Zone 1.
Gua nih. Wah, flash 42. Goblok.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields. Marking my surroundings. Taking a moment.
What the fuck was that?
Ada baterai kalau Glenn?
Gak ada.
Kiri deh, kiri. depan gua.
Iya.
Anjing. Hilang. Si, ada step gak?
Enggak.
Shit. Lu sniper ya, Glenn?
Ya. Udah. Depan kita nih. Salah lihat ya gua? Enggak.
Pohon kayaknya itu.
What the fuck?
You lying, Glenn?
Salah lihat tuh, Pak.
I am joking, my friend.
I don't use shotgun.
Yeah, shotguns are for pussies.
What do you mean?
Pussies like me.
Wait, what the fuck? Okay, I didn't expect that shit.
Ini Glenn. Getting me. That's how you know we play in Singapore.
Okay.
That's how you know we play on SG.
Ada step sih di sini.
Caustic nih gue. Oh enggak. It's not open tuh. Bisa step gak?
Enggak ada.
Ah, bingung.
Ini sniper emang, what the fuck?
Sniper. Oh. Ada yang lagi perang di luar.
What the fuck? Where? Oh, I see.
Putih.
Wait, how many of them? Crack satu orang, si Mirachi.
Oh, there's a real one. What the fuck?
Udah naik deh, Bi.
Oh, dekat gue. Mati yang knock.
What the fuck?
Might be dead there.
Is that flash? I headshot this guy, dude. Crack him. Down him. What the fuck?
What is happening, dude?
Oh, many of this guy here, dude. Crack. Down, mati.
Oh my god, too good. You're too good, Glenn.
Ah, we good.
Lu mau ngeliat dia deh kayaknya, Glenn.
Okay.
Gak shit lu. Fuck, oke heavy ini.
What gun? Flatline, I'll take it.
Shit! Alright, let's go.
Okay.
Go for the likes.
30 seconds remain. Recharging my shield.
Mm, 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 mm.
10 seconds. The ring is close.
Kiri. Salah dengar apa?
Iya, ada bekas step di sini baru. I think that the guy using Charlie, I think.
Kiri dari kiri. Aman kayaknya. Yuk.
Ada step baru di sini, Bi. Nih, naik gitu.
Zip mereka.
Ya, zipline. Udah di lingkaran sih, gua bisa nembak.
Tembakin. Sendiri kan dia? Tadi gak dia bilang. Kalau dia crack bilang gitu.
Crack 2 orang. Turun. Kabur mereka. 2 orang, 1 putih, 1 biru gak salah gua.
Sini. Wait, where are they? Easy target. Yo, 22 flash. 22 flash. Apa tadi? 4. Lagi mati.
Ah, fuck. I'm going down. Fuck it.
Fuck. Beratnya halus banget.
Any heavy ammo? Oh ya. No. Ya. Si namanya. Shit, sniper ammo, dude. Not light. Sniper.
Baterai lu berapa klik?
None.
Shit. Yang beli satu deh punya gue.
Alright.
Salah. Don't take that shit, yo.
Oh, you need that shit? Okay, I thought you don't need that shit.
Gak butuh sih sebentar, tapi jaga-jaga.
Alright.
Just in case things go brown. Wait. Banyak banget heavy.
Sniper! I need sniper ammo. Oh shit, I need that shit. Oke, ada perang di kiri kita. Ada step baru di sini dong.
Ya, ini yang kabur tadi kan kesini.
Oh, oke.
I smell Pathfinder. Oh, actually, no.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go. Anjing lagi perang. Ada orang depan gue. Oh, ini yang tadi nih.
Alright.
Care package on high. Favor from the
What's that hold for?
Bro, what the fuck? Flash 22. Bro, just die, please.
His friend?
Nggak ada loot dia, goblok.
No friend, dude.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Oh, see that? Yeah. Crack 1. Flash. Down 1.
Flash ke sana, Glenn. Go. Mana ping.
This one. In this house, I think.
Lagi revive.
That is the guy. That's the down one, dude.
Knock.
He left the game. Fuck. What the fuck?
Yo, help.
I didn't expect this shit.
Revive, buru.
So many people dude using Charlie. Fuck, you know.
Yo. Oh shit. Cover Glenn.
Yes,
Nice.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
What the fuck?
Yo, everyone keep using heavy. We're still.
Charlie player, brother.
Anjing, apaan tuh? Yo, like. Situ ada ya, Glenn. Tangkep dia. Di atas ini. Crabber anjing.
Yeah, Crabber.
Nah, kamu bisa beliin peluru gua. Ah.
I'm very low right here. Crack them, down them. Behind this shit.
Crack. Aduh, 42 plus. Ada full sniper tuh, Glenn nih.
I'm good.
Sotri gua kayaknya.
Hmm?
Sotri gua nih. Iya, Pathfinder di bawah gua.
What the fuck is he doing there? Okay.
Oh, di dalam, di bawah gua. Di dalam. Dia masuknya nih. Pathfinder 98 flash. Aduh, one hit lagi modal nih, please lah.
Oh, his friend coming. This guy here.
Oh shit.
It's very low, fuck.
Ada red satu ya, Pathfinder.
Down satu orang.
Push Glenn. Yang mana?
Di sini.
Crack merah 95.
Mati satu orang. Wait B.
Coba knock. Yo, ini red semua ya?
Di dalam sini, Bi.
Kita bisa nge-revive teman kita kalau gitu.
Di mana?
Gue udah beacon guys.
Tuh, satu orang di bawah gua, 2 orang. Satu orang di sini dong.
Gak ada yang punya beacon anjir. Coba cari beacon dah.
Ini bis ini, Pi. Balik wali ini, Pi. 60.
Soalnya itu, Glenn.
Crack.
Ah, 2 dikit lagi anjing. Ini dia. Nyangkut sih dia, Glenn. Nyangkut dia. Masuk deh, Glenn.
Mati.
Gak usah masuk ya. Ke atas. Atau kita tadi. Depan gue 1.
Oke.
56 merah. Crack. 14 28 flash. Healing gue.
Plus.
Oke. Let's go. First game, first win, let's go.
First win, let's go.
Second game maksudnya.
First game. This is first game, fuck it.
Nice damage, Glenn.
Absolutely.
Nama Chris?
B. Masih ini game lu?
Udah baru selesai.
Oh. Udah rank berapa lu?
69.
Oh gila le.
Hai Fajar, welcome.
4,5. Gue kesel mulu.
Sorry, baru ini ngerit.
Skui.
Ini benar. Main di server mana lu itu? Gue ikut lo aja.
King.
Tadi
di Singapura tadi. Udah
Mau
easy
pindah.
udah santai masuknya.
Udah easy gak tuh?
Udah nggak ada lagi kayaknya predator. Udah lumayan easy lah.
Waduh. Ini apa nih? Monsters Within.
Azure Within.
Nggak dapat apa-apa.
Wih, gerak.
Dapat Azure.
Oh gila lu.
Ya,
Gue bakar tuh Azure.
Anjing.
Bentar ya. Server Apex nyangkut, boys.
Kuda goblok sorry blok.
Kresna botak naik gulam.
Sorry blok. Gulam anjing tolol babi.
Oh. Glenn mesti spamming ya guys by the way. Lihat dulu keceplosan.
Oh,
I don't. It's fine.
Halo gulam, pakai gulam.
Tahu kan keceplosan. Keceplosan tuh nama tangannya Kresna aja.
Gila lu. Kayak kemarin
tuh keceplosan.
Robogor lagi stream si Pimta jeplak anjing sengaja bener.
Dibilang apa? Hard R.
Pakai G anjir. Nih pakai G. Lempeng gitu kan. Di spam lagi ngomongnya.
Astaga.
Tahu lilin.
Kita momen sih. Kita banget.
Berapa hari nih gua ngapain apa? 3 hari. Pasti gokil M gue. Kena semua nih.
Gila lu.
Kena lagi. Oh gila lu.
Ada yang di seberang kita.
Oh, anjing. Gue tecer tar.
Ow! Wah ya, what the fuck?
Goblok.
I help with a mastiff only, Chris. Duh, senjata lain apa lagi bagus?
Datang dong.
Coba pakai kiring.
Enggak.
Ada yang punya senjata
Enggak ada.
any gun?
Enggak ada, gua mau Zambik doang nih.
Mau pindah dulu nggak? Kabur dulu nggak?
Ya udah.
Ayo. Yes please. Lihat bang senjata kita.
So ugly, Mister.
Ini satelit belum dibuka sih.
Belum sih harusnya ini. Aman sih harusnya. Ada yang dibuka dong itu.
Hah, seriusan?
Iya, coba gua stand.
Iya, pintu depannya tuh.
No, ada di belakang mereka.
Ajar ya bodoh, ajar ini.
Ini pelar.
What the fuck?
Biar siapa tuh kalau player Azur nggak mau gue.
Wah gila lu, sayangnya punya Azur.
Depan lu Glenn.
Iya.
Crack.
Waduh, Glenn.
Wah, anjing.
Waduh. Emang detik burung nggak ya? Jangan injur mana?
Crack dua-duanya.
Crack lagi tuh.
Wah, one hit. Kayaknya one hit, nggak tau. One hit gak?
Ngeres saya gua jagain.
Gua tembak sih kagak. Dua, 3 kali.
Lu bohong soalnya, Chris, gua tau.
Oh gila lu. Maaf bang. Gua terlalu ganteng bang.
Oh ganteng banget, gila.
Gila lu.
Ganja OP itu namanya.
Anjing.
Nice. Itu OP.
Nggak ada yang punya ini dah. Tas.
Nggak tahu tuh mereka.
Tas ada tadi di belakang situ. Bentar. Ini. Syringe yang itu.
Kibi.
Yo, sama-sama kotak. Can't blame me. Ini kasar dua pas buat badan lu.
Gitu. Gua assist 3, damage 101 doang. Ganteng banget, ada orang belakang gua ngintip.
Ini yang tadi nih. Crack satu orang si Red-nya.
Oke, dua orang crack pusai. Aduh. Di kanan ada yang di hard track. Hati. Putar. Gue muter. Agak jauh.
Crack tuh. Satu orang crack B.
Gibi one hit ya.
Injur satu.
Gibi one hit. One hit juga.
Lon satu. Nice. Gua ngeres.
Yang dari ini kali ya?
Ini, iya harusnya yang dari itu tuh.
Yang tempat kita tadi.
Banyak banget jadi gue dapat. Gak ada yang pakai heavy kan? Gue ambil semua.
Enggak, ambil aja.
Gak ada baterai mereka ya?
Enggak.
Ternyata tinggal pakai Phoenix mulu anjing.
Itu sama.
Ya jalan, scan dulu.
Goblok.
Suaranya berubah loh kita sebenarnya. Gitu.
Makanya tahu gua dilepas-lepas tuh kayak kuda.
Mental nih, tai. Jauh semua ya? Itu bertempur tuh bentar lagi tuh.
Ntar aduh kafenya nggak ada atas ya.
Ada bruiser tapi guys. Bruiser main
nih.
Bruiser my neighbor.
Bikin baterai deh.
Oh iya bener juga lah guys. Nggak pinter.
Daripada ntar kayak ini ngehil Phoenix nggak ada, silsa lama cuy.
Phoenix gue 5 nih.
Gila.
What the fuck? Oke.
It's a joke, what the fuck?
Oke. Phoenix enjoyer.
Yes man. Apalagi lifeline dulu tuh, aduh, bawa 5 Phoenix gue beneran tuh.
Tas gua penuh, nih gua drop 1.
Wah gila. Baik sekali ya tuh.
Bikin 3, gak muat.
Lu butuh baterai gak kalian? Gua drop ter.
Satu. Udah gak butuh, udah dapat.
Ay.
Ini ada lagi nih lebih. Oh, boleh.
Apaan? Ada stok?
Baterai.
Oh. Resna yang nge-pick, ntar misal lihat tuh.
Tutup katanya. Gue dapat emas padahal shit.
Emas? Kasih Kresna ya, kan dia meninggal duluan biasanya.
Wah gila leh. No bueno.
Ini.
No bueno. Kita lagi perang, dia lagi suntik diri sendiri di belakang. Suntik diri sendiri dan shot emas. Iham.
Oh, gokil, langsung terjadi nih kuda.
Jelas. Ada flatline.
Ini baterai. Wah,
Kresna tuh butuh. Kresna yang butuh ya?
Oh. Apa lu?
Mau diambil kan?
Apa lu?
Enggak. Gua udah emas padahal Kresna mau lah.
Oh, gokil. Ada emas ya?
Ada, serius. Nggak mau lu bareng emas. Bagus loh.
Iya. Enggak, Pi.
Lu nggak mau?
Mencegirakan deh.
Cukira. Suspektius ya?
Suspektion.
Suspektius.
Ada tes level 2 nih di situ.
Udah. Crypto ya? Dari belakang gua crypto, the fuck?
Gak tau. What? Oh iya dong.
Oh. Why there are people here?
Oh. What?
Oh shit, hampir kaki ya. Merah? What the fuck? Cepet banget ke merah aja ini orang.
Tuh yang deket kuda merah tuh. Goblok.
Nah, gua ketahuan turun mulu anjing. Ada yang bisa tembak gak?
Nggak kelihatan dronenya.
Shit.
Oh ya Allah. Ayamnya apaan nih Pathfindernya?
Wah gila anjing.
Ngecit. Pathfinder ngecit ya? Ngecit. Lihat tuh.
Oh my god, insane bro. Boosting ini.
Oke, waktunya cabut.
Klasik.
Cabut gak dari Sinjapo?
Sos 21.
Iya anjing. 8 bukan. Ini 7 ini 1 12 hit kena semua coy. Gue lagi terbang padahal posisinya.
9 kill. Ini ngeboost temennya ini. Ada yang pakai crypto. Tinggal assist doang nge-scan. Dia nge-kill. Kelas sih.
Wow. Yes. Ninja Paul lagi apa Hongking?
Bebas kok, ikut aja.
Glenn, get the fuck out.
Sabar lagi loading, Bi, gak keluar gua.
Ganti host.
Lo udah honking, Bi?
Udah. Keluar dulu ya, ntar gue invite. Di Kresna maksudnya.
Nggak bisa keluar ini gua. What the fuck? Oke.
Otong udah rank up. Anjing. Kalah kita sama Otong.
Kapan?
Otong udah plat 2 anjing.
Anjing.
Lu ready, Bi?
Pertanyaan yang bagus. Kira dan. Keluar.
Malah gua malah exit game, Bi. Astaga, goblok.
Streamer.
Aduh, udah bilang keluar, gua keluar game dulu. Astaga.
Gua keluar rumah lu.
Aduh, ya Allah, tolil banget. Bentar.
Bi. Bi.
Mana?
Apa gitu?
Udah.
Aku pakai boba dah. Biar
Where are
unlimited
these people
ammo.
coming from? No. I'm not having that shit now.
Lihat general nih, Chris. Tadi gue main casual. Anjing.
I think that.
Udah, general.
Mana?
Lagi upload. Tahu banget upload cepat. Bro, cuma 2 MB, bro.
When they fall, we rise.
Looking for someone special to take out. If you are with me, I'm with you.
Master, Predator, anjing.
Itu Crash General tuh. Belum mulai udah minta anjing.
Need Atrio. Artri
Belum mulai udah nge-ping ya?
Udah ngedips tuh, ngedips dari awal.
Oh ya ngedips. Dips. Kosong kan?
Kosong.
Enggak tahu.
Pala lu kosong.
Lu yang ngomong kosong anjing.
Oh.
Oh lagi. Kresna meninggal.
Baru gua nggak ada senjata apa.
Goblok 13 di shotgun. Di finisher gua. Babun. Gemul banget di badan. Lo tau nggak damage gua berapa ke CGB? Berapa? 148.
tuh GB.
Gak ada senjata
di bawah
lagi.
Kita, Bi, di bawah kita, Bi.
Ya shotgun doang nih.
Wah, dua-duanya lihat. Buset. Ajar aja yang itu, Glenn. Mana dia? Oh, dia mana?
Geng-geng aja.
Barang habis.
Angga seberang deh. 38. Turun, Glenn.
Dua orang di gua rupanya.
I believe.
Di gua satu orang. Satu orang di gua Bi, di luar Bi. Hah?
Wah, habis burger. Goblok.
Wah, habis semua.
One hit.
Really one hit?
Yes.
I really one hit this guy.
Yes,
Not die.
yes.
Gak mati-mati Bi. Gua one hit Bi.
Berarti 2 hit.
Udah 2 hit tadi.
3 hit berarti. Tuh kan?
3 hit Bi. Tapi hit pertama di make 7, kedua 7, ketiga baru 30 tadi.
Anjing 2 hit cuma 1 itu.
Wah, banner gue habis.
Ya, iya. Habis.
Gimana sih lu, Crash? Kok nggak ngingetin? Sorry, Crash.
Gue gila, Li. Anjing. Lasit shotgun gue pakai Mozambique ke GB. Tahu kan lu berapa? 13.
Berapa? Ini lu emang haram sih, Crash, mau shotgun.
Padahal itu
dulu
udah 148 anjing. Kalau dia baca 15 aja mati tuh GB.
Crash mati bareng mereka, Crash.
Asu.
Ada hacok tuh lu.
Ada apa?
Cari musuhnya langsung.
Mana? Ke Hydrokoko atau ke itu?
Hydrokoko ya. Ada orang nggak lebih di sana?
Nggak tahu dah.
Langsung ke cage lah.
Alright.
Double flatline. Crash mau respawn gak, Crash?
Oh gila, lu mau dong.
Barrel lu tuh. Where the people?
Belum ada yang kesini nih, Bi.
Coba perang tuh.
Isinya apa tuh, Bi?
Isinya jelek. Gak ada yang bagus.
Extended mag boleh tuh.
Gak ada extended. Oh, bantuin.
Ada orang bekas perang di sini, Bi.
Bertiga.
Shit.
Buset.
Fuck.
Krisna FK ya?
Enggak.
Itu nyangkut dulu, Chris. Nyangkut dulu.
Oh, udah. Ngomong dong. Kan aku lagi baca komik.
Kira nyangkut. Gas tuh.
Emang Azur gembul nyangkut?
Astaga. Sian Azur.
Wede.
Gold goes so well with a diamond like me. If you're with me, I'm with you.
Join me, Fly Fighter. Fight strong.
Introducing your champion.
Roto Japan. Nice.
Ulster. Time. Ada orang nggak sebelahnya?
Nggak tahu.
Kalau ada Volto ya.
Volto ada mau.
Hah?
Gerak-gerak sih.
Oh perang tuh. Bentar bang. Cari ammo dulu.
Satu kartu.
R3-1 gua bi.
Apa?
R3-1 gua.
Lewat lu.
Heeh.
Kamu jauh sama gue.
Udah gua ambil.
Yuk, sini.
Bentar. Ayo.
Gue nggak ada tas. Yuk.
Depan gua di sini.
Cibik, lihat.
Flash 12 GB.
Down GB.
Oke, mau crack dikit lagi.
Crack.
Wah. What the fuck? Wah.
Aduh, gua ke-stack dong. Ke-stack dong. Motherfuck, dude. Come on. Ada satu squad lagi baru.
Oh, berdua.
Yalah.
Oh, nice. Oh, belum kelar ya mereka perangnya ya?
Belum. Taruh voice lu.
What the fuck?
Halo.
Ada
Om Botak.
The only means they have to take the
Apa
fight
kabar
is
Om
Earthshaker
Botak?
going in first.
Baik.
But Clockwork can just go on Earthshaker. Earthshaker
Itu
is
Satu
really
visi.
hard.
yakin
You have to
visinya
build
udah balik.
kiting and utility
Siapa?
items in Shaker or in
Dia
early
on lagi. Itu kenapa sih dia
against
sebulan?
Clockwork. And that's
Ke
gonna
Turki
be
kan dia.
kind of a nuisance.
Ngapain?
So
Jual
both
kebab.
of these drafts have heroes
Wah,
that
gila
have
deh.
annoying interactions.
Udah
Apa
kuliah katanya.
Apa jual kok?
I think
Apa
for
jual
VP,
ini?
one of the
Es krim.
problems that they need to
Wah,
solve now
gila.
is their
Es
initiation.
krimnya
And
di ini ya,
generally speaking,
dikerjain
when you get
anjing.
to the last
Iya.
draft, you
Lo
want
tau
to
nggak
have
itu
as much of
orang
your draft solved.
yang beli es
I
krim
think
berharap
their
dikerjain tapi nggak
problem is
dikerjain.
be happy with the situation they're in, where there might be more
Kesel aja lihat.
hero from a limited pool of heroes rather than a very wide and open pool
Dikerjain.
of heroes here.
Tapi ada yang berharap dikerjain tapi kan dikerjain langsung dikasih gitu. Dia langsung ya.
There really isn't a hero that can go
Shit,
on her.
langsung
It's
kecewa.
gonna be a really big problem.
Kecewa berat anjing.
Is Vinci's draft designed also at keeping
Apa ya?
Virtus Pro back?
Ngapek.
Given that they do like to take fights up close and try and
Gamer.
get in your face.
Gamer.
I don't
Nggak
wanna use the
ngapek dong sama
phrase
Wowo.
toe to toe. I know it's a common one in Dota,
Oh, ja.
but just
goblok
from what
mak.
I know about Vinci's lineup, it does seem like it's something they're going to be pretty comfortable with.
So VP's gonna send in like basically
Denger
basic
lagu
cores,
kali
right,
ya.
to keep the cores far back and force VP to come into
Copyright
them
is
and try
fine,
to
but
fight into this round because
sometimes
if they
ada
don't reach the
copyright
round,
yang
it's just gonna
Masih
sit
main
there
PS oh lu
and deal
dulu.
crazy amount of
Keblok
damage from the back.
worldwide.
Gak ada
Actually,
konten.
Magnus can come into play
Udah
very
gua uninstall
strongly.
anjing.
If they go into you first,
Lamaan
it sets up for a good RP.
kontennya.
Because
Just
your
not
opponent
good.
is going to be the one starting fights, not
500
the
tahun
Magnus.
anjing.
So, this pack is a nice hero.
Konten
because
job
there's not
baru
really
doang
right
anjing.
now, and he does
Levelingnya di tempat
can
yang sama-sama juga.
and
Males
foil the
bener.
draw, but it's still not
Kecuali
enough, in my
job
opinion.
baru
He
sama
can
tempat
get gusted
baru.
and he can
Nah.
Are we thinking mid for the puck?
Kayaknya
It should
tempat
be
ke
a mid
situ
puck,
lagi,
and I think
situ
this
lagi.
is from VP's side. This is hey, we recognize that we're
Paling ini doang.
long range cash. And we have to solve
Weapon
it,
series
but
baru.
there's not,
Itu
it
pun
doesn't really feel like the perfect puck game
Situ-situ
for me.
What
juga.
the
di
hell
situ juga
is
begini ya.
this?
There isn't like a very,
Ah.
very reliable
Bahkan lebih susah apa
way
namanya
for VP to
nyarinya
kill him,
soalnya
but they have ways of
musuh
like making
tertentu
this
yang
puck game
ngedrop
pretty
yang mana
troublesome. And I
nggak
think generally
100%
speaking, the Draw Ranger silence is
bakal
one of the more problematic
jelas
spells for puck
anjir.
to deal with. And there's a Dragon Knight.
Lamaan.
Perfect way to kill the puck.
Harusnya
They picked
diseling
the
dulu kan
the puck
sebelum
counter, just
nongolin
the instant stun and Dragon Tail.
siapa tuh yang
And
pakai
not
katana
just
lupa
that,
gue
it's
namanya.
another frontline
Braver ya?
hero that can
Ya
kind of
Braver
lobby for a draw, which is how she
nongolin
likes to
dulu
play.
konten
She likes
baru.
to have heroes that are just in first. So
Apa tuh?
Vichi's draft looking really good in my
Ya level
Tanya.
Well,
baru
let's see if
atau tempat baru
BSJ
gitu baru
agrees,
nongolin
because we're going to head over
level.
to him right now for the last
I don't know what
word.
the fuck just happened, dude. What am I
Thank you,
looking
Frankie.
at?
For this
Barusan
game,
di
I'd like to
friendlist
talk
FB
about the
gua ada yang
duration
ngirim
of the team fight.
link
You look at the
video
VP
ini.
lineup, we
Video
have
kado
Silencer,
OnlyFans
Earthshaker,
yang
Willow,
boleh.
Fear combo with the puck.
Ngirim
Willow.
apa?
In the first 5 seconds of that
Only
fight, most
video
of their
OnlyFans
power
ini
is
kado
going to
kado.
be exerted.
Goblok.
Will they be able to take out
Mau
one
lihat?
or two of the Vici
Mana?
gaming heroes in this
Gue
game?
kaget.
If not,
Ini apaan
then
aja
they're
gue
going to be dealing
Nih,
with the
blok
consistent
worldwide.
damage
Ini
over
apa aja
time
isinya?
from the drow
Udah tuh
long
deh.
range as well.
Di mana? Di mana?
General aja.
Jenderal.
Gue main Osu intinya.
Gue suruh Oatmeal. Tonton Neil.
Gue main Osu, abis itu nonton Dota. Sama nonton XQC. Oke. Ini partially block. Cover material slow has been blocked in some country. Oke, kita cek. Di block gara-gara main Osu juga bentar. Mostly main Apex.
So gay.
And
Anjing.
nonton YouTube. Oh. Oke, jadi main Osu menyebabkan itu. Oke, it's fine I think. Jadi copyright tok itu aman.
Kalau tonton sampai habis.
Ya kalau aman dah, it's fine dah. Jadi lagu apa?
Kalau tonton sampai habis.
Enggak anjing.
Cu,
Lihat bentar aja udah enak gue.
Shit. It's awesome, brother.
Sakit anjing. Ngeliatnya.
Enak.
Berak gue anjing.
Aduh.
Shut up.
Lah, Apek ranknya udah apa, guys?
Masih di plat 3.
Wih, barengin dong kalau mau climbing.
Hah?
Kalau mau climbing, barengin dong.
Wah. Barang Wowo tuh udah diamond tuh dia.
Hah?
Akun Smurfnya udah diamond aja si Wowo. Gokil nih.
Ya dia main sama si Anip.
Siapa?
Main sama si Anip.
Si Anip. Siapa?
Orang.
Temennya.
Yoi. Gue diajakin tapi lagi tiga ya. Nanti.
Dua satu terus. Aku tolol. Oh my god. Ini kenapa pick ini ya? Ini ya, banyak Venom loh, Bang. Tanya tuh, why you pick Venom though? Why? Enggak, sini ini dia.
Kenapa? Boleh bang. Ajakin si
Tara Arts menuju konten YouTube lebih baik mengikuti algoritma dan community guidelines YouTube. Nantikan juga konten seru Tara Arts ke depannya melalui akun tambahan yang mengikuti YouTube community guidelines dan algoritma berupa Tara Arts Misteri Hantu, Tara Arts Teori Konspirasi, Harta Tara Arts, dan Tara Arts Berbagi Rezeki dan sebagainya. Mari jadikan YouTube lebih boring dan monoton. Lebih baik depannya. Salam the father of cooking Kang Arni. Yoi kan. Alhamdulillah. What is he doing? He's playing Phasmophobia.
Hey, what's up? Welcome.
And he say, what's up, brother? Hey, brother. Ya, kayak gitulah. Mana nih Mr. Abi tidak balik-balik sepertinya guys. Mr. Abi di mana Mr. Abi? Okay, I think kayaknya PC Gaming menang sih. Kayaknya ya. Jadi VP, I'm sorry you need to go home. I'm really sorry, but you need to go home, brother.
I really thought we were gonna see every game that Shaker gets picked just clock.
Iya, poinnya udah berapa ya?
Inside a lane, inside of the game.
4.000 gak tuh? What the fuck, okay. I watched too many of these stuffs, ya. Udah berapa hari Dota live? Udah 5-6 hari kayaknya lupa gua. Dari group stage sampai ke main stage. Gila sih.
Big and the small, where the taller they stand, well, the harder they fall. We live for today, but we die for the next. Blood in the arena, just
Yuk.
with our hearts on the line. Dirt on our boots, we change free over time. The music it fades, the volume is drops, the darkness is rising. Love is the distance, so Roma at best. The withering smile that's tucked deep in your vest. The night air it wraps, their fingers around your body. It shakes from the now distant sound of the sound of her voice. A sweet symphony, played over and over until you are free.
I think he's gonna die. He's gonna die.
Apa nih?
shall not stumble, no, we shall not fall. We shall not crumble, no, we shall stand tall. Well, death it will come, and sure as the night. We will not run, no, we live but to fight. Oh, with blood on our hands and dirt on our knees, we tear after once, we brought the disease.
Okay, goodbye. Okay, I want to play the game. Okay, let's go play the game.
Kosong.
Oke.
Kocong.
Kosong.
Kosong. Oke. Lu pakai heavy ya, Bi?
Peluru heavy nih.
Nih bisa gua kasih nih, Bi, heavy, Bi.
Lu nggak pakai?
Enggak.
Apa lo terlalu hari ini?
Hah?
Lo terlalu apa?
Nasi padang.
Shit, lupa gitu.
Shotgun tidak ada. Oke.
Mau shotgun lihat.
Emang lo ada?
I have good news for you.
Oke, thank you, Mister.
Kita satu lagi lo apa?
Nggak ada. Senjata gue tuh itu doang, Wi. Ardewan.
Masih pada perang nih?
I got scammed, someone help.
Bro, I thought you wanna give me, not trade.
It's okay, Glenn. For you, my friend.
Oh,
Not
right.
for me.
Thank you.
Get you, get you.
Oh, gue kill.
Kill gitu.
Crack satu orang. Mampir.
Ping, Glenn.
Di depan sono. Ah, gak bisa ngeping dong. Ntar.
Apa nih, gak bisa ping maksudnya?
Ah, di situ. Ya, exactly.
Armor ungu deh.
Berdua dong.
Biasa.
Lo banget. Yoi kan. Feels bad man. Oke. Kill leader lah gitu. Feels good. Feels good man. Nih ungu nih, tapi habis.
No. I am joking. Hemlock sama flatline.
Gak jadi ini, Bi. Ambil shotgun nih, Bi. Ambil shotgun nih, Bi.
Gua double.
Ambil shotgun nih, Bi. Udah, Bi.
Shut up. No.
Bi. Gue udah pakai sniper. Kayak sniper, Bi.
Again, Bruiser.
Say it one more time tuh, ke rumah lu.
Okay. You're not gonna say it again then.
Gue tanya Rido deh, rumah lu di mana?
No. What the fuck is it? What? Scope jauh ada gak? Ah shit, 3 kali doang.
3 kali.
Iya.
Pakai lu 3 kali.
Pakai. Apa lu?
Campur aja nih bruiser.
Lu bruiser?
Itu ada bruiser, replikator.
Ah enggak. Males. Buat lagi.
Yuk. What are you doing, buddy?
I don't know.
Optics here.
Mid range.
Mid range.
Lu maunya yang berapa kali, Glenn?
Yang ini, yang ngezoom banget 4 sampai 8.
69 kali.
Oke.
Naik perang tidak capek. Glenn, lapar sini, Glenn, enak. My old man. Sueman.
What? Di depan kita ada nih. Oh ini.
Ada yang deket ya? Yang dekat lu?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Where the fuck is he?
Satu di sini, satu di kanan.
Oh iya, dalam rumah ada. Depan lu, Bi.
Satu lagi.
3 orang gak tuh?
Anjing. Kena sandwich kayaknya kalau di sini.
Jangan. Mundur.
Di situ ya ada yang lagi berang juga ada.
Bi, drone hole bisa.
Hah? Oh iya, mati deh kayak gitu.
Fucking toxic gamer. Lawan yang market dulu ya. Ada orang pada gue nih. Mas mau crack ya? 7 berapa nggak tahu? 74 ya? Crack mas. Oh, ini help boys.
Crack satu yang emas. Aduh, ditembak di beam yang lain dong. What the fuck? Di atas atap. Brother. Ke beam gua cuk 1 menit.
Wah, di beam dari 2 arah gua. Anjing lah.
Oh, goblok. Shit.
We're going to do beautiful things together.
Fate will be on our side, Fly Fighter.
Go on, try to stop me.
Introducing your champion.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. The statistics just don't favor you.
All this like spell loop that VP does have, wants to have that coverage. Old 11, looks like he's gonna go for Young Greaves, so like we met.
Right, stand here.
Get ready, moving up.
Tabrakin enak nih.
No.
Enak banget.
Sama ada banyak pelurunya tuh di dalam 3 kotak. Ada orang ya?
Bentar.
Shit. Crack, Octane crack di sebelah.
Mati gua nggak ada senjata.
Ya ada senjata nih di sini nih.
Mana senjata?
Di atas sono.
Udah crack. Atau siapa tuh pokoknya yang pakai R99.
Gak ada kan?
Di atas ini. Crack 1 orang 98 Octane. Oke, nice. Udah gerak. Gua majuin deh, fuck it dude. Down.
Oh, bakal. Headshot. 115.
Ada triawan nggak? Ada peluru nggak ada?
Datang.
Hah?
Siapa tuh? Dan mau crack 40 biru.
45.
Rampart crack anjing lah.
Wah,
Crack,
ini
rampart.
horizonnya. Dead banget.
Naik atas land dari atas, satu dari atas. Satu dari sana.
Nice try.
Cepet amat aja dari Macro. Buset.
A big distance between their own Medusa and the enemy Drow.
And it's a really, I actually really like that he went for that. We've been seeing it more, but the early Scotty pickup versus DK and Drow. DK gonna be in range for him. He's gonna get slowed extra. Drow ever gets hit once, it's gonna be strong in DK.
Very, very quick with the blink there. And with that blink, I think, yeah, Ori's going to be able to get himself in a position where Vivi can't go for him anymore. They'll try and turn for DY, but DY, he's closed in on Kingslayer. He's caught the silencer. Hasn't got enough damage on his own to push up into Kingslayer, though. With the rest of VP standing by his side. Olevi's looking for the jump. He is now able to get the hold onto Kingslayer.
Oh, they get DM.
He's got the setup onto DM. Jump over the Dragon Tail. DM will turn for the Fisher, but the burn from the kisses and the Dragon finishes him off. As VP, they felt they were in a...
Run fast, hit fast, win fast.
Let's land here.
Kit loss 20% gak tuh?
Ada orang nih?
Enggak sih di sini kayaknya.
Nenek keluar. Komplit.
Ring is distant. Showtime.
Tuh ada.
Di maps room tuh.
Usah aja.
Gue nyari pelor dulu.
Found an extended energy mag here. Level 3. Found an extended energy mag here. Level 3. Must go faster!
Di scan gitu.
Jadi kena begal lagi tadi. Cepet banget tadi. Airboy ini.
I could use that.
Attention.
Extended light mag here. Level 3. First fatality. Let the games begin. Backpack here. Level 2. Don't worry, it won't slow you down.
Gue like nih, Glenn.
Hai.
Ini nih orangnya.
Crafting anjing. Hit 50 satu orang.
Oh, cek aja deh. Anjing nge-stuck dong goblok ah. Tai.
Gokil aimnya. What the heck?
Fuck, kok tiba-tiba di kanan gue ya? Ada suaranya dong.
Nah, terparty mereka nya. Bro, what?
They are rallying around that. So we've been mentioning rally around Nightfall, who's more than halfway towards a butterfly. He's gonna have excellent timing on it. Mid.
Starting action. I mean, this DK's just dying. Oh, he has to put the BKB get out. He gets taken down completely there when he gets caught in by the Fisher. Forwards to jump. Cut the one. Global comes out in return, and only getting Nightfall in the grab back there, Old 11. So there's nothing else to move in and press on with it from VG Gaming. GPK jumping in behind the tower.
That's a couple times now. DM
And a quick jump out as well. Touches the hook shot. Fisher's out of the two of them. They're coming out with the kisses, but with the face. GPK's able to avoid it. Nightfall moves into position with the stone gaze. They're trying to get Ori out of here with the cookie Nightfall. He's been stood up the high ground, but it's almost as if he doesn't care. A little shred of damage coming in, but have they actually got enough to bring down this producer? Manasonic falls Nightfall with GPK's in. Jumps across with the ult. A double kill for GPK. Poyo also to fall. They've lost three. Alderman is skewer back to the tier 4 as he runs away. PP, I mean, we're seeing a hit Nightfall underneath the tier 3. It's almost as if he's defending the wrong base. They can't even get past him back to the safety of their own high ground. Nightfall is just seemingly too huge at this moment.
Your champion.
Just stone gazes and literally runs in. That's another form of initiation. Also awkward from Vici the way they start the fight. Old 11, he thinks he sees a 2-man RP. But again, now we see these like quick little blink daggers. DM dodges it. It ends up being only a single catch. The global to cover. And then, yeah, the skewer into the base actually brings them right on top of Crow Ranger. So see you later, marksmanship.
Absolutely. And Nightfall sort of giving Nightfall the high ground there in that situation. Not necessarily the high ground you'd normally expect to want to be in on the enemy's base, but
Airboy ini Glenn.
Ayo, ntar. Gimana Bi? Oh, dalam situ.
Son. Ada orang seberang.
Ada peluru energi lagi.
Yang tadi. Oh, dia keras.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
You're gonna have to move at my speed to make the next ring.
Nggak ada Chris.
Nggak ada kayaknya, bentar gue scan ya.
Nggak ada. Oh, gauntlet berarti tadi. Gauntlet tadi ada arah squad sekitaran situ.
Oke. Gue energi juga.
Gue butuh lagi nih sniper. Oh, nih ada ini. Tuh ada ini. Eyoooo.
Airboy lagi. Ada pelurunya tuh.
Oh iya, aku buka nih.
Boleh tuh longbow. Pelurunya ada gak, Bi?
Ada.
Oke.
Gue nggak pakai.
Alright deh.
Pensiun sniper gitu. Jadi American wingman sekarang. Ini lagi crafting kayaknya. Iya crafting mereka. Jump ke situ Grass kiri.
Ke arah kiri.
Ada dekat. Itu seluruh tuh.
Oh, di kiri nih.
Scanning.
Ungu 41. Dua lu.
Lo banget Octane. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, what the fuck.
Di atas gua nih.
Crack. Nice, sudah dapat assist 3 gua. Easy. Gua nge-crackin 2 orang. Mereka nggak ada yang make ini bro.
Shotgun ada yang bagus tuh.
Make light. Mereka ada yang ungu tadi ya? Iya gak sih?
Dan armor gue. Armor nyolong.
Iya dong, ada yang ungu. Aduh, gue rugi tadi pakai baterai.
Iya, ada gua ambil armor.
Fuck. Motherfucker.
Yuk.
Mana?
Gak tau. Circle game. Pas Dev nih.
Nope.
Buat aja. Udah ini deh gua Eva.
Nice.
Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Oh.
Ada airboy itu.
Oh my god, for fuck's sake, dude.
Gua denger step ya? Dengar gak?
Gak denger jauh.
Oh, ini anjing. Untung gak kepegal.
Belakang lu, Grace, belakang lu.
Oh iya, datang gue belakang gue. Gokil.
Lalu jatuh kena begal.
Gak ada yang jongkok gaming tau kan ya kan? Vietnam.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, tinggal
1, 6, 9 anjing.
Anjing.
Glenter kemarin kena anjing.
Di beam
2, 3 hilang anjing. Glenn depan gue nih. 1, 2, 3 Glenn.
Waduh.
Ada trampolin berlari.
Ada orang nih. Yap, benar.
Oh kan, pas bet.
Kayak 1 orang. Oh my god, kayak sep. Oke, good. Down 1. Gue healing ntar.
Paling depan mau crack menit lagi.
GB-nya biru.
Crack 72.
Mati.
Anjing. Gua nggak dapet apa-apa.
Gua ambil apa aja ya Allah. Semua gua ambil.
Ambil semua Glenn. Baterai pada banyak.
Gua ada 4.
Ini berapa Grace?
Boleh
5
tuh.
doang.
Ini. I need that shit.
Udah berapa, Bi?
Ada bruiser nih.
3.
Nih, kenapin deh. Gua ada 5 soalnya. Mau ngambil
Iya,
pelot.
6. Baterai gua 6.
What the fuck?
Gila.
Yang sana. Gila. 3.
Ada light gak? Ada yang punya light gak mereka?
Paling ujungnya tuh like ya tadi.
Si jauh banget di situ. What the fuck?
Nambah Krishna deh.
Oh.
Gembul mau lari dari Okten.
Ada orang
gedung. Oh shit. Mau lari dari sini.
Lingkaran.
Ya kita ke circle dulu tuh.
Ini. Kita berada di atas ini nih, kalau bisa.
1, 2, 3 ini.
Telat gua belum nembak. Hit 4 gua. Satu orang hit 60 si Valkyrie. Ada jump pad di situ. What the fuck? Gua lihat tuh. Kita
loading screen bi.
Loading screen, bentar. Gua bisa nembak. What the fuck? Hah?
28 Valkyrie.
Mereka dibegal juga loh sama di loading screen itu loh.
Hit 60 loading screen.
One hit lagi anjing, itu yang merah-merah siapa anjing?
Bi, ada loading screen loh, Bi.
Gak takut.
Oh, gak ada lihat. Oh, nih gua lihat.
Gua mau habis lagi.
Lu berapa?
Heavy.
Ada airdrop di sini. Perang dulu deh.
Crack satu orang atau siapa? Valkyrie crack kayaknya.
Loading screen datang ya.
Oh shit.
Gue lihat sendiri doang sih. Bentar. Gue lihat sendiri doang. Si Okten. Ini kesini nih harusnya nih.
Kanan kayaknya, Bi.
What? Deket nih.
ATTV tuh.
Kiri dia, Chris.
Crack satu orang yang di loading screen. Oh my god, gue ditinggal. Oke. Yes sir.
Okten.
Naik Chris. Tahan crack.
Gua nge-heal.
Bah, ke belakang one. Nice. Revive.
Gua healing nggak bisa.
Datang.
Hampir, aduh, isep dong, bangke. Mati gua.
Wah, di Arkstar nempel dong anjing.
Sih.
Sumpah dah, Arkstar nggak ngotak banget ya baca.
Iya nih. Selain banget sekarang kalau udah kena stun.
The moment has passed and nothing to be done even with one hero off the map.
No, they can't. Not without a VP yet.
VP immediately looking to group up and maybe try and get a jump from the low ground. With the way that GPK has been playing, if he catches anybody up there, he will quickly get himself in and out of the base of VG Gaming to start the fight off.
Lane's pushing in. GPK ports bottom. Anyway, just a push. They are still smoked, especially on the two backline heroes. The Earthshaker and the Silencer, who had a rough game in the early game versus this Clockwork, but ever since the early game, it's just been easy pickings. DY unable to really find the opportunities when VP all started grouping up. Really, yeah, look at that confidence. They're just really starting to get the taunts going as they should. Win probability at 90%.
They did certainly struggle in game one, so having this sort of a game two performance is going to be huge for VP.
GPK breaks the smoke, backs away, and I believe they prevented them from getting any of their tier 4 items too. They've been able to find a single
Beneran di hari ini.
last couple minutes.
Dari sana mulu pesawatnya anjir, dari base.
A little too far out, I'm going to try and make the move, but
Weh, oh what the fuck?
Kurang gini.
Udah tampol dong. What the fuck this guy? Gue ditampol kambing.
Okten dong.
Bantu. Gue ditampol. Bantu, gue ditampol.
Dari belakang lu, mana?
Gue ditampol, dikejar nih.
Fight, pusing. Pusing lu anjing. Revive. Aduh, lifeline ya.
Kehit 30. Udah nggak tahu udah berapa darahnya.
Dikit lagi nunggu tuh.
Gak ada menyesal ya?
Sel nih. Nih,
Kok hilang darahnya?
gua drop 4.
Oh wow.
5 dia drop anjing.
Kok gue dapat 3 kill? Karena pasti nggak ada yang lu injur 1. Oh, udah bangun ya?
Iya.
Aduh.
Offline aja. Fucking offline mains deh.
Ini dong.
Kotor tuh yang pakai main lifeline.
Oh, goblok udah anjing.
Mending pakai yang lebih penting itu. PV gitu.
Oh, gokil.
Main pakai lifeline anjing.
All-Star.
Lu pakai All-Star apa, Chris? Tuh, Ben. Biasanya udah pensiun.
Waduh. I still live with All-Star.
Gue juga pakai energy ternyata.
Waduh.
Nice. Ntar, Chris. Ntarin gue shotgun tuh. Ntar gue kasih turunya.
Lu pakai apa sekarang?
Evoke. I want that shit.
Mau tukar Eva nggak?
Bisa bawain nggak, Glenn?
Hah?
Bisa bawain nggak?
Bisa.
Naik pelurunya.
Perlu.
Ini, Bi.
Tuh.
Gua depan, gua drop di depan pintu lu, Bi.
Intro gue.
Ah. Keluar dulu, Bi, keluar. Being stupid.
Oh ini nih, gosen dari Glenn. Oh ini.
Oke.
Bawanya Glenn.
Scope 2-4 ya kalau ada.
24.
Iya, 24.
Adanya gini.
Ah, itu udah ada sih.
Lu pakai dua-duanya?
Iya, pakai dua-duanya.
Gila, hybrid. Hybrida.
Bikinin dulu deh. Berusaha.
Gabungin Glenn.
Enggak lah. Jadi apa kok digabungin, Bi?
32.
Gak bisa dong.
You suck. What's this?
Memang gak bisa loh, Bang. Pakai Revenant baru bisa.
Yo, Revenant my body. Coba Lifeline bisa menjadi kayak gitu ya?
Oh, gila lu.
Ini emang gak bisa dipanjat ya?
Apa? Itu gak bisa.
Wih, ada jamret ngambil crafting nih.
Oh,
gila. Lagi gimana? Ada lagi nggak?
Nggak ada, Cuk.
Cek tahu kan.
Ada di depan.
Santai, nggak ada.
Ya kali Glenn Bugel. Berani mereka. Gak pernah gue liat Glenn Bugel. Bugel keren banget.
Gue juga nggak pernah dibegal.
Iya.
Gak pernah sekali maksudnya anjing. Langganan. Udah VIP-nya gue. Battle Pass dibegal.
CEO of Begal, Chris, kalau kata anak-anak Apex.
Oh, gokil. Oh,
CEO of Begal maksudnya.
CEO of Begalet.
Begalet anjing. Nama binatang.
Waduh, Azuri bawa-bawa parah lu.
Astaga. Azur mulu.
Iyalah, gimbal.
Coba lagi tuh, Chris. Coba biarin Glenn. Lu kenapa galin?
Gue lagi ngecek nih.
Okten kok kebegal. Biasanya mati dulu Okten ya.
Okten kok kebegal.
Ini udah kelut sih kontenmennya. Mereka kemana ya? Astagfirullahaladzim, kaget ya Allah, udah pakai main pasmo asu. Ya Allah. Aduh, memang brengsek nih orang. Jump scare gua tuh Pak tadi.
Jauh banget tadi.
Jauh pakai Charlie tuh easy kill Pak. Easy di make.
Easy kill ayo.
Enggak easy di make maksudnya.
Kesana guys. Kata kalian easy kill crash kesana.
Enggak easy di make tuh Pak.
Tuh kesana ayo.
Enggak tuh Pak.
Cari kalian kesana juga santai lah.
Iya sih.
Siapa tuh dia duduin Charlie kan.
Ayo Bi, balapan sampai sana.
Kok hilang ya?
Kaki besi anjing.
Ada yang lebar kiri. Aduh, tawan. Wait, what? Nembakin siapa gitu? What the fuck sih doing?
Berarti ada orang tadi belakang kita.
Iya, ada orang artinya.
Oh iya ini.
Sampai ke muka dia gas.
Cooldown cuk.
Gak ada cooldown, ayo gas.
Gila lu.
Cooldown. Ada yang dekat ya?
Krek putih.
14.
Down.
Oh, nice. Mana temen dulu pakai rifle kan?
Oh di atas.
Big crack. Mati lu anjing, udah track rifle kan. Wait, shotgun anjing.
Bentar, buluk lah gak tuh. Balik.
Muter kanan deh kalau mau deh.
Kas lu dikatain buluk sama Glenn, Kas.
Enggak, balik tuh, Pak. Rata seperti itu.
Lawan. Crack. Satu lagi no. Gak bohong asli.
Baru lagi.
Wih, di sini gua.
Stack satu, mati satu orang.
Squad lain anjing.
What the fuck? Rata satu squad lain. Motherfucker. Nice, right. Squadnya mana tuh ya? Dari mana dia, Wi?
Gak tau juga nih.
What the fuck?
Atau muncul dari
6 jam stream GG yo.
Aduh. Yang di server dah.
Enggak deh. Coba deh tuh. Kalian bukan host ya?
Oh, gua nih, bisa nih.
Pedas mata gua.
Invite om.
Main di mana, Bi? Sinjabo. Lu di mana, Bi?
Sinjabo.
Oh, yaudah, gua join dulu. Nggak bisa join tapi.
Lah, iya, udah gua ganti soalnya.
Ya.
Udah ganti sekarang.
Iya.
Invite dong.
Oke, joining.
Tadi langsung. Ya bang.
Gila.
Let's go.
Let's go. They go and then the counter plays happen, and the draw goes a little bit too deep. The puck ulti follows up, and every.
Dari mana ada ininya sekarang dari 1, 2, 3
ada.
On top of draw ranger, the team fight is one for.
Yeah, puck was completely popping off GPK. We said after the first game.
Streaman 1 langsung itu berarti. Apa tuh ranknya tuh? Champion.
Nice. Platinum juga dikurangin sekarang angkanya.
Jadi 3 dong.
Enggak, maksudnya poinnya cuma butuh 300, dulu kan 400.
Maksudnya?
Dulu
ini MMR ininya.
Itu misalnya butuhnya 3.600 Bi dari 3.200. Ini sekarang 3.500.
Ada itu juga ya. Damage kayak kurang tuh.
Dikurangin 100.
Easy dong, guys.
Gila lu. Ajaib aja. Gak tahu musuhnya makin jago apa guanya makin goblok aja.
Kayaknya elunya sih goblok guys. Kayak pernah denger.
Gak kenal.
Sekarang lancar cuk game gua gara-gara update apa namanya driver. Emang driver Tolil yang seri kemarin.
Mati gua anjing. Ada orang tuh bantu. Gak ada crash. Mau salam-salam dong gue.
Gue denger lagu jadi nggak tahu.
Tolong.
Mana.
Belakang gue. Terus kata gue. Anjing. Ayo.
Oh, gue mati.
I will always remember you, Res.
Di finish ya? Motherfuck dari belakang dong. Pakai loss gua 30 dong. Oke, dude.
Kita dulu lah. What distributor gamer? They not here. Yes, gaming. Fuck.
Udah mati lu, Bi?
Belum. Gue baru drop dari pasangin trap caustic tadi. Dikepung gue.
Gue turun di pantatin Jibi tadi.
Ada pas soto.
Halo Glenn. Terus.
Aku capek, bentar.
Makan dulu kali.
Buffering, is it me or him? Oh yeah, it's him.
Aduh, bahaya anjir. Bahaya. Itu sesuatu.
Apa tuh? Gua nih. Mau masuk.
Tapi masuk keren.
Udah,
Boleh tidur dulu atau save dulu?
Oh, bener. Bikin kemah dulu kali ya?
Ada sesuatu kok di sini ada orang. Serem sih orangnya, nutup. Sakit. Mampus. Bikinnya gimana? Bikin makanan dulu nggak apa-apa ya.
Temporary apa?
Temporary ya.
Hunting shelter aja. Lu udah bikin?
Nah, ini buat makan.
Ya hunting shelter aja biar awet.
Minum di mana?
Kapan tuh? Tadi nggak di sini.
Udah dimasak belum sih?
Babi.
Kalau mau minum air ini aja.
Nanti.
Air keras.
Oke, Kraber. Bukan Kraber ini ya.
Kraber 2 ini.
Kraber V2.
VTuber.
No, VTuber, mister. Do not talk about it.
Why?
Astaga.
It's not good. No, it's not my profession. What do you mean, dude? VTuber is really apa sih? Sakral. If they show their face, by the way, yes. It's doxing.
Sakral kan yang olahraga kan? Sakral.
Takraw.
Dimin. Ya makan anjing.
Malam William.
Apa doa?
Sampai pagi ntar nih. Kalau main sampai pagi yakin gue.
Kayaknya nggak bisa sampai pagi, Bi.
Yeah. Maybe next time.
Rombogor juga main bentar doang aja sekarang.
Asal kalian tahu.
Oh, diskan kita.
Enggak, itu suara Aksar.
Ini nggak ada udah pernah.
Hah, seriusan?
Terus scan tuh ini kan barang-barang scan.
Apalagi berdua.
Ya ini, ya penipuan tuh,
scam.
Kan jadi keluaran dan dikontrol tuh.
Kode bisnis silahkan tidak masuk collab berdua.
Airboy.
Kota.
Berapa lagi sih?
Oh, Tehu gitu.
Isi aku nggak bisa ngitung.
Variable nih, Kres.
Oh, boleh.
Ayo. Siap kan?
Mau gas
Udah
ayo.
virus murmur kita kan?
Iya.
Gas.
Mana sih?
Di scan tuh baru.
Ah,
Itu baru di scan.
Terus
kita soal takut loh.
Ya bik.
takut lagi takut banget.
Takut lagi.
Lu pikir gua berani?
Kalau lu lihat orang bilang ya, gua cetar-cetor. Dari sini.
Lihat, ini ada yang lagi lari nih.
Bukan kita, Bi. Musuh.
Gila nih orang anjing.
Ini siapa? Ini biru-biru siapa? What the fuck?
Ini apaan sih?
Udah gila gua nembak Charlie sambil terbang.
Kiri keras aja mana?
Oh, Allahu Akbar.
Kok masuk?
Oh shit.
Aduh, rampar.
Oh shit. Gua muternya jauh. Oh no.
Keras tadi bekal diri sendiri anjing.
Bentar, aku mau bikin yang nyala-nyala.
Udah ada injur belum?
Belum.
Udah, lu pengen injur, gue injurin.
Gila lu.
Kan injur.
Anjing serem banget dah.
Enggak lebih. Mana mau sih? Bilang aja ke gue di mana.
What?
Tuh.
Tembakin squad lain ya?
Duluan dah ini.
Enggak. No way. Enggak.
Siapa anjing lu?
Enggak, makanya gua bingung waktu itu siapa.
Kak, nggak lucu kok ini suruh.
Kalau mau masuk bisa dari sini nih, dari gua.
Oke, masuk dari kalian keras.
Mereka squad lain.
Mereka apa dengan terparti?
Crack satu orang.
Ah, itu suara apa?
Injur satu.
Rampan crack. Defender juga crack. Nice.
Waduh,
rampan crack tadi. Oh,
revive lagi dulu deh.
Ringle. Nice.
Wah, masih ada satu. Nice try.
Enggak. Jadi.
Pakai los gua naik. Tiba-tiba what the fuck? Oke. Astaga.
Naik dulu.
Lihat gak tadi kalian udah kejadian?
Naik.
Ada yang kena longsor kan?
Kena longsor di mana?
Terus.
Sabar. Rame banget di bawah BTW.
Udah.
Mau keluar aja.
Ntar lu lihat.
Maksudnya ke kiri dia berenang ke bawah.
Ini bisa di
14 cuy.
Suntik mulu sih ya, jadi kepleset kan.
I see.
Mau coba lawan nggak?
Enggak, tapi udah di search.
Kan gue siluman. Faster.
Gila tuh. Too fast.
I'm down. Nunggu itu.
Bayangin tadi dia muter tuh kalian kita tim lagi anjing, aduh masih lucu banget tuh sumpah.
Wah gila lucu lah, gue jodohin bertiga. Berempat sama kita.
Langsung joget tuh. Friendly.
Abis kecelakaan gitu kan.
Itu teman gue di sana tuh, bunuh yang itu ya. Belum bisa voice chat tuh. Kayak PUBG kan bisa voice chat ya, musuh kan.
Iya.
Coba Apex kayak gitu ya. Pasti berisik kan.
Modus lu anjing. Nah, China number one. Cina kontrol, sorry. Nggak ada orangnya.
Astaga.
Bi, ganti tempat lain, Bi. Cobain.
Oke.
Kata di kanan, Bi. What the fuck?
Apa?
Bukan yang di kanan. What the hell? Bukan ke situ, itu jurang, Bang.
Terakhir.
Last.
Tuh kan, Mas Steve tuh. Chris.
Sudah jemput.
Siapa kaptennya siapa? Coba sebut namanya. Kaptennya siapa?
Boni Beruk. Gila lu.
Kapten latih cookies anjing.
Wah, anjing.
Cookies banget.
Cookies. Kuntul ke kikis.
Pantai cookies tuh.
Pantai.
Tuh kan Peprom gak ada orang, aman, santai.
Oh, shield.
Udah kebuka anjing.
Oke, Bi. Kalau ada sniper ya, Anything, yang penting sniper.
Sniper.
Ada nih?
Boleh tuh.
Ada nih. Belum punya gue aja Glenn, punya Chris Sambu anjing.
Mantap.
Tuh boleh tuh, Bu. Di scan kita, di scan.
Oh.
Ayo round 2. Kita pelan di satelit.
Jangan kepleset lagi lu,
Apa lo pernah kepleset?
Kapan gue pernah kepleset? Belum semenit anjing. Udah lupa
Kalau ada
ingatan
Volt
deh.
sama All-Star dong.
Oke.
Ada remote. Bunuh dulu musuhnya Chris, ada mereka itu.
Oh easy. Ambil berapa?
Ayo, merem main pakai kaki nih.
Gua main pakai konsol.
Mana Chris? Langsung jamet Chris tadi Chris, proses kayak tadi Chris, ayo.
Ayo.
Buka Volt di kanan kan.
Oh, mereka pegang ini nih.
70 satu
All-Star
orang.
nih.
Aduh, kena jumpet gak tuh? What the fuck? Flash tuh,
Ngapain
nice
lu
tuh.
goblok? Wah, crack, GB crack.
Don GB.
Nice.
Last di gua B. Fuck, betul.
One B. Oke, do this B.
Gue kalahin ini.
Gua deh nih.
Dia nggak pakai baterai Bi ya, dia slow heal dia Bi.
Don't hold B kalau ada B.
Nice tuh. Mainlah dapat 2 KP. Not bad.
Elsa.
Artriawannya gua ambil ya itu, airboy-nya. Airboy musuh gua ambil tuh. Hah? What?
Ada yang spawn. Gue liat kapalnya tadi.
Di mana?
Chris, lo bareng Chris.
Gila deh.
Misal gue kenapa ada 20 anjing?
Gue cuma dapat 2 dong. Gak dapat gue si BH-nya. Udah nge-heal ya?
Si siapa?
Bloodhound.
Iya, nge-heal tadi dia pakai yang kecil. Apa sih? Cell.
Ya jelas banget anjing sistem asisnya di sini. Nge-heal se-entrit udah menghilang asisnya.
Oh, kalau pakai lifeline ini nggak ya Chris?
Apa?
Healnya lifeline kira-kira ini nggak asisnya?
Oh enggak, kalau healnya lifeline.
Enggak ya?
Enggak. Yang hilang tuh kalau lo pakai item heal.
What the fuck? Oke.
Ada orang.
Ngada-ngada aja tuh. Kapan gua pernah kebegal? Gak pernah.
Itu yang pertama knock set.
Hah? Oh, ini si Octane musuh goblok emang aja.
Oh, anjing. Mati gua. Baterai bro, punya bro.
3.
Baterai gak ada.
Dorong Chris.
Sini.
Anjing dia udah terbang aja ke sana. Aduh, miring.
Ada orang. Gitu.
Tembakin Chris nah, Glenn biar dia ke sana.
Goblok.
Baterai mana baterai?
Nih.
Mesti dikasih bukan
Ambil
baterai.
Glenn.
Ya.
Lu berapa Bi baterai Bi?
Gua ada 3 tadi ambil. Nah, enggak ambil.
Burung gagak anjing.
Lu
ambil baterai.
Gua ambil 1 Bi.
Baterai pada berapa?
1.
Gua masih ada 2 nih.
Coba lihat streamnya Glenn.
Astaga, ya Allah. Gua langsung pakai baterainya, Cuk. Kanan deh. Keren si Octane, motherfucker, gua hampir mati dong.
Okten mati ya.
Kestek satu orang kestek Bi. Majuin Bi.
Udah ada yang udah mati dia.
Oke, mati dia. Oh my god, Akstar gua kok lagi goib ya, fuck.
Oktennya kena jongkok gaming, guys. Dia lagi ngebaterai langsung gini, guys. Lihat, guys. Langsung gini anjing.
Oh shit.
Lompat sambil baterai gitu.
Panik cuy. Baterai pada berapa sekarang?
Gak ada.
Orang.
Habis.
Lu Bi.
0.
Gua 1.
Slow heal deh.
Multiplayer pada berapa? Gua cuma 3.
5.
Oh, lu Bi. Multiplayer
6 kayaknya Abi.
0 kayak baterai gue.
Oke,
gila lu. Bom.
Kena begal, balik.
Satu crack sih.
Bi, tembak ini Bi.
Gue lagi healing tuh.
Crack 1. What the fuck? Ini pede banget ya pakai.
Ada yang kena begal.
Gak ada sayapnya anjing.
Kena jongkok Vietcong berarti.
Tai. Gua kaget deh. Kok kayak ada kepala gerak di kiri gua. Beneran anjing. Dia
hari ini udah berapa kali crash berarti?
Wah gila lu, baru sekali.
3 ya?
Kepala lu.
Bukan di kepala lu juga.
Gila lu. Dia pas gua sadar dia langsung berdiri gitu berdua. Set anjing.
Mainnya crash baju bertiga, crash. Jangan sendiri-sendiri. Suntik-suntik mulu sih anjing.
Vietcong.
Jongkok dulu di sini, tunggu mereka selesai. Paling nggak ada tuh orang goblok jalan duluan gitu.
Aduh.
Langsung meninggal lagi anjing. Kenapa? Gak bisa ban operator ya?
Nih, lihat
yang mau gue ban soalnya.
Gue pakai air nih. Biar gak kena begal lagi deh.
Kena begal dari belakang.
Ketinggalan kan. Anjing. Kuda pakai okten anjing.
Berapa kill gue pakai okten? 30.
Banyak kan GB gue Bi, 45. Aduh, ngecit nih orang anjing. Skin dasar semua cok, jelas banget ini mah.
Gua okten gue skin dasar juga guys.
Gila, dasar setan.
Tempat baru ya? Oke. Ke market.
Market?
Iya. Itu ukulele di tangan Gibi makin kecil anjing. Yang udah kecil jadi makin kecil. Bisik anjing, gua tabrakin lu.
Tega lu.
Gua gak bakal nyontek nih pakai okten, lihat.
Wah gila lu.
Nyontek gimana Bi?
Hari kita lihat.
Gak akan mencet Q.
Oh.
Lihat aja, paling lupa dia Glenn abis down gitu kan di revive. Malah nge-Q.
Kita lihat tahan seberapa lama gue tanpa nge-Q. Mau yang nanti naik guys.
Boleh deh.
Lihat dulu bentar.
Gila deh.
Lihat dulu apa emang?
Fall.
Apa?
Oh ada alarm jadi.
Sih. Jadi gue peras deh.
Bikin ini dulu deh. Bisa.
Progress.
Apa?
Extended energy itu. Jelek banget lu di sini. Itu kan center lag bukan?
Nabi, dari lu jelek itu akan membuahkan perjuangan yang lebih keras. Asik.
Lu bilang tadi ke Devon.
Goblok. Banyak peluru LED nih. Banyak banget.
Rezeki Abi tuh.
Yes. Rezeki kuda.
Kudantet.
Krik.
Cuk.
Anjing.
Ini Arboy. Ah, taking fire.
I'm going in.
Duh, TB.
Oh.
Gimana sih? Nggak kelihatan tuh. Oke.
Kres boleh cosplay lu nggak, guys?
Ada.
Mati nih, maju nih. Bi. Oh, blok kan.
Ada squad.
Tuh di gua lo banget tuh. Udah flash. Di gua flash nih sini. Maju nih, belum healing nih.
Waduh.
Belum.
Persis kayak Krisna. Aduh. Beda agresif. Beda banget, gila.
Beda banget, gila lu.
Tinggal suntik dan kabur.
Gokil.
Oke, udah. Sorry Glenn. Tadi mau melawak dong.
Shit.
Ingin coba gue rasanya jadi Krisna lagi bang.
Gila lu.
Skin Octane gue kadang bagus lagi. El Diablo, Speed Demon anjing. Ready Glenn?
Oh, forgot, Mister.
Pak Yu.
Atau bahkan YouTuber luar sekalian. Aman gak gamenya gitu. Itulah kenapa gue stick to RPG games yang which is yang di atas kertas tuh harusnya aman.
Waduh, ini lagi lo Chris.
Oh, yoi.
Gak mau caustic Chris.
Gokil.
Tuh, caustic gue buta loh.
If the gods will it, we will.
This is your champion.
Sini ya.
Let's land here.
Caustic treatment. Ada orang nggak tuh?
Ada.
Rame.
Glenn. Terus fire gaming gitu. Jadi. Gue belakang dulu Glenn ntar. Serop.
Korek, satu orang.
Aduh, injur satu.
Si.
Coba mirip.
Wah, gila nih orang.
You know, I don't take myself too seriously. I don't take myself anywhere, really. Man, I need to get out more. Our path is made today.
Satu sama dong. City.
Iya, satu sama.
So my place is a little sloppy. So what? Doesn't mean I'm a mess in the field.
Itu rumah kan? Bukan nih? Ya bukan nih. Situ. Gak ada orang nih?
Nggak tahu.
Sepertinya tak ada.
Ada airboy.
Juga ada nih. Sama peluru ya.
Oh, 20 aja.
For those who need it, there is an extended energy mag here. Level 3.
Lu nggak pakai light B? Oh nih nggak jadi. Nggak. Ya udah. Yaudin. Aizit.
Baru sadar gue pakai Revenant deh.
Iya. Biar ganteng game ini.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Baterai berapa? Gue udah 4 nih, kalau butuh.
Baterai 0.
Kasih dua-dua ke gue sama Glenn.
Krik. Nih gue kasih 2 buat lu Glenn. Nah, restanya gak usah gitu.
Gila deh.
Oke. Thank you.
Dapat kan lu guys? Dapat gak? Oke.
Dapat.
Ini alasan gue pakai Revenant Crash.
Wah anjay.
Iya, dia manjat ya tuh.
Oh bisa?
Ada orang depan gua. Nih.
Gas, jar. Totem gue dikit lagi, ntar 8%.
Masuk rumah dia. Gue lihat satu orang doang sih, si Octane.
6% lagi. 5. Gue terusin itu.
Ada orang situ.
Crafting ini kan.
Itu 70 si ini.
Nih totem gue udah nih. Kau stack ya?
Mana aja?
Ada biar ungu gak tuh maksudnya? Kabur sini dia.
Temennya jatuh anjing.
What the fuck?
Goblok.
Lah goblok kambing. Lah goblok semuanya jatuh gak tuh? Kecuali satu orang. Aneh banget nih orang.
Pasti dimarah-marahin tuh masih ini. Goblok.
Oke, gue Pathfinder tuh katanya.
Ya maaf, gak tahu anjing.
Nice, very nice.
Ayo.
Ya, sedikit. Berarti lagi nih.
Crafting tinggal, bunuh diri, anjing gila lengkap anjing.
Gue dapet satu doang anjing.
Sama kan?
Satu.
Iya, gak sempet itu.
Oh lu anjing. Gue liat tadi dia kayak gini. Dia udah di depan terus bentar lagi. Balik lagi anjing.
Bingung pasti ada.
Tolol banget. Oh, apa dia masang jampet ya, Chris? Mau masang jampet tapi cooldown anjing.
Oh, kayaknya.
Tolol banget.
Langsung bagus dot gua anjing, berkat mereka.
Gak dapat extended ungu aja dari mereka.
Gue juga dapet baterai lagi. Gue dapat gitu.
Gue dapat juga. Lu berapa lu?
Gua 2.
Ini
kasih. Udah kebuka.
Belum kebuka ya?
Udah.
Oh, dari depan gue di atas lagi ulti gini.
Oh.
Kalau dia ulti acceleran. Gimana sih?
Itu aja tower.
Nah, iya.
Dan masih gua keren nih, 69.
Ayo sudah bos ini. Masak semua. Anjing dia ulti. Atas kan? Tuh. Atas kan itu putar.
Ya di atas. What? Di rumah ini kayaknya nih. Atau di depannya lagi. Di depan. Atau di catch itu.
Depan enggak sampai catch itu.
Alright.
Di mana? Sini. Ulti di sini.
Oh, di dekat sini di atas udah geser.
Crack, knock.
What the fuck?
Crack sedikit crack.
Ada squad doh. Ada squad lain loh di luar catch-nya.
Dikit lagi ungu tuh. Friend teriak tadi goblok.
Itu berapa loh?
3 loh. Kalau butuh baterai silakan ngomong, gue udah banyak. Banyak loh baterai asli. Ngeliat deh.
Bar, gua pengen nge-demake orang dulu.
Circle jalan apa deh.
What the fuck?
61 flash.
Mana?
Tar.
Ini balik batu nih.
Ping, ini ya.
Wah, gua kayaknya mati nih.
Ah, anjing lagi mati deh.
Taruh B.
Kanan mereka. Hidup crack paling belakang tuh.
Wah, anjing. Itu nyala.
Mundur.
Ke beam gua, tuh fuck.
Selesai.
Gue sering Graven enak kayaknya daripada tinggi. Aduh mahal banget skill legend ya, 1.200.
Kok ngantuk ya?
Kayaknya gara-gara kalah mulu guys.
Mari deh.
Beli nggak ya skinnya? 1.200 nih. Crafting material. Beli deh bro. Baphomet. Anjing. Jogetnya ada nggak ya?
Ada.
Ya nggak joget ya nih.
Gue yang pakai lifeline nih.
Oke. Coba ini baru. Buat Kings Canyon ya, ini kan party gila kan di sini.
Iya.
Skin apa enggak, Chris? Gak pernah lihat tuh.
Upgrade-annya yang putih.
So cool. Food.
Anak kerja nih. Kita kasih duit. Tuh, ibu.
Anjing. Keren tuh guys. Kita dari segi B.
Wajib. Aduh. Keren.
Kehalang dari nggak bisa nimpel gue.
Enggak, gua kasih jatuh lu anjing.
Wah, anjing strong.
Wah, nggak ada peluru juga.
Dari kiri ada yang naik.
Itu orang naik ya, nggak ada suaranya tuh.
Oh shit.
Mana anjing?
Nggak tahu dah, gak ada stepnya tuh. Aneh nih game.
Kayaknya tempat tertutup susah terebutan. Ini beraget. Angkut dulu. Bentar, angkut dulu. Lama amat anjing.
Space and wasting their time, taking attention away from Poyo as much as he can.
Look at PYW, a little sneaky devil here. Gets the ward down from earlier, still hiding inside the tree lines. DM forcing bottom in.
Just a recipe away from the ATOS.
Look at PYW though, cuts the creep wave from where DM is. And TP's toward the mid lane so he can keep himself on the map.
Vici Gaming, they want to try and set up for this top tower, see if they force a response. And get VP to fight into this blink round. Doesn't look like VP's going to fall for that. Nightfall.
Mana Bi?
Staying on the opposite half of the map. Say just be cautious until
Enggak kok.
Hampir. Nyangkut tadi guys.
Hilang. The setup, the grip for the trees, they need help, but they need it now.
They use the boundless for the wave.
He already did DY, he's got nothing else to throw out to help him.
Excellent positioning there from Save, but DY has to hold the boundless for these situations. Huge pick. 20 seconds now where they can swing across the map.
Apa X ini nggak bisa stretch ya, Glenn?
Bisa. Ini gua stretch.
Tapi 16-10.
Enggak, 4/3.
He's committed.
Keblebar.
Enggak, ada caranya, Bi. Di saat launch ada komennya. Habis itu kalau pakai Nvidia itu yang gua ngerti pakai Nvidia sih. Kalau pakai AMD gak tahu gua caranya.
Tapi bisa kan? Berapa resolusi lu tuh?
Bisa 1280 kali 960.
Coba lo tuh.
Cari di YouTube, Bi, ada Bi di YouTube itu.
Dulu, dulu udah sering gue cari tapi
enggak ada update baru. Jadi bisa. Ada caranya di AMD sama Nvidia ada tuh caranya.
Siapa tahu langsung predator
Gokil.
5/4 ada nggak? Ada.
5/4.
Adanya 6/9.
5/4 ada. 6/9.
Kita pakai trade di World Edge. Drop pinggiran terus kita langsung TP ke tempat rame. Ini pinggirannya rame soalnya nih. Ini sama ini.
Anak pinggiran kita bab.
Oke, dulu deh. Lumayan anjir di sini, pinggiran-pinggiran ada tempat craftingnya.
Kali.
Ada Havoc nih, Chris. Havoc sama tes pada umum kalau mau.
Nggak usah deh.
Oh, oke. 3 kali ring mau nggak nih?
Gue ada 3 kali juga. Crafting blue seru.
Ini extender like emas nih, siapa yang mau pakai nih?
Mana boleh?
Ini gua ada baterai. Gak jadi, baterai gua 2 dong. Baterai kalian berapa?
3 gue crafting.
Udah.
Mana Bi? Lihat
cukup
Mas.
kayaknya.
Udah gue drop tadi. Aduh. Ya, tenggelam Chris. Oh ini anjing.
Goblok pas di drop.
Kira tenggelam.
Nih. Ini gue drop energi gue. Oke, begal, kapasitor.
Ayo.
Ntar deh. Dikit lagi. Ada kotak yang gue buka di sini. Nah, kenapa? Yuk.
Ini orang.
Coba bentar.
Ini dia. Ke rumah.
Di kanan deh.
Di sini dia.
Lari ke kiri
Lari
satu.
ke sini. Moga saya nunggu totem 10% lagi.
Sambil gas saya dulu. Takutnya udah totem mereka kabur.
Ya, gas. Mereka lihat juga sih kayak tadi Chris kulit.
Oh, perang tuh mereka.
Di dalam.
95 atau 95.
Katain itu epic.
Ya itu Valkyrie-nya tuh, ada tuh.
7. Ready.
Di dalam deh.
Intip dulu ya.
Wait.
Anjing.
Keren.
Mana nggak?
72 flash. Aduh, lo banget 1 HP tuh. Fuck. Bloodhound. What the fuck? Oke.
Multiple squad ya.
Buang heal.
Dalam. Laran crack. Knock.
Correct.
Ini belakang mana lagi anjing? The fuck? Itu.
Down.
Lain squad lagi.
Oh, what the fuck di belakang?
Gede banget anjing.
Nggak bisa lagi. Gue coba perang.
Bullshit.
Oh. Oh, wow.
My god. Shit. Apa nih life line yang jujur?
Aduh, ya Allah, gua gak tahu tuh, baru lagi. Allahumma. That was new. Oke. Baru lagi, cu.
Udah gila nih kan.
Gua FK dulu. Bentar. Dulu aja. Ngantuk anjing. Mau rebahan bentar. Ntar lanjut.
Ganti glut. Deket.
Gua kayaknya kalau misalnya game OG mau nonton sih gua.
Game OG jam berapa sih? Gua juga
Belum,
nonton.
jam 11. Pokoknya kelar game ini pokoknya. Ini kan last match.
Nonton juga.
Satu sama kan, kelar ini istirahat 15-20 menit. Nah, itu dia pengen lihat OG kalahnya. Kalau misalnya kalah ya udah menang. Pengen lihat kalahnya sih. Lumayan, pasti asik kalau misalnya kalah tuh.
Udah gue OG sih, tapi kalau kalah ya psychosis juga lah.
Kadang random itu apa OG itu kadang lagi menang tiba-tiba kok itu kena comeback kalah. Lagi kalah dia comeback menang. Ya what the fuck gitu. Aneh banget dia. Kalah kill tapi menang net worth. Aneh dah OG itu kan aneh banget. Stream dari jam berapa ya? Fuck, dari jam 2. Gila. Gas terus. Nggak nge-lag juga, gua kira bakal nge-lag Apex kan. Ya,
Kalau
nggak
tidur
nge-lag.
streamingnya
Enggak lah.
santai. Kayak kemarin.
Kemarin ya rebahan. Gua ngantuk kan. Ya udah rebahan dulu. Tapi stream jalan tuh.
Tidur.
Males gua matinya.
Rebahan.
Rebahan.
Astaga.
Mantap sih Apex, gue sekarang nggak ini lagi stuttering nggak jelas.
Pantas dari tadi menang mulu kita. Wait a minute. Apa? Yang penting udah menang sekali.
Yoi.
Take that.
Menang sekali full KP lagi. Lebih malah. Udah berapa kita?
Kalau udah menang sekali udah nyenyak tuh tidur. Kita menang lagi kan ini? Gue ada feeling kita menang lagi.
Oke.
Kalau ada shotgun nih.
Oke. Nggak pakai light.
What do you think is over here?
Nggak ada dong. Default dulu.
Nih.
Shit, nggak ada jalan aja.
Oke. Ntar gue masih jauh deh bang. Oh my god, no bueno.
Dua squad land.
Come on dude.
Atas lu crack. 3 flash.
Dan satu yang crack bi.
Oke, nice. Revive teman kita ya. Om enggak. Dia revive juga.
Dan satu yang revive.
Squad lain datang tuh. Crack.
Down.
Aduh. Gue lupa anjing bukan healing.
Rata bi. Ada yang lain lagi bi.
Yes. Rame banget anjing, the fuck.
Makanya gue bingung kok.
Oh, Mirage. Oh. Gue ada ulti.
Crack satu orang.
Tar.
Jauh sih tapi crack nih. Yang crack jauh bi, jauh banget. Tahu apa?
Crack horizon.
Oke. Horizon. Down.
Atas flash 50.
Fake. Gimana cara naik ke atas? Oh, di sini.
Crack, di ujung crack. Gue datengin.
Gue juga. What the fuck?
Goblok lah. Lihat banget kan? Nice. Datang dari.
Oh gila ke beam gua. Holy shit. Turunnya masuk semua, Pak.
Sorry.
Main berapa kill gue tuh? 4 kill.
Wasis gue 3 nih, 0 kill gue. Fuck. Bullshit. Gue mau beres-beres dulu bentar kayak abis ini.
Oke.
10 menit. VGVP udah gimana tuh?
Apa?
VGVP
Masih menit 30, masih towernya masih ini sih, belum high ground. Tapi VP 98% itu win rate-nya di Dota Plus. The fuck?
Champion. What? Our friend champion, dude.
Good. Spade K. Kayaknya VP menang deh.
Nice. Dari 1-0 kan itu mereka?
Iya, dari 1-0.
Sana deh.
Ada orang pi, satu orang pi.
Anjing ngelag banget tuh. Fuck. Aduh, tolil. Aduh, ngelag banget aja.
Dan satu.
Agak anjing lah ngelag banget gua. Nih, crack nih deh.
Ada squad lain dong di bawah.
Ada satu squad.
Aduh, dia 2 orang dong. Oh, gak expect 2 orang situ. Oh shit, ban gua.
Lambat banget terkena.
Kan lambat nih. Emang larinya kayak gitu.
Jadi buat teman-teman. Armor.
To back VP off, but VP they'll more than happily swing up to the top lane. Look to finish up that final set of racks. Get these mega creeps out. 50 seconds, no Ori.
And Vici has to just watch. They don't even have meta. So there's literally nothing they can do to defend this. It's just going to have to be them, I mean, fighting versus mega creeps. And they most definitely cannot do so, but they're going to try to make a play.
They've got the Ravage. What are they doing? Jump forward, they get the Ravage, they're going to look to try and blow him. Everybody on top of the Luna. Can they kill him? Sometimes brought in with a nightmare lantern from the BKB. He's turning, he's ready to heal back up. Brings down the
Oke. VP menang.
What a performance by the cores on VP in these last 2 games. The itemization on point. I love Dia in this game. Going for his Crimson Guard, going for his Atos, going for Lotus Orb. Picture perfect stuff. GPK initiating every single fight. I actually do not remember. I think I remember one fight where Vici was the ones class this time around. How to counteract 900 with those BKB times.
Absolutely, and it's this sort of here on the main stage. TI, they've come out game 2, game 3, and and they've shown us some pretty terrifying Dota 2 both times. I mean, this game very much more of a team effort, just across the board. Everybody popping off. Very hard to really point someone out again, but you maybe do just have to say GPK once more. These playmaking heroes. He just single-handedly destroyed VG Gaming. It felt at the start of every fight. GPK's target prioritization, it was just perfect. He could not have played any better than he did.
100% agreed. Top tier performance from him and his team.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Virtus Pro with a very, very impressive couple of
Enggak ini
games.
lebih.
Close that series up. They'll take this one 2-1 against VG Gaming.
Ntar lah. Masih ada orang juga kita sebelum.
Well, there we go. Virtus Pro's coach's reaction as they win that game. And what an exciting series. What an exciting game specifically that was. And we can talk about VG in a second, but I want to concentrate first on the winners, on Virtus Pro. Lizard, I saw you were a bit excited. What did they do right?
Nah, I'm just so happy for them. Like, this is such a big victory for such a young team.
The youngest team at TI.
The youngest team at TI means so much for them. I'm not gonna talk about the prize that they've just got for themselves if they don't manage to go further, but man, this is... Whew. What a game. GPK proving why he is rank 1, proving why every single team in the Eastern Europe was fighting for this boy just a couple of years ago. And on that mid lane, PYW and DY, they had a lot of work to do. It wasn't a one-on-one.
They really had to fix the lane. I mean, from the start, GPK just completely dominated Ori. He was sitting at almost like a full 1,000 net worth ahead of him, and then the supports needed to come. They killed him 2 times. It only made GPK more angry in this one, because he completely popped up. Managed to die after those 2 deaths, died only once, ended up with 15 kills, which is pretty impressive. I think we also gotta give credit to DM on his underlord performance, going for the right items, dying only once against this type of a lineup, which means that you need to get close. Going for the Crimson Guard to mitigate the damage coming out from the TP, the Rod of Aethas to keep the Ender Spirit in the pit for a longer duration, and also Lotus Orb. This is something that just completely shuts down. Like, his itemization was mostly, I do not want TP to have a good game.
Gods, you wanna jump in? Well, you can't do that weapon.
I mean, it's just crazy. The youngest team at TI getting top 6 at their first ever international. It's not like there's a couple of young players being, you know, mentored and carried by experienced veterans. It's just 19, 20, 21-year-olds, and here they are, top 6. And they bounce back from that one game deficit. I think that was the question with VP, is like, can they bounce back? Do they have...
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, what the hell, bro? What's wrong with you?
Ada orang?
Enggak. Ini randomnya datang-datang ambil kotak yang gua buka.
Udah ntar gue revive deh.
Ada orang.
Oke. Gue dalam body mau ke lu?
Boleh tuh.
Ya, bro.
Di lu ya, Bi?
Ini sama scope juga.
Alright. Gua ada L-Star nih.
Gurunya.
Oh shit. Let's go. Beh, skin siapa nih, Bi? Lu, Bi? Ini skin lu?
Apa lang gue?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Skin apa ya mungkin?
Gak tau.
Ada orang ngapain gue?
Ke atas deh kayaknya, Bi. Ya, dia dua orang ke atas.
Pasti atas gue?
Enggak. Crack 1 orang. Crack 2 orang. Kayaknya ke fuse-nya deh.
Aduh, dia mau crack juga.
Crack 1 orang.
Iya, atas anjing.
Dan 1 yang di atas. Dan down. Down 2.
Oh, nice clean. Crack.
No, fuck. Didn't get the assist, motherfucker. Shit. Gue pengen nembak satu peluru aja ke dia biar asis juga dapet tuh. Asyik, oke.
Gue dapat 2 doang juga sih. 2 juga.
Iya 2 juga. Yang di atas mana tuh bendanya?
Anjing gue nge-revenant lagi.
Bisa gak ya? Gimana ya?
Dari sini Glenn, sini. Ikut.
Oh ya dari situ ya.
Don't tell views. Sini kalau Glenn, headshot tadi kan jatuh.
Iya headshot.
Gak heavy. Tapi ada baterai di sini.
Oh shit, that shit.
Baterai lu berapa Glenn? Gua ada.
Baterai gua nggak ada.
Ya. Control gaming.
Ayo. Bi ungu bi, naga bi.
Mending kita lihat dulu kontrolnya.
Oke. Coba tuh armor ungu kan, lumayan.
Enggak ada armor ungu.
I just say that, bro. What the fuck?
Ada apa ya?
What the fuck? I just say that shit, dude. Wait. Hey.
What you mean? I see nothing. Armor gue putih nih.
What the fuck?
It's white of my skin.
I just jinx that shit, brother. Kalau ada armor ungu kan lumayan cuk, tiba-tiba ungu gak tuh, astaga. Bro.
Nice call, Glenn, nice call.
Iya.
Glenn with the call of his lifetime. Anjing gak heavy sama sekali di kotak. Oh shit. Kita perlu Glenn di tengah, mau ambil.
Iya dong. Biar dia aja dah. Gak apa-apa. I'm fine with it.
Kalau kita panggil itu. Ya tokoin.
Kayak dia nggak diambil deh sama dia.
Tinggal lihat nih gimana.
Oh my god, he fucking blind. Wait, why you ping? Okay.
Itu apa?
Airdrop itu airdrop.
Enggak ada yang satu lagi tuh, lihat enggak satu. Masukin perut lagi gue.
Wait, what? How do you get up there? What the fuck? Wait.
Sini deh.
Ini, yes.
Gue kan crack. Lihat. Crack knock.
Down 1. Last one di fuse-nya nih. Down. Ada yang mas B.
Aduh, range kayaknya. Gue tadi di atas. Oh shit. Revive dia dong, Klit.
Oke, wes gua res. Nice tuh. Udah keburu heal ya si geblek. Iya dong. Dapat 1, 2 juga. Ini sniper enjoyer. Oh, di sini nih sniper enjoyer nih. Gue ingat.
Heavy enjoyer enggak?
Nih. Gak jadi dong, dia nggak sniper. Oh, fuck. Dia banyak banget baterai. Sini bi. Baterai banyak banget. Fuck. Ini orang juragan baterai. Fuck.
Juragan baterai.
Ada 6 nih, fuck. Gua ambil 2, sisa 4.
What the fuck? Mana anjing?
Ini di sini bi. Nah.
Oh my god.
Baterainya banyak banget. Sisanya kasih dia tuh.
Ya, kasih dia. Random anjing. Gak diambil lagi sama dia, jangan 12 temen kita betul.
Dia banyak nih kayaknya nih. Ah, si geblek. Shit, this guy.
Diem 12 anjing baterai.
Bi, happy tuh, Bi.
Anjing. Baterainya pada banyak dah baterai anjing.
Gak tahu dah tuh orang. I don't know, dude. Go. More people, more kill. Let's go. Ada perang nih, Bi, di depan bunker, Bi.
Anjing. Kembang api.
Belum ada ini sih, kill feed nih peman. Tuh ada tuh.
Big Bear. Rame tuh. Lu mau dari bunkernya apa dari depan lagi? Depan lagi kali?
Ya depan lagi deh. Belum pada mati juga mereka tuh.
Aku udah kesana cita kalau dari bunker tuh.
Ya, kalau udah ke-stuck di situ susah keluar. Depan kita, what the fuck?
Crack. One hit lagi nok. Octane crack tuh dikit lagi. Aduh.
Healing, Bi, gua bisa, Bi.
How is he not dead? Come on.
Sandwich tuh mereka.
Mati satu. Kanan crack. Kanan nok.
Di atas.
Lagi healing. Sini deh.
Di bawah, Bi. Oh shit, I didn't get anything from that shit tuh. Yang di depan artileri masih tuh, Bi. What the fuck?
Banyak amat baterainya ini. Goblok.
Sumpah jampetnya random banget, Bang. Mau mutar dari situ ya, Bi? Depan situ.
Iya. Anjing Blair, kaget gua, astaga. Gue kira di belakang gua anjing.
Depan kita.
Depan kita nih.
Tembak bareng nih, Bi. Bangke di atas gua, Bi.
Pas di atas lu, Glenn. Dia turun. Crack tuh.
Nice tuh.
Dalam magiling. Aduh, Glenn. Nilai gua unban anjing.
Pukul. What? Turun dia. Terbang, Bi. Crack yang terbang 111. What the fuck this?
Ini flash anjing.
Fucking I'm healing, dude.
Knock bawah.
Lingkaran, Bi.
Fuck, circle good.
Dalam rumah bawah kita, Bi. Majuin, Bi, sendiri, Bi, di sini, Bi.
Kaget ke lu anjing. What the fuck? Gua harus self-res.
Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck is this guy, dude? Come on, dude.
Mati. Udah habis ya?
Iya udah mati tuh.
Circle yuk. Heavy gua mau habis lagi, Glenn. Bisa bawain nggak kalau ada?
Gua yang nggak ngelut nih, Bi.
Shit.
Gua langsung gas nih. circle 3 lumayan. Depan gua Bi. Gua cancel ultinya satu orang. Shit. Di kanan healing tuh Bi. Crack yang kanan Bi.
Mati dulu deh.
Loot Bi.
Healing.
Healing aja dulu. Ada heavy nih Bi, kalau perlu Bi.
I need it.
Ada heavy lagi Bi.
Oh, there's a lot of shit dude. Thanks.
Oh, mereka kanan.
Ya, dia dapat killnya anjing. AFK dia tadi.
What the fuck?
Gue crack 42 flash.
Bentar gua healing, nggak bisa.
Gue mau crack dikit lagi.
Crack satu orang. Waduh, ditembakin orang lain dong. Kiri.
Waduh. Balik lem.
Kanannya ini, putar kanan nih, Bi.
Heavy gue mau habis lagi anjing. Wah, ada nih. Tunggu mereka perang Glenn, jangan majuin dulu. Sisa kita sama mereka ini.
Kita nggak di lingkaran, Bi.
Enggak, udah di lingkaran ini gue nih. Tunggu di sini.
Oh, di situ. Oke.
Ya. Anjing.
Yang di kiri nggak ada dong, what the fuck? Mau majuin nggak yang itu Bi? Yang perang sama kita nih depannya pakai Pathfinder. Yang ngelemparin ini di sini. Yang kanan gua scan nggak ada jauh kayaknya.
Harusnya dia yang sandwich ini depan kita nih, harusnya kalau kita perangin. Ada kasih trap anjing.
Oh, di rumah dia. Yang ngambil rumah kambing. Mau ke rumahnya nggak?
Ayo. Ajar.
Berdua.
Ada yang di bawah tuh. Healing.
Crack satu orang, lo banget.
Belakang lu ceritanya. Ada yang di bawah tadi.
Down satu.
Belakang lu.
What the fuck is this? Crack satu. Lu bau dong. Gua healing Bi, bentar Bi.
Jangan di circle ya. Di gua circle nih Glenn, beda.
Iya. Ini Bi. Solain Bi.
Oh, saya crack. Aduh, mati gua.
Down satu.
Nice lane. Gue healing.
Healing. Gue jagain.
Nice, mati mas.
Dua.
Pistolan. Scan dulu kalian baru mojin.
Gua ada ulti sih.
Reload nyata lu.
Udah.
Jaga. Scan.
Bentar. Ke atas mereka kayak gerundi.
Keluarin deh. Circle. Bisa kesana gila kalian.
Hah? Mau main
mereka
jauh?
nggak di circle ini. Mereka nggak di circle itu. Dah kan sih. Kita harus ya. Asal jangan knock ya. Bentar ya. Ambil agak lebih tinggi dikit.
Jauh, mutar kanan mereka. Mutar kanan, Bi. Kanan nih, Bi.
Depan gue berarti. Di depan gue nih. Horizon 66 merah. Red 36. Berkolan horizon dulu mereka. Lawan.
Down satu, Bi.
Gue juga nih.
Nice. Oke, fuck boys.
Berangkat.
di break dancing
Tuh easy. Udah mulai.
Nggak tahu. Udah mau mulai baru entrance tim entrance baru masuk. 20-30 gitu. Yo. Mainlah 2 champion, 2.
First game last game.
Yes, first game last game.
Easy win. Balik lagi ya gila gue.
Yo, plat 3 gua.
Oh shit.
Gua udah 2 kali 3 kali turun naik. Kenyang gue, enggak apa-apa lah.
Naik. Lu cita. PC lah begitu sekalian.
Abi?
Lanjut lagi kan? Gue matiin PC-nya langsung.
Alright, mister.
Thank you, Glenn.
Yo, thank you, Wi. Yeet. Ini gua ke sebelah, tapi ininya nge-crash. Astaga. Wait. Udah dulu lah streamnya. Thank you guys. Udah dulu guys. Udah berapa jam nih? 8 jam 13 menit kambing. Oke, udahlah. Bye bye.